全な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me if you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる生命フェッチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming の始めよう
Country song You and me going out tonight Let's turn the radio on You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long Let's lay some whiskey down We'll dance all night then get it on To another country song Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. Got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight moonlight tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah. You know I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. I'm sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning,
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain. Breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round. To pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round. To pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. On the lock, on the key, and I'm doing time. Someone just save me, turn on the light. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems like I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain of a lock, won't you hold me down? for my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out?
Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are.
curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah, but my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars ahead all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my edgy
sensations. Give me good vibration. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do.
Here we go. I don't really care about like all them fancy things. Never had a lust for cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Come on. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Here we go. I don't really care about the fortune or the fame. Keep rolling on and holding on. Don't need that crown to reign. Push through all the pressures, just keep grinding 9 to 5. Yeah, I'm working hard, we playing hard. Goddamn, I feel alive. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show.
straight ahead. I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights in a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights in a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt train, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh, why? You better run now, run before you hit the end of your life. No, 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 no. No lie, no, so what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no. You know you're ready for something, but that something doesn't come easy. Getting ready to take that jab, but just understand and just hold that feeling. Now it's gonna make you chase your dreams. Are gonna keep on slipping away. So get up and get that station. Never gonna stop to fail. Don't you ever stop giving. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. No, no, no. You're never gonna stop to fail, and don't you ever stop to give in. Never stop reaching for the know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. Head down, I'm almost fading. I walk on with tired feet. No time for hesitating. The world's coming after me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. See, my days were tasting sour, and my goals were out of reach. When it rained, I felt no power, the world washing over me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name.
Oh, I do surrender. I'm down on my knees, praying for forgiveness. Won't you pray with me? We had that fight last night. It didn't mean much to me, but I'm still paying for it. Won't you let me be? I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 Oh God, it's just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you. I'm lay across our bed. I'm still spinning out all your wanna fight tonight. I don't 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 wanna fight.
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, I'm dying in my own light.
开场动作越玩越花，大批粉丝现场吃瓜，积分第一被拉下马，观赛指南蓄势待发。观众朋友们，又是你们的阿南。随着 AL 战胜 WE， 本赛季的 LPL 食物链也完成了闭环。废话少说，直入正题。答应我爱看比赛的请划走。这个周末比赛的主题只有一个 ，The Shy 和他的前队友们。本周的第一场重磅对决来自摁刷小精灵 vs 指出并说明。RNG 这边尽管一波3连胜，貌似找回状态，但看看他的对手，软粉们恐怕很难乐观。反观近4场比赛3胜1负的 TT， 他们对手的含金量明显高出不少。北川与 Yoko 的发挥固然亮眼，但显然换风才是赛后的焦点。请指出下路不能做事的原因，并说明为什么是说完亚军前队友，再看看冠军前队友 UP 与 TES 将在本周6先后登场。你很难想象一场双 C 都拿5杀的比赛 ，MVP 却给到了打野的宁王。
师傅，你是做什么工作的？
至于他们本周的对手 EDG， 阿乐在被 YSKM 上课之后痛定思痛，一度发挥稳定，但也许是在小布、小猪茶水和外卖的伺候中迷失了自我。上周与晴天的上路对决中落入了下风，这次如果不能重拾自我，恐怕小猪的抱抱你是等不来喽。在战胜 EDG 之后 ，TES 已经迎来了年后5连胜，人川双喜依旧锋利，季霸们的发挥也算稳定。作为本赛季 LPL 含冠量最高的战队 TES 总算拿出了粉丝们期待的成绩。面对状态起伏的 JDG， 若能完成去年下决的复仇，那么只有 Knight 受伤的世界就达成了。如今的京东在这段时间中下接连出事，合力贡献一波2连败。目前看来，在 JDG 最稳定的还是他们的做饭阿姨。好消息是，帅哥队友们越来越稳定了。坏消息是，前任，而他和现队友们也将在周日的压轴大战中挑战 LNG。WBG 最近的表现略显抽象，他们可以掀翻 JDG， 碾压 UP 与 IG， 却被 TT 打得没有还手之力。队内每人也都有亮眼发挥，下路灯皇还会化身峡谷战鹰，突出一手加你。作为本赛季至今的最大黑马 ，LNG 完成了仅保留核心Tarzan一人的全面重建。粉丝们希望的是，别说他们还没打强队，就算打了也不怂。阿南，我从不带以最好的善意提醒你，再这样，我可要说说去年7比0的故事啦。嘿嘿。总之，现今的 LPL 扑朔迷离，几天不看格局大变。关注阿南，关注观赛指南，否则，嘿嘿，你砸了醉了。
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We're back after a day's break, a little bit of respite before we jump straight back into the second half of the split. I'm just Lucy, and I'm joined by the jubilant Jamada as we jump into another day after his excursion over to the LEC. You know, you got to see the little league now. You kind of give him back to the community. You're back with the big boys. It's good to have you back, bro.
Hey, I enjoyed it. I've still got a little bit of breakfast in my mouth. But the LEC was a wonderful time. And I've enjoyed being over in Europe. Yeah, it's nothing like being home, though. The LPL still feels a little bit stronger. You know, I had a peek over the fence. I think we're all right, guys. I think we're all right for MSI.
I think we're all right. We'll see. We've still plenty of League of Legends to go before then. But speaking of League of Legends, we got to talk about what happened the last time we had the LPL. It was a relatively close day for two teams, LNG and BLG. LNG actually pushing themselves back towards the front. And of course, JDG bouncing up against FBX, really putting down the hurt. And I think it was Mazel who said it on cast, really showing that they can punch down.
Yeah, you know, I was kind of worried for JDG when they went on their little 2-series loss streak. But honestly, very much showing that they're not really affected by it at all. And that's for LNG, BLG. BLG, you know, I feel like this 4-4 scoreline for them, sitting 9th in the standings, really isn't representative of how strong this roster actually is at our. It just feels like they're falling barely short on some of these top end clashes that they find themselves in. But LNG, very happy to pull ahead in the standings now, 7-1.
Yeah, they are starting to put themselves right up there alongside some of the big boys of the league. I will say, though, don't let the scoreline of the standings deceive you. LNG have some pretty tough games coming up in the next coming weeks. But for the moment, they are up at the top of the standings at the halfway point, 7-1. I think if you offered any LNG player or coach 7-1 after 8 games, you'd take it either side of the week. But coming into, obviously, you know, later on in the split, we're seeing some teams fall off. Obviously, AL, FBX, LGD, NIP, they're the teams that are starting to really feel the pressure right now as they come into the halfway point with only having 2 or 1 wins.
Yeah, exactly right. When you've got these teams towards the bottom side of the table now where, like you say, we're effectively halfway through, you need to start picking up wins if you want to get into that top 10 bye for playoffs. And, you know, for teams that are just falling short of that, like OMG, Up, and WE, this is the time in the season where you need to start racking those up so that you can at the very least keep pace with some of the teams that are just slightly ahead of you, so that the end of the split isn't a bit of a crunch time to try and find those series wins.
Well, speaking of crunch time, as you say, we got 3 or 4 teams, to be perfectly honest, who really need to try and start picking up wins. ARA, not out of the woods just yet. They play later against WE. They need to start kind of knocking down some of these teams, making sure they're solidifying themselves in that top 10 position. And then NIP versus AL. AL obviously coming off of their first win of the split. They shall not be 0W Andy, but they are now looking to try and start taking down people ahead of them. Start taking on people who may be able to try, you know, thinking they may be punching down, but they're going to start punching up.
Yeah, you know, Anyone's Legend, they've had a pretty tough run of it so far this year. Bless them, you know, especially after last year where they just fell short in playoffs after a pretty hypey start to the season. They have had a fair amount of the top teams already get run through here for their schedule. So this is kind of a rough period in time where they can maybe try to look to find some wins. And today is definitely a pretty good start here against a very struggling NIP who... yeah, I feel like against a lot of expectations right now, 2-6, but they themselves have actually pretty much played all of the big teams here in the LPL. So they're also now, hopefully for them, fingers crossed, going to start finding some wins and potentially push up to that top 10. I can't remember off the top of my head. I'll look at the match history real quick. They've only got IG and Weibo, and I guess technically RNG as well, to play out of the sort of bigger, stronger looking teams. Other than that, it's teams that are all around them. So these are very achievable wins here for NIP.
Absolutely, and the thing is, though, is obviously we're a single best of 3 round robin, so you can only get up to 16 games played. And the funny thing is that you mentioned RNG, IG, EDG, RNG, EDG, and LNG. Those are 3 games that, unfortunately, because of the way the record has gone, you can't really afford to drop. You need to start picking 2-0s up. You need to start getting that momentum behind you. And for NIP, I mean, this team has gone from just like, you know, the highest of highs to the lowest of lows. It really feels like losing Rookie. This team has just fallen apart right now because they are just nowhere where we expected them to be.
Yeah, absolutely not, Ryan. Even, you know, don't get me wrong, Rookie is a team maker, right? So losing him is always going to be a gut.
You know what? He's all right.
You know, yeah, that Rookie guy, he's okay. Just an ex-world champion. No biggie, really. But I feel like no one was necessarily expecting such a fall from grace with just effectively losing Rookie. And even having Dream come back in, right? After Dream's very explosive start to cover for Rookie, missing out at the start of summer. I feel like people had a fair amount of confidence in NIP to the very least make like top 8, right? Be in playoffs.
Yeah.
But sitting 2-6, definitely the opposite end of the spectrum. But again, you know, they've definitely had a tough run of schedule. They haven't been able to take down some of those bigger teams. So here, hopefully, this is kind of where you start, right? That little bit of momentum, that little bit of a kicker. I think in the LPL, it's about 7 to 8 wins, right, to make it into top 10. It kind of depends on how competitive the league is, that specific split. So, you know, not far off, and with a schedule like the one that they've got left, it's definitely very achievable, as we've just had, of course, the walk-ins there from Anyone's Legend.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm curious as well, because obviously we've moved on since what was it, I believe since Tuesday onto 13.3, so we have kind of shifted forward. And I've obviously, as you know, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Nothing has really come out of it. Of course, you just got to look at LCK talking about drafts when it comes to how the matchups are kind of just set in stone. But the LPL have always been a league that have been wanting to try, you know, fringe stuff, wanting to try and go for it. I wouldn't be surprised to see us, to see a little bit more variation coming coming in. Because even on 13.1, teams were looking towards the Leonas, the Kaisas, things that weren't, obviously as powerful on that particular patch, but have been seeing a little bit more growth. So I'm curious to see if these teams are going to come out with any kind of crazy adaptations right now to see if they can catch somebody off guard. It's not uncommon for teams to kind of say, look, let's sack 13.1 or the patch we're currently on. Let's work towards the next patch and get our second half of our season very much on our side.
Yeah, there are definitely a couple of picks as well that got, buffed substantially on 13.3. Jarvan, one of them as well. We saw a lot of that picked up in solo queue though. Globally, I feel like we've not really seen it rear its head, to a point where it feels like it's priority over a lot of the meta junglers. So, like you say, I feel like when we start to see some of these adaptations come through, like the Kai'Sa, the Leona, sort of the older picks that we're very much used to from older patches and seasons gone by, it kind of felt like people were bored. It was like everyone just didn't want to play these double AD carries anymore, so they just started running the old kill lane stuff. We'll see whether or not we get a little bit more out of 13.3. However, I'm pretty hesitant to expect anything crazy. I think at most maybe you start to think about things like Annie, which of course got changed. I think it was 13.1b, and then specifically it was nerfed on this patch, but it's still pretty strong. There's a little bit of room for things like that to come through, but other than that, yeah. We've still very much been playing the same meta that we've been used to so far this year.
Yeah, it hasn't really changed. We probably won't see many major changes until probably, honestly, 13.5. Maybe that's when we'll actually get to see some major things. Although 13.4 has got some stuff in there. I'm curious to see how it work,
Yeah, they did a little bit of cooking in 13.4. Is it enough to change the meta? No. But at least things changed, right? And that's all you can hope for this year.
I will say, yeah, it's all you can hope for.
Hold on. Wait, I did just remember there is that massive Senna buff, so maybe
true, actually, yeah.
There's a lot of hype around that one.
I will tell you now. I have Senna is one of my most hated champions. I dislike Senna. So let me put it this way. I dislike uninteractive lanes. I dislike things that are just like, there's nothing you can really do about this unless you hard engage, and if it doesn't work out, then you're screwed. That's what I don't like. So Senna, Yuumi, those kind of things. And like endless scaling to me is so garbage, and I just hate it so much, especially when you don't have to do anything for it. But that's just my opinion. I really hope we do not see more Senna, but that's just my own personal thing. I suppose it'll shake up the bot lane, because we haven't seen her in bot lane really for a fair bit now, for a couple of months. But yeah, Jamada, I'm not a fan. I'm not a big fan. Give me my Kaisers. I would love to see, maybe some more of the hard engage ADCs coming back into the meta. The shotgun Kaisers and stuff, which we have seen a little bit. But that's, as you say, I think that's more teams getting bored than actually showing off strength or not. But we'll see what everything ends up going for. We are jumping straight onto picks and bans, and already we can move this conversation back to the AD carries as Caitlyn and Draven get banned off by AL.
Yeah, AL do not want to deal with some of that early aggression from Photic and Joe, so we're just going to see those on to Remove the Way. I wonder if they're also going to ban away a third AD carry as well. Things that still commonly getting banned, I was actually going to say call out Elise for the side of AL, but it's actually Ninjas in Pajamas that take that pick away. So I think AL have a bit of a freebie here, unless there's something I'm missing off the top of my head. And NIP definitely considering things like Ashe, Zeri as well, going to be banned away by AL instead. So now NIP have the option of leaving the Ashe or banning something completely random so they can also trade for the Sejuani. These are the two power picks that are up right now that I expect both of these teams are looking to trade amongst each other. And there's the Azir. So I expect AL going to take up the Sejuani or the Ashe, the Varus as well. Still very, very powerful picks that are prioritized here for the side of anyone's legend.
Well, we'll see what they want to go for. Hovering quite a few picks right now. We'll wait until something is locked and loaded before we really try and bring it up here. As again, you've got an opportunity here. The Lucian Nami still very powerful in 13.3. They are going to go with the Varus, so you would imagine right now the NIP are going to have to try and take away the Ashe. I think this is why I find it so much, so interesting in terms of like LCK versus LPL in terms of the draft purely, because it's like obviously in the LCK right now the meme is you give over Zeri Lulu, they get Lucian Nami, you take Wukong, they get Vi. That's just kind of how it is, but. in the LPL, we've kind of come up with this new adaptation and kind of said, okay, well, we're just going to go ahead and ban 3 AD carries. We're going to take this, but if you give away the Ashe, then the Ashe Varus is still super powerful. You can't take the Lucian Nami into this lane because it's just not going to work. So little small adaptations that I love seeing from the LPL that just try and make the draft phase that little bit more difficult to try and navigate for certain teams. And it does feel like we are still putting heavy emphasis on those big kind of, flex carries. Because again, it can be the poke Varus. It can be an on-hit, Immortal Shield Bow Varus as well. So these are the kind of picks that give you flexibility in the draft and let you kind of go for it. And Annie gets locked in here for Pinzi.
Yeah, there you go. So Pinzi locks in the Annie. Now, of course, it's a flex pick still. We had, was it Showmaker or Chovy? I can't recall which mid laner in the LCK ran the Annie. Actually, no, I think it was Chovy that was playing into the Annie. And yeah, it's Annie, right? It's one of the oldest champions in the game. We all know what it does. It's more about what AL are actually going to get done with it and where they're going to place it, whether it's going to be Sword Art and whether it's going to be Ping-Z. We'll have to wait and see. For now, though, Ninja in Pyjamas, they see the other side of what Anyone's Legend have locked in, and they just go, you know what? We're just going to take up the Jax here. I was actually going to suggest they go towards ZDZ champion pool, ban away 2 top laners just for safety, now that you've got that Jax blind, but they've gone towards the Leona, so that's kind of a call out, and they're saying, we don't feel like this Annie is going to be going in the bottom side. We feel like it's going to be going mid.
Yeah, I believe it was Chovy who played it earlier today, I believe. In their series. Yeah, we have a bit of an hour break. I like to watch things, not really else to do. I got to be at my PC. So I think it was taking it into the Gragas, which we have been seeing quite a bit for the LCK, kind of, Annie Gragas kind of coming back into the meta. Shows how old some things are. I will never forget the times of Gragas one-shotting people from a million miles away, but it isn't to be at the moment in terms of the Gragas, but we'll have to wait and see. Jax locked in, as you mentioned, for Invincible. And this has been something that has been definitely a silver lining for NIP. Any of the highlights, any of the big plays that we have seen from NIP honestly have come from Invincible on this Jax. He's very proficient at the champion. He knows how to build it, and he knows how to move forward with it, kind of, making sure that he's able to get the most out of this champion, both in terms of the damage and also just being able to tank up so much for his AD carries.
Yeah, exactly. Dream. I'm dreaming, apparently, of Invincible doing crazy things on this top side map. He's got 10 unique champion picks so far. How many of those have been tanks, Ashin?
Ooh, I'm going to say 5?
1.
Wow,
Just the Sion, a lone Sion game. Other than that, pretty much everything else he's played has been a damage carry, unless you count Renekton as a tank. But, we've seen what Xing Tian's been making of that champion. So, yeah, I'm not going to call that a tank. NIP, they're going to pick up the Rise here. So a lot more side lane pressure as well. Mid lane matchup. Potentially one where you're going to be able to get a fair amount of priority. LeBlanc is going to be taken on the opposite side. So Anyone's Legend kind of just see this sort of can be passive in the early stages, mid-jungle here of NIP, and just kind of slam the assassins. So I'm expecting Xiaohao and Ping-Z to really be active from as early as level 3, looking to try and shut down Dream in the mid lane, and effectively try and move to sides off the back of any plays that can get done ahead of Dream and Jialong Bowers. Anyone's Legend will pick up the Sion, so kind of surprised that NIP didn't go towards 2 top side bans to try and sort of nullify this top side. Sion going to be able to kind of scale up for free, so is the Jax though, so it's going to be about how Anyone's Legend actually shut down the Jax and how Anyone's Legend use the Sion and how tanky he is, because there's not really a tank buster on the side of NIP, so ZDZ is going to get to a point where he is nigh unkillable. As NIP, they're going to go towards that Kalista, so it's a double AD carry bot lane. I'm expecting Kalista will be in the hands of Photic just because of how proficient he is at the champion, but of course, very flexible to both sides.
Absolutely, plenty of options available to you here for NIP, but also I'm just purely off the cup. I love all the blue. It's very aesthetically pleasing coming out from NIP. A lot of blue coming out. A little green there, or teal, I suppose, for Photic on the Kalista.
They're all blue, but they're on red side.
Mind blown. You know,
There you go.
that's why we pay you this is why we pay you the big bucks, Jamada.
That's
This is why we bring you into this kind of a league. We need this hard hitting analysis. We don't see these things, but you do. It is obviously a pretty decent composition coming out from the side of AL in terms of the early game. Like you mentioned, you've the Wukong, the LeBlanc. You are looking to try and blow someone up, even with the Annie as well. Once you hit that level 6, even though she is a support, she will have that flexibility to be able to kind of, or that damage in terms of her flexibility in their build, that she's just able to put out raw numbers. So I am expecting, as you said, for AL to come out and be very, very powerful for the first few minutes. But then as the scaling goes on, that 1-3-1 coming out from Ninjas in Pajamas, the side lane pressure they have with the Jax and the Rise, we've seen it a million times before. That is a problem that, you know, anyone's Legends are going to have to deal with. So both teams coming out with very different compositions, very different styles of how they want to play the game.
Yeah, honestly, Ashin, excellent analysis of both the team comps. I think the big questions for me is how quickly and how hard does anyone Legend try to press this mid-jungle advantage that they can potentially try and find for themselves with very strong skirmishes between the Blanc and Wukong, and how do NIP kind of shield that, and also what are they going to do with this bottom side matchup, right? Annie Varus as a duo can be kind of obnoxious, but when you've got the double AD carries, and especially when one of those AD carries is Kalista, you expect that the skirmishing is going to be super powerful. So I really want to see Xiaolin Bao move down towards the bottom side, NIP as a whole try and facilitate this bottom side of the map, and try and push them ahead so that this Anyone's Legend bottom side becomes a little bit less oppressive, and they can try and move this Kalista around the map once those neutral objectives start to spawn up.
Nip putting themselves on the bot side, making sure they gain priority here, as Sword Art and Betty just back themselves away. You don't really want to be using your first stun of the game here super early for AL. You want to try and keep that holstered in the canister to make sure you don't lose something else off of that. It is going to be the Comet Varus, so it is going to be lethality. So again, they're looking for pure damage in that mid game. They're looking to catch NIP out maybe around these dragons or even something else before they can really make something work for themselves. And for NIP, they're happy with just the way things are going. They're going to get themselves a top side start. Both junglers actually starting on the top side, so they will be following each other throughout the wing. And this is a common strat, actually. I just wanted to kind of quickly hit it. We are seeing a lot of teams with the Ashe kind of say, look, if we get behind you just because of her passive on her auto attacks, you aren't able to do anything. So this is a really, really cool move here from NIP. They're not going to fall for the side of AL, but again, something that we've always seen now for the last while is just this movement to kind of make sure you're getting that advantage if you can.
Yeah, absolutely. Really cool attempt at cheese there from NIP, but also really just as impressive read from the bottom side of Bay and Sword Art. So good job from both sides, just kind of recognizing what the strengths and potential weaknesses are on both ends, as Invincible's just going to eat a full charge Sion Q. Nothing to see there.
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure that was avoidable.
Yeah, just walked up to him. It's like, yeah, I can tank this, no problem.
You know what, bro? You took a bad trade. Take it back. All right, go on. We're equal.
So I don't expect we'll get much action out of that top side, just because we're talking about him. Might as well stay on topic for a brief moment. Like I said, however, I feel like ZDZ will get to a point where he's going to be pretty unkillable. So NIP are going to have to work kind of hard on that front, and this will get a nice trade as we do pan back up towards the top side of the map again. But yeah, I think Ninjas in Pajamas rather going to be quite happy with that top side matchup, where they're going to have a Jax who kind of just gets to scale up and become that side lane monster, become that late game threat, as Xiaolin Bao hunting out for some information on Xiao Hao, but he's not going to find him. You will see the red buff's gone, so that could be enough information potentially to call out, but that sweeping planet doesn't quite catch them.
No, it doesn't, but a flash for flash, and then another one to follow. Zhou has nowhere to go, and this is the issue you have with the Ashe. She is very immobile once you start getting over. Photic is putting a hell of a lot of spears into people, but isn't level 3 just yet. So there we go. Maybe feeling like he could have gone a little bit more aggressive, and still has plenty of power in that early game Kalista. But nice moves there from AL. And again, you don't hit the Scryer's Bloom. It gives you a false sense of security. But now Xiaolin Bao maybe looking for a dive in the spot side. Very difficult with the decoy. Don't really think he's going to be able to make that stick, so he's going to take away the Krugs instead.
Yeah, just going to take away the Krugs, but what unfortunate timing for NIP. Ooh, rolls 20s for AL, though, is all stun. Photic, he's got both summons.
He has both summons, and he's going to have to use one of them. Because you can't cleanse a piercing arrow, but this is the power of the Annie right now. We're seeing why it's coming back so much is because you have just a point-and-click CC at level 1, effectively, because of the way your passive works. So having that onto super immobile, kind of aggressive carries like the Callista and, of course, the Ashe. When I say immobile, I mean no insta-flash or insta-dash away. Means that it's very dangerous to be walking up, aggressively without any kind of real plan of escape.
Yeah, absolutely. Annie, the grandmother of, well, she's quite young, and she's a child, but in terms of the scale of League of Legends.
Yeah, she's one of the OGs. She's one of the original, I think it was like 20 champions or something.
Yeah, and she was one of the original champions that would very commonly in pro play shut down a lot of the mobile champions that did exist back in the day. There weren't too many, to be fair, but that was one of her core strengths. So now where we live in a world where there's, 160 something champions and pretty much 80% of them have dashes baked in. That's great here to shut down a lot of this, as Invincible kind of getting pushed off this wave as much as ZDZ can afford to do. Kind of stays within that 3 CS margin anyway, and both tops will just take that recall. So again, Sword Art, Betty doing a really good job of just pushing off Photic and Duo for now. And I expect to see that continually happen with the Annie.
And all is calm.
I was getting worried as shit.
I know. I always forget. It's like, I won't lie. I'm a big fan of just leaving open air. I like it. I like just kind of letting stuff happen. However, when you're casting from 2 different, countries, over a call, it just kind of sometimes go, wait a minute, is he there? Is he gone? What happens? I don't know what's going on. So I try to give it as much as possible without, obviously giving too much fear to my co-caster. It's hard though.
I know. Especially, of course, there was the storms over in Sydney. So when we had Jake and Kitty casting the other day.
True, actually,
Still in my head a little bit. I was worrying about that. But,
no storms here, just grey skies.
We're just grey skies. Feels UK and Ireland, man, honestly.
Yeah, I was going to say, feels Western Northern Europe, man. But, well, with the priority Nip have got themselves on the bot side, I was actually going to mention there very quickly that, despite the first blood going over to AL, they are actually slightly behind in terms of the AD carry farm, because it is just an Ashe and a Callista. You have plenty more poke versus the Annie and the Varus, funny enough, in the early stages of the game, because you just have a better way to put it is a less committal poke is probably a better way to put it. They're able to make the most out of it. So Dragon goes over to NIP. That's a nice little singular Dragon to get. Plenty of good late game stats should they ever need it. And we might be going towards a Chem Soul, because that next Drake's an Ocean, and we'll have to wait and see, Jamada.
Yeah, the best rift in the game. Not quite the soul. Individual dragons can be pretty powerful. I actually feel like that's the best part about having a Chemtech dragon on the map, is actually just the individual dragons. Once they're stacked, all that shielding and healing power can be pretty noticeable depending on what champions you have in the game. Say for NIP and Anyone's Legend, to be fair, there's not going to be too much healing going on, or shielding for that matter. So hopefully that's not the case. Get something like a Hextech or an Infernal. Let these two really scrap it out, Want to see NIP and AL really throw hands.
I feel like an Infernal would be so powerful either of these compositions. Like it's like when you get someone like a Rise who like on a Jax, it's like, oh, they have ramp up damage, late game monster, but then it's like we're also gonna add in burst for some reason on top of that. It just feels pretty impressive to say the least. Xiaolambao is just kind of dominating on this bot side. Look at the vision you can see on the minimap there. Just pink wards. So much just available to the side of NIP to say, look, we know where we are, we know where we need to go. And now Sword Art, he is in no man's land. He does not want to be here, but Xiaolambao just recognized that he doesn't know exactly where Xiaohao is. Know where he is now, dives himself over the wall, but that's where the little things come in here, little small moments here. This has kind of been a bit of a stickler, in my opinion, for NIP. They haven't had that killer instinct, that, trigger pull to kind of go for something. They seem a little bit hesitant a lot of the time to make sure they're not making a mistake. And at the end of the day, indecision is a decision upon itself, as this is the last time, actually, it's been, 2,392 days. The last time we had an Annie in the LPL was the 7th of the 8th, 2016, as we do see the bit of trading in that bot side. Ooh, Betty. Don't know whether that one, Chief, but yeah.
They don't know.
Been a while since we've seen a nanny in the LPL.
Yeah, it has. It's weird to think that 2,000 plus days ago lands us in 2016. We're getting old, Sheen.
I don't know. Well, you're fine.
Well, I'm yeah.
Oh,
you know, I'm
hang
spring
on.
chicken. Oh yeah.
Oh, never mind. Felt like that was a little bit more there, but there wasn't to be.
Joel's about to hit level 6 in the bush.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, there we go. He has it now, but didn't have it just as we go there. Cleanse used instantly. Kind of expected now. It doesn't have as much impact when you're doing it literally in front of the enemy.
Yeah. I was expecting him to maybe just stay in the brush, no vision, and then just throw it out. But either way, still gets the cleanse out base, so can be able to be picked once that cooldown comes back up. But to sort of go back to what you were saying, agreed. Photic and Joe haven't really been stopped in terms of this 2v2 pressure, right? Even though Xiao Hao, if we're kind of talking about like a criteria that we set at the start of the game, we did say we want to see anyone as a legend try and shut down the bottom side a little bit. They sent a gank its way, but it's not really stopped it from maintaining an over 20 CS lead in the 2v2. So NIP pretty happy about the state of the bottom side of the map. We wanted to see them attack the mid lane in Dream.
Oh, they're looking for him. They're going to get a little bit of a heal, but one more auto attack is good enough. And this is the combination you talked about. You highlighted this Wukong and the LeBlanc coming into this mid lane, how powerful it can be post level 6. They're making it work.
Yeah, and now as well, there's no flash on Dream. It gets so much easier to try and get on top of this Rise and lock him down. All it takes is Pidgey finding the double chains, and the Wukong damage will follow through and very easily deal with the very immobile blue man. So we'll see whether or not anyone's legend can try and take advantage now of the fact that there is no summoner spells on the mid lane, and whether or not NIP are actually going to try and cover it. I think it could be a very, very strong way for anyone's legend to try and get a little bit more tempo back into this game, right? They actually have a little bit more gold. It's not a sizable gold lead by any means, but they've not taken up any neutral objectives, right? They lost the first Herald, they lost the first Dragon. So for anyone's legend, you want to try and see them find some of these more proactive plays now, because they've got the tools to do it.
I do have to do is I do want to have a slight correction to my 2,900 days since the last Annie. It's actually 2,900 and I think it was 83 days since the last Annie support, specifically. Coming into this leg, because I do believe Scout played it earlier this week against BLG in the last series. So
get your Mandarin reading skills up.
I know. I'm sorry. You know what? This honestly, this is like why I shouldn't even attempt to try and go for it. I try to use context clues, but it's just not exactly it. That's why Kitty is OP, man. Having the dual language skills is awesome.
Having a native speaker is very, very helpful. Also, Kitty's just awesome in general, so doubles out and helps a bunch. We are all noobs. We don't speak any form of Chinese at all. I'm sure of us. Well, actually, Hysterics does a little. Right?
I was gonna say Hysterics is a little bit. I know how to ask for one of something or maybe two of something. That's about it. I point at it and probably butcher the language as I say it. I see it engaged on the bot side. Oh, dodges one, flashes in, misses. Cleanse comes out from Photic anyway, just to make sure there's going to be a realm up to make sure that Dream can be a part of this. But a lot has been used there. Both cleanse used by, not both cleanse, just the one cleanse by Photic. Flash burnt by Swordar and his Ignite. He looked to try and make something work. Painz trying to see if he can get some. That's a lot of damage already with just the Luden's Echo, or Luden's Tempest, I should say, finished up. And now with Dragon pretty much free here, AL, they're building a bit of momentum right now, Jamal. And this is kind of tantamount to how we expected this composition to work for them.
Yeah, absolutely. So great sequence of plays here for AL. It looked really, really sketchy from the NIP perspective. Herald's going to have to get dropped in the mid lane now. I think it's about to time out. So NL's Legend are going to have time to respond to this, as well as get the Dragon. So really, really big win. They got summon the spell, flash out of XLB, and Photic's Cleanse could mean he could get picked off quite easily. The question is, are they going to be able to stop the Herald? They've got 3 men here, but the charge still going to go through.
Yep, we'll get the charge. Don't think Dream got any of the gold there.
It all goes to Sejuani though, so I feel like anyone's Legend are alright with that, to be honest. Not going into the back pocket of that Rise. Feels good, man.
Stopping it. It's one of those moments where you're just kind of like, this is the best result we could have looked for, as ZDZ gets himself his own plate on top side. And actually, ZDZ interesting enough, is actually coming out ahead on top of this laning phase right now. Has himself about a 10 or so CS lead. And a plate or so, and has built the Sunfire alongside the Brambles. So he's ready to fight the Jax. The Jax ain't going to do anything. And honestly, this is kind of the adaptation we have been seeing from a lot of the LPL teams, is that when you do go with maybe a double AD carry bot lane or such, you can just pick a tank up topside, and he will just tank forever. That is not an exaggeration of just how much he can just deal with something like an Ashe, a Kalista, and a Jax trying to take him down. I have to say, Pinzi seeing if he can maybe go for a trade here, but XLB is waiting off in the wings and finally reveals himself. But again, even with the distortion being used, you have the second distortion, then you have flash. It's nigh impossible to really make this one stick. And you can even see that Pinzi recognizes that and says, look, I'm gonna make this one hard for you. You're not gonna get a lot out of me here.
Yeah, don't forget the passive smile. I have an old hatred for the Bonk. Not to, you know, make everything about me. Me.
Hey, I talked about Senna earlier.
You talked about Senna.
You can have your. Senna wasn't even in the game.
Yeah,
she wasn't even here. Like
true. Yeah, that's how much Senna bugged you. But chains corruption. A lot of damage could come through.
That's a lot of damage going to be used there. Heal does come out from Zhou as they look to try and burn him out. They have to use the Kalista ultimate to save the support of NIP, but now XLB is underneath the tower and not really a lot of places to go. He's being corralled. He's being pushed into a corner and shot down. Super easy kill to pick up there for AL, and bit by bit, little by little, they are burning into this mid game, knowing they are just stronger.
Oh boy, that's such a feels bad moment, man. Photic gets out of there early doors, pulls his support with him. All of a sudden, poor jungler left alone underneath the tower against 4 people. Anyone's Legend, they get the first tower, they get the bonus kill as well from Zhao and Bao. I guess boars on the menu, a little bit of bacon, as I'm getting a replay of it. That's just sad, isn't it? As yeah, Photic just barely clipped by the Chains of Corruption, eats a whole bunch of damage from the Empowered Arrow, and he just has to step back. Sees that Zhou's in a bit of trouble there from Pinzi, pulls him out, and XLB just doesn't get the memo, I suppose. And
yeah,
unfortunately,
breakdown of
communication. Just retreats to the tower. Doesn't back up or try to back up, right? You've got Pimsy and Xiao Hao right there. They both have all of their tools, so maybe just thinking, I'm safer underneath the tower. However, Betty and Sword were waiting on the other side with open arms.
I will say the heal was used by Zhou, and on the second replay there that we got of it, didn't actually heal Photic anyway, shape or form, so a little bit unfortunate, but we have a pause as we come back out of this one here. It's just a quick kind of check on where the game is right now. We're 16 and a half minutes in the game. Second Herald's going to be taken there by AL and a Dragon apiece. It is a Cloud Soul, which I know you're a big campaigner for. But 3,000 gold lead as of right now, I believe, is the thing for AL. So not only are they gaining advantages in terms of the kills they're getting, I think they're 20 CS up in mid, 10 or so, probably a little bit more in top lane. This is where the little small things start to come in, and this is the AL that we know from 2022 summer. This is the AL we saw kind of doing well, kind of working great as a team, as a unit to make those advantages, you know, kind of stick and give them some decent push forward.
Yeah, and you know, they've given themselves very straightforward early skirmishing tools to do it, right? The Annie just existing as a champion, things like Chains of Corruption, Wukong, plus LeBlanc. This is very, you know, bread and butter early game execution, right? Now, of course, with that bar of execution, what has to then be met is finding, you know, mid-game advantages to actually then go on to close out. So there is still that expectation on anyone's Legend that they will have to close out this game with the lead that they currently have. And NIP, with things like the Jax, the Rise, you know, the scaling, it has to be said, kind of feels like it's on their side. That 1-3 run potentially, or the threat of a side lane presence from Invincible and Dream is a very, very real threat. So for anyone's Legend, answering that is going to be paramount to finding a little more success after we sort of brush past maybe the 25-minute mark or so in this game.
And there's a question for you, because obviously Dragon up in just under a minute. Do you contest this as NIP? I feel like you're as you just mentioned, you're happy trying to just scale up, get these items going for your teams. But you know, do you expect to see them look for something, or just to keep going the way they are?
I feel like anyone's Legend are gonna answer that for you. Maybe change stun.
They're going to look for it. You can flash, but everybody is here. Actually, good arrow to stop.
He might have another Q. There
I was going to say, there we go. One more auto attack. And Pinzy does pick him up. Took a lot, in fairness. That was 2 flashes and a hell of a lot of ultimates, but it ends up doing exactly what they wanted to do, which is picking off that side lane.
Yeah, you know, he could have even maybe autoed backwards there. Flash. Forced out. Shaolin Bao to get the Divine Thunder healing. And now, Anyone's Legend just turning this into a snowball play. They find the bottom side pick. They kill Invincible off. They've got the Herald. They take the mid lane tier 1. And now they're going to be able to get that Cloud Dragon as well. Really, really, really strong set of plays back to back there. And ZDZ even gets a massive chunk out of that tier 2 on the bottom side for himself. So, all aces for Anyone's Legend. NIP feel like they were never going to contest this dragon anyway, but Anyone's Legend just kind of throw a jab and a straight up hook off the back of it to ensure that NIP absolutely do not look for anything off the back of these plays.
Let's have a look at the replay here again, because it took so long for them to take down an Invincible. This is the scaling that you were talking about, but it's not quite there yet. He doesn't have those bruiser items to really make this work.
No, he doesn't just yet, right? It's just the Divine Thunderer. I was wondering, I see he cancelled his auto attack. I feel like he would have died anyway, but maybe hard cope. The Divine Thunder healing could have gotten him across the finish line after a near Mission Impossible escape.
And we come back. NIP looking to contest around this bot side jungle while Pinzy's up on that top lane. Does have TP, in fairness. We haven't seen any, to be perfectly honest, TP plays coming out from either side. No one really looking to flank as of right now. We'll have to keep an eye on that for Invincible and Dream later on in the game. But for the moment, happy to kind of come for wherever they need. A 4,000 gold lead, 4 kills to the good. And this is where the mid game starts to get a little bit hairy for NIP. You will have the late game, side laning, but that late game is coming in 4 or 5 levels time. You're not quite there yet, and being level 12, 13 versus the Sion and LeBlanc, you're just not going to have the resources available to you to try and stick at that and make that advantage known to yourself. So curious to see what they're able to kind of do as Invincible is probably caught out here and probably just dies, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, they have so much single target CC with the Cyclone as well. And I mean, that kind of just sums up NIP this entire game for me. This is just them nonchalantly walking around the map, not really expecting anyone to be there, and then not having a counterplay to make a punish. Yeah,
it's been a little bit lackadaisical from the side of NIP this game. And, I feel like we wanted to see AL get really aggressive like this, find these plays, and they've been doing it all game, and they're looking now.
Yeah, see there, Sword Art almost goes down, but doesn't quite drop just yet. XLB so close as well. That was a 4v5, but it was underneath the tower. You can see that NIP really trying to make sure they don't have to use any more summoners than they have to. They didn't actually use any in that last skirmish whatsoever, but Sword Art did lose his flash. And everyone kind of backs themselves away. And this is where AL are recognizing, look, we have to try and make things work. The longer we leave this, the more opportunity we give them to kind of get back into this game.
Yeah, and, Anyone's Legend finding that potential positive skirmish without some of their biggest tools available for the team fights, right? Chains of Corruption, Cyclone were both used in their pick-off of Invincible. Imagine if they had them there in that mid lane. That would have been NIP losing a couple members. Hell, I think AL could have even maybe turned towards the Baron if they really, really felt like it after killing off the Sejuani. But yeah, I mean, Sheen just feels like NIP are sat on their hands. Kind of just, on a picnic day, looking at the clouds. Is a cloud rift. It's on theme. And they're not really thinking, head empty. And AL are kind of just taking advantage of the situation.
Not a thought behind those eyes.
Right? It kind of feels like NIP don't necessarily they don't feel like they have a condition right now, and they're just kind of hoping that their champions will get to a point where they'll scale for the side of Dream and Invincible, and then they'll fight. But problem is, we're almost 25 minutes in, no second item completed just yet. It's on the horizon for both the solo laners, but certainly not there yet. And Anyone's Legend have just continually moved around the map in quick succession and found picks, taken towers. And the map is really, really open for them to continue to do that, right? The more open this map gets with picks like LeBlanc and Wukong, the easier it gets to find picks. And now Zhang Bao in his own jungle,
yeah, just can't.
Which isn't really his own jungle, gets forced off his own camps, and it's just going to continue to happen. the space is closing in here for NIP.
I mean, it's frustrating to watch right now because you're trying to make this one work for yourself. You're trying to say, like, you know, oh, we get the 1-3-1, doesn't want to use the cleanse. Betty maybe baiting in XLB a little bit there, but very late cleanse. He thought maybe he would have been caught out just a little bit more there, but it does feel just very frustrating watching this as an NIP fan because it's not even as if they're doing, you know, they're making stupid plays or they're going off and getting, you know, kind of like, you know, they go for it all in and it doesn't really work out for them. They're just doing
It's
nothing.
arguably worse. It's arguably worse. Oh, Pinji. Not stop distortion. My name's LeBlanc. I don't get picked. That's how that works. Yeah, they're just not really up to much. So it looks like they're ready to fight. Everyone's at 2 items, so this is a pretty critical moment because even though they're down several thousand gold, take a look at the inventories, they're actually at item like completion parity. So this is one of the few times where NIP are going to be able to fight Anyone's Legend on even terms, and they're in the river first in front of the dragon first.
Yeah,
but AL have the engage tools.
They have a Callista, so they can burst this one out. They can secure it, and they will. They get the Ren stacks down, and they get that particular skill for themselves. Now the fight can really happen. As you can see, Pinzi needs to run away, as he's not really in a position to fight this one anymore. Good fights coming out here for NIP as they finally get themselves in a position to look for something. There's the Realm Warp, going to deliver Dream and XLB right on top of it, and Xiaohao gets himself the kill. Dream almost goes down, finally finished off as ZDZ flashes himself away. Still very tanky.
So tanky.
And now he doesn't have to worry about any kind of magic damage. He is just looking at attack right now. Invincible goes in, flashes in, gets himself the counter strike, and they can make this one work for themselves. You can see not having the mana. Oh, ZDZ so close to going down, but you can see just how damn tanky this man really is. They're looking for one more arrow, but it shall not shoot to the hearts of NIP. Everyone's still kind of very, very low. It ends up being a 2 for 2, but the dragon goes over to NIP.
Oh my god, so many things going on both ends there. Teleport's coming in. It's gonna stop Joe's base, but will they find the Sejuani?
They will not find the Sejuani, but they definitely will find the Ashe. So this is going to be a kill confirmed here by ZDZ as they make it a 3 for 2. Not quite able to get the Sejuani on the back side of it, but AL making the most of a bad situation.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, Dragon secured here by NIP, which is massive. It stops the soul point from being secured. As, yeah, Invincible forced off to the side, but look how much damage is returned to the backline of AL during the majority of that fight. I think a lot of it came through a massive overload splash from Dream. Xiaohao gets flashed onto after that Realm Warp, but look how tanky ZDZ is, man. He just can't be killed, and this is why I was kind of calling maybe for NIP after they locked in the Jax. Just go for 2 protection bans, something like that Scion. Removing it off the table is great, but Jax here, Invincible, massive Counter-Strike flash forward, but ZDZ, again, in front of 4 members, isn't dying. Now, XLB, he doesn't have that same luxury that ZDZ has. He's not quite as tanky, and he will be taken down on the side lane.
He is not. So
that's right.
That's a big pick, though, because without a jungler, they may look to try and just kind of force down this Baron. They can see the pings coming out right now. NIP will have priority in that mid lane. They are up to level 15 on their solo laners, but this could just be a force. Oh. Photic, you can't walk up to that anymore. You need to be so careful. ZDT playing bodyguard, but then you don't really have someone to tank this Baron right now. Zhuo getting poked out as well. Both the bot laners down to about half HP, 6,000 HP onto the Baron as Dream tries to keep away from the LeBlanc. He is fairly tanky at this point in the game. The Baron taken very low, and NIP are not going to contest. They recognize they just can't do it.
No one can get through ZDZ on the bottom side, and Pinji just doing a really great job of kind of just playing disruption right behind the red buff, and NIP just don't have the time to actually even contest, get near the pit itself. Even though Anyone's Legends Baron takedown is quite slow, still managed to pick that one up. Very happy. And they can return to the map. And that Baron buff, and it's just the base insights. They've knocked down all 6 towers outside of the base. So Anyone's Legend going to happily siege up here. They've got the Poke Varus. And Betty is on 3 items, even as a Serpent's Fang, just to be on Spike right now.
Here we go. They're looking for another fight here as they jump straight in, get the double knock up. XLB, you can't take those fights for too long. You have a little bit of armor, a little bit of magic resistance, but you're not really the tank you need to be right now. Without having that front line, they're just going to rock up to the front door. There's nothing you can do here. You need Invincible to be able to threaten this backside.
Yeah, but the problem is, He just can't. He's on the side lane right now. He's just cleared out a bunch of waves. He has to reset. He has teleport. Maybe he looks for a flank angle to break up this sequence of plays, but with Anyone's Legend just retreating, looks like they're just going to rotate to a side where they feel like they can just grab another inhibitor because they got that mid one on effectively one wave. NIP not able to defend that one at all. The wave clear pretty limited, very short ranged. Anyone's Legend on this bottom side wave now, and NIP, they've got to find an answer, otherwise they're just going to end up losing this inhibitor as fast as they lost the first one.
Gonna have to go for something. XLB has healed up, got himself back onto the map. As you can see, ZDZ just moving forward. Nice preemptive move there by XLB to make sure that the Pinzi did not gain favor, as ZDZ doesn't care. ZDZ is literally just walking forward to get that tank, goes in with the ultimate to get himself a little bit more tankiness, and they're just running through them. They're just punching them straight in the face right now, and NIP have nothing to say about it. They just kind of said, all right, we lose ourselves a tooth because that's just how this one is. Ash Arrow goes completely wide, and AL might just end the game here.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to look for it, right? Baron's still up. ZDZ is full health now that he's teleported back in. Flash blown. Vipenz just looking for a pick. Get the second inhibitor. There's another wave in the mid lane. That's a flash forward.
It is! And Invincible just can't hold on any longer. Zhuo gets spit back out and eaten right back up. AL in total control of this game from minute number one. It felt like they had an opportunity, they had a team, and they executed on it so perfectly.
Really, really well played here by AL. I mean, it has to be said, ZDZ gives over his life to ruin his KD at the end of the game. That it felt like NIP were asleep at the wheel, and simply AL just said, "Oh, okay, sure, we'll take everything that we can." And it's a really awkward game to even analyze because Anyone's Legend were effectively just picking up free breadcrumbs with no pushback at all.
Yeah. I mean, it really was. Oh, hello. There you are.
Hi. I sit down when I cast.
You know what? That's totally fair. Yeah, it just, again, it was so frustrating to watch for NIP. Great for AL, but they were never contested. There was like one or two moments where NIP actually went for a fight. The Dragon Pit is obviously the big one I'm thinking about, where it was relatively even coming into it. But then again, they just fell into really poor habits and just kind of said, cool, Invincible's the only one who can threaten the Varus on the backside. We're not going to have him in the fight. You lose an inhibitor, you lose another inhibitor. They just run forward at you because they're kind of going, cool, we're so tanky now with this Scion, we don't care. It just felt like right there, NIP, and it's been a theme throughout this split for them, is that they're not making these hard-cut decisions. They're not making decisions in themselves. And as you mentioned, that can sometimes be worse because you're just not doing anything then.
Yeah, you know, it's one of the things as well that you push as a coach, right? When you're sort of getting a team to try and be on the same page, one of the first things that you do is try and erase that sort of, it's contextual, right? But we'll say lack of trust for the context of this conversation. And you just say, as long as everyone follows the call, it's better that everyone makes a call and follows it, as opposed to people doing loads of different random things, because then you all look silly. And it feels like NIP just never made that first step at all to even make a call in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, you know, indecision is a decision in itself because you're not doing anything, therefore you're not doing anything. You have decided that is the course of action you want to go for. But yeah, this was just not what you would be expecting to see from a team that came from such high highs in 2022 and really does feel like a pretty sharp fall from grace for this team. There were slight moments where Invincible was able to get on the backside, but outside of that, like, you can see the damage there. The bot lane for Photic and Zhuo, it just never pulled the trigger. It never felt like you used the advantages of this very, you know, hard engaged composition. Like, think about it. You have a Kalista and an Ashe, level 6, and you could see the observers were expecting it. They were zooming in on that bot lane going like, here it comes. This is where they're going to explode. And they just didn't. Or if they did, it was very discoordinated. It was very, you know, not connected to each other. And it felt like it was just more like solo queue players going for something, waiting for their teammates to react.
Yeah, you know, we highlighted what we wanted to see from an IP, specifically from the early game, and sort of that, you know, level 6 through 9, 10 mark, which is usually sort of the first 15 minutes of the game. And it felt like Photic and Zhuo, even though they were getting their own individual 2v2 lead, because let's not call it what it wasn't. It was a 2v2 lead in the bottom side, right? But Insordat were struggling to keep up in resources. NIP never made the first punch down there. It was always Xiao Hao who was first to the play, and Xiaolin Bao didn't really get any easy access either to find picks onto Bei, onto Sword Art. And it's, again, going back to that sort of same theme of frustration for NIP. They were never really looking to leverage some of the early advantages they could have yielded, and it felt like they were relying and waiting too heavily on the solo lanes to get to a point where they were ready to fight. And Anyone's Legend just took full advantage of that and snowballed from start to finish excellently and clinically.
Yeah, very, very well played. But we'll see if NIP can change anything in game number 2. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we'll have picks and bans.
我们将对一位其他赛区的选手进行描述，然后你可以猜猜他是谁。
其他赛区所有赛区都有是吧？
是 LEC 或者 LCS 的选手。
所有特征都是一个选手。
然后我们会一条一条的说这个描述。
OK。
他是一位来自瑞典的 AD 选手。
继续说吧。
LEC 的吗？
瑞典是哪个赛区啊？
不知道。瑞典不太知道。
在成为电竞选手前，他的梦想是成为一名足球运动员。
有这种人哦？
我猜错没问题。
足球运动员。
他的队伍曾在世界赛小组赛0-4的情况下最终出现。
继续。
0-4 Cloud9 的吗 ？TS 哦，那个 Double Lift 是吧
？FBI 吗？
他的外号和国内一位 AD 选手有关。
Sneaky， 跟 AD 有关？不知道。
跟谁？跟 U 台有关吗？
不是 U 台，是另外一位比 U 台
还要老的一位选手，微笑，欧晨。
Reckless。
跟不是我说他外号跟我们有关的那个，是不是退役很久的 AD？ 那个什么欧晨？
哎 ，Reckless 吗？刚才有0-4过吗？好像有。C9好像是只有0-3，然后出现了。我想起来了，
是那个 Reckless。
欧晨。
Reckless。
Fnatic 的 AD 是吗？他是欧晨吗？哦。
他是一位来自北美的选手，他曾8次进入世界赛，打过1次 MSI 决赛。
Impact。
1-2-3。G2 的杨狗什么？或者 Cavs？我。不是啦，不是。
TSN Caps。
杨狗什么？
北美。1-2-3。
北美的 MSI 的决赛，不知道。
他曾7次止步世界赛小组赛。
C9 的 AD Sneaky 吗？
说实话，我是18年才关注世界赛那些的。
1-2-3。是鹰派克吗？
他的经典言论，在座的各位都是垃圾。
在座的贵是垃圾这么狂吗？是谁啊？
还有第三。
我不知道。
8次进入世界赛，大师兄。
Double Lift。
Double Lift。
我已经知道了 ，Double Lift 吗？是 Double Lift 吗？
是那个喜欢说垃圾话的吗？我知道他长得什么样，大师兄。
那个 Double Lift。
Double Lift。哦，大师兄啊。
Double Lift。
哦，大师兄。
他是一位来自 LEC 赛区的辅助选手。
好，继续。Mickey 或者 JJ。
那个咋拼 M 什么 Mickey 什么的。
所以欧洲辅助我不是知道很多，我只知道 Mickey 嘛，那个叫 Mickey， 还有 Helifan， 我只知道这2个辅助选手。
辅助选手，不知道。
下一条，这个有点难。cos
他的绝活英雄是泰克。
还是不错，就这样。
他的生涯死亡数位居赛区第1。
辅助选手。
长帅。
没了。
没了。
那这一定大家都知道，对啊，就那个嘛 ，Hilson，
还有吗？提示还有？
没有了，但他曾可以给到你，他之前在弗兰奇克待过。
我大概知道是谁，那是Hilly桑吗？哦
，LEC 的辅助选手，我想一下，那个就是木马派克那个，对，海利桑，
海勒颂，哦不对，海勒颂，
海勒颂嘛。
哦，我知道了，海勒颂。
那个海勒颂。
我前段时间还看到，就是 Helifan 好像在欧洲的助攻榜是第1，所以我想
应该死亡数也是他。
比如我派个海里烧吗？
海里烧啊，
海里上，海里上，
伊利上，我还跟他交换过队服呢。
他来自克罗地亚。
下一条。
还有吗？
克罗地亚。下一条。
形容他的关键词是亚索1v1。
Caps。
不知道，我盲猜。那个 Wonder 1v1，我记得是他说的，我有记得跟德萨1v1什么什么的。
他曾在 LEC 和 LCS 都获得过联赛冠军。
LCS 是哪里？G2 的那个有印象，但是忘了名字。AD 吗？
他曾在 AD 和中单位置都打过世界赛。
有很多答案吗？有别的提示吗？
我知道那个人，但我忘记他叫什么了。我记得他跟 UZ 打过。
P 开头那个
AD 和中单的打世界赛，你继续。
他的招牌英雄是妖姬和霞。
他跟 Cap 是一个队伍。
我知道，这个我知道。Perks 我应该比较了解，是克罗地亚的。
那就是 Perks 呗。
Perks。
亚索1v1 Perks。
Perks。
啊，他是克罗地亚的 Perks。
应该是 RP 了。
对，他的全称是
什么 Perks？
Perks 这太简单了呀。
我想一下他的 ID 叫什么？我知道他的 Perks 的。
哦，那个世界赛那个 Perks， 那个真的是最搞笑的，而且感觉他演挺好的，也很强。对，
克罗地亚应该只有一个选手吧？他跟我同一年来了，又回去了。那个 Perks。
答案是 Perks。
啊？不是 Wonder 吗？啊。
Welcome back, one and all. We are looking at the fantastic Ferris wheel in Shenzhen. London did it first, and everyone shall follow afterwards. You must have a giant Ferris wheel in order to have a city, allegedly, in this day and age. We are coming into game number 2 between Anyone's Legend and NIP. And Jamada, I mean, ZDZ was in all facets of the game just perfect to what he needed to do, and that's why he deserved the MVP.
Absolutely, he did. He was just immovable that entire game. No one could kill him, except for when he decided to kill himself on the fountain at the end of the game. That's the only reason why he has a death. So, yeah, really, really great performance. And I feel like he was just set up for success, right? Even from the perspective of the draft, too. You know, they locked in that Jax at R3, and they didn't send out 2 bans for picks that would potentially either, you know, kind of scale up for free or, you know, disrupt the entire flow of the game. And I feel like NIP are punished for it, and ZDZ just capped it off with a really, really strong performance. This clip is maybe not the best to show. He did flash into that. I guess he blocked it for someone, question mark. But yeah, he really was just on the ball, right? Wasn't able to be stopped. There was that team fight, I think, just before this clip here where he was absolutely unkillable.
Yes.
No, it was, there you go.
Yeah,
There's
there it is.
there's the
That's
B-roll.
the clip.
It was insane how tanky he was. And yeah, only death quite literally came because he decided to walk onto the fountain. So yeah, ZDZ was a bit immortal that game. And I'm very curious as to whether or not anyone's Legend are going to consider the early Scion button press again to lock that one in.
I mean, yeah, like, it does feel like AL had a very distinct idea of how they wanted to play the game. They said, look, we'll get to the mid game. We'll know we'll be stronger. Like you mentioned it perfectly. It's like, past the 25 minutes, that's when we started to see NIP have a little bit more say in these team fights, have a little bit more say in the map. But I mean, you gotta try and put up some kind of a fight here, ninjas. You gotta try and go for something right now because you're just not. That game was just you waiting for AL to make all the plays. Like, I don't think, I'll have to triple check. I think they took like 1 tower, maybe 2 at the end of it all. So like, you're not making this side lane, and even if you did want to make that side lane work, that's fine. But you gotta make sure that it works in the style of your comp. It works in the style of what you want to make happen. So now AL are still going to be keeping themselves on the blue side, excuse me, and NiP are not going to get first priority on that AD carry, and we can see without Photic on one of these big hyper carries that we've seen so often from him, it's just not really working out.
Yeah, absolutely not, and we'll see whether or not the draft changes or not. AL could just ban away the Zeri again, and then NIP can do their final ban like they did in the last game, and it feels like we're just going to get that same handshake. Interesting though is that NIP have subbed Dream out. It has been Pout playing at the very least, he's been playing for the last couple of weeks here for NIP. The TT series, they did bring Dream back in, and they lost that one 2-0, and it seems like the NIP staff and behind the scenes just feel like Pout might just be a little bit better suited here for this matchup, as there goes the Ashe. So that one's taken away from themselves, and now anyone's Legend have the opportunity to go towards all of the same options, basically, that they had, minus the Ashe the last game.
Minus the Ashe, but the Zeri shall also be taken away. I still think you go for the Varus here, to be perfectly honest. I think that it's just the strongest pick right now. We might see a Jhin Heimerdinger pick into that, but no, they're going to go for the Lucian and say, all right, cool, you go for the Varus. We still think we have a stronger bot lane.
Wow, Nami, Lucian, are we going to get Wukong next? What you betting on? Sheen, okay.
This is an LCK. Zeri's banned.
Yeah, true. Zeri is banned. Lee Sin.
Yes.
Okay, first rotation. That's pretty interesting. I wonder if we're then just going to get something super crazy, like just an early mid pick, maybe on 3, and 2 safety bans off the back of that. They're going Lulu. So, you called out that, Photic, no hyper carry, right? So Lulu kind of sets up for that. And AL, I would actually like a very preemptive Jarvan pick here, because chances are Photic's going to be on something very, very immobile, and you're going to have Nami Lucian anyway. So having a Cataclysm lockdown with the tidal wave feels super oppressive in my mind. It's just the hover, but I would quite be okay with that for the side of anyone's Legend, and it still bleeds in to that same level of proactivity that they had from the last game of the Wukong. It seems like they're just going to go towards the Wukong because it's the meta, but you could also see the Jarvan come through as well. It kind of depends on how they're feeling. Maybe Xiaohao's just hovering it because he feels like it would be cool to lock in, but yeah, Wukong is Wukong, and I'm wondering what Photic's going to pick up now for the hyper carry role, because it definitely seems that way when you go that early, Lulu.
Absolutely, and I feel like going with the Wukong is smart here. It gives you that kind of guaranteed engage. I was going to say the Aphelios or the Sivir are 2 things that come immediately to my mind when I think of those kind of big hyper carries or such like that. You have got plenty of options there, and you kind of think about where you want to try and bring this, kind of rest of this composition. But for NIP, they need Photic on something that can pop off, and they need him to be, as I was going to say, like proactive in that. The Aphelios gives you that kind of same late game scaling alongside, if you go the Gale Force build, that little bit of proactivity so you can outplay. So I do like this.
Yeah, so do I. It's going to give NIP a huge amount of damage once NIP get past that second item mark as well. So we'll see how this bottom side matchup goes, right? I feel like a lot of the time, like we've been seeing for a little while now, so the Lulu plus hyper carry lanes typically tend to kind of just stave off a lot of the pressure from the Nami Lucian. It's more about the jungle intervention and what actually goes on that front of things. So onus is definitely on AL to try and shut down this bottom side matchup, which is now a lot more heavily geared towards the late game in comparison to the last game where it was definitely a lot more lane phased focused. As NIP now removing away the LeBlanc, away from Pinzi, felt like that gave them too many issues, right? Between the mobility of the Wukong, the mobility of the LeBlanc, it was just a little bit too much to deal with. And Anyone's Legend as well, remove away Invincible's Jax, because it was one of the few things that NIP really had going for them in that game. So we'll see whether or not we'll still keep Invincible on a carry. As the timer ticking for a second ban, I think you can maybe look towards another assassin, and that says to me that NIP are eyeing up this Azir here for power. I think it's his most played off the top of my head, or at the very least it might be his second. I think Silas might be first here for this mid lane of NIP.
Wouldn't mind seeing the Azir ban come out here, but we'll have to wait and see. As final ban to be coming out here from is actually going to be the Gwen. So a lot of mid lane focus for NIP, a lot of top lane focus here for AL, making sure they can get something here for ZDZ, who again was the MVP in game number 1. We'll see what they want to try and go for here. I wouldn't be surprised. I think you can go the Azir here. I would like to see Invincible get that kind of counter pick right now, because going in blind into that matchup just feels not that great. But if they go with the Renekton here, it does cover a little bit of the bases. It gives you plenty of early game kind of setup, but it really, really does feel like right now that's going to lean into how AL want to try and play this top side. They could technically go Ryze Jace right now, and that would give them a huge amount of power.
Yeah, that's a really good call out. I think Ryze Jace could be good. ZDZ hasn't had much a tendency to go towards the Jace this split. I feel like maybe something like the Gnar could fit more of what AL want to do as well. Even if he feels like going maybe something like Fiora here, if he feels like he can just get through the laning phase against this Renekton here, Invincible. I think either really both are strong options, or if they need a little bit more frontline, could look towards someone like the Ornn, the K'Sante, all really good options. Oh yeah, the Sion's still up. All right, well I guess
Silly
there's
us.
that, isn't
Silly
there? Silly
us.
us. How could we forget? NIP didn't ban that one away because they went towards 2 mid lane bans. They locked in their top side on R4. Now the reason why I don't mind this is if they look for something proactive, right? You've got Lee Sin. You can really look to try and get a 2v2 going. Syndra fits a really strong niche here because you're going to get a fair amount of strong lane setup. It's going to scale fairly well into the game as well. It kind of gives NIP everything they need with that strong skirmishing as well at level 6. So I like this lock-in here for power, and I really want to see NIP force the issue in the 2v2 because they are outright stronger. They have 2 point-and-click buttons, which quite literally deal like 700 damage combined. So you can pretty much remove someone from a fight if you press both of those sets of abilities on one champion. NIP have the agency there to make things happen. We had a spill there on the camera on the drink. That was pretty funny. So NIP, strong agency in both the solo lanes. On the bottom side, a hyperscaler for Photic, which is key for them. And on the opposite side for Anyone's Legend, a little more scaling out of the solo lanes. It's kind of a bit of an inverse, right? Scaling in the solo lanes now for Anyone's Legend, but agency in the bottom side, and on the opposite end, scaling for NIP, and a lot more agency in the solo lanes. So we'll see how these two teams get done as we move towards game number 2.
And Pau on his most played champion in his professional career, at least at the top level of either academy or major leagues, and has himself plenty to kind of work with here. This feels like, though, and again, this is something that we kind of come back to, and it's going to be an interesting topic to see as this game unfolds. NIP have to be proactive. You have picked a Lee Sin. You have picked something that is looking to hit level 3 as soon as possible and look into lanes. It doesn't matter which lane it is. You have plenty of setup in top, mid, even a little bit, to be perfectly honest, if you have the Gravitum on that bot side. So there are plenty of opportunities here for NIP to make something work. XLB has to be proactive. He has to be pushing for plenty more than he did in game number 1. For AL, they're going to be looking to try and just, as you say, like kind of take a a page out of NIP's book in the first game. They're looking for a little bit of scaling. They're looking to try and get this Ryze and Sion to a point of which they cannot be contested. So a little bit of a switcheroo in terms of the power points here for both these teams, but plenty of different ways to look at it. Definitely different ways of making this one work. And I love that Pinzi as well, recognizing the Syndra is probably never going to be able to kill him in the lane, so he goes straight away for that mana crystal, just making sure that he can get the stacking of any kind of the Rod of Ages and of course the tier as soon as possible.
Yeah, gets him towards that catalyst super early. Tier, of course, no longer builds out a mana crystal, which is because that tier used to cost 720, wasn't it? I think that was the total cost.
Yeah, it used to build from the mana crystal.
Yeah, but
now it's a starting item.
Exactly. The young'uns wouldn't get it, would they? Oh, anyone's legend. Are they looking for a lane invade? It looks like they are.
Well, Xiaohao's committing to this one here.
They
He's going to be able to. They have spotted him out. There is a ward on the Raptors as well, but a ward on the red to kind of respond to this. Invincible just covering the exit in case it was a bit of an overcommit, but neither jungler starting off, so neither jungler gaining, but also neither losing. So we'll see how the early game goes. Invincible. I mean, this is smart. He's just saying, look, I'm a big old croc. And then ZD goes, wait a minute. I don't care.
Yeah.
And he just kind of backs himself forward. He needs to get that XP.
Yeah, you know what? Giga Chat ZDZ, man, just says, you know, I might lose half my health bar, but no one's going to interact with this lane anyway, and I want the XP. He's feeling good off the back of that MVP performance from game number 1, isn't he? So quite happy to deal with that. As I wonder what that bottom.
I think it was saying that
is.
Betty's the only person who's played Ophelio so far this split. I believe. I will triple check that though for you because it was top esports versus AL.
If the very limited amount of symbols I can read is correct, I think that's right. So, yeah, Betty is the only one that's dealt with this one before.
He has, yeah. Last time it was played was I think it was January 16th, which wasn't that long ago. I don't know why we're making note of it. It was literally played this split. Normally they reserve those kind of stats for like, you know, last split or something like that. As good flash there from Pinz. Had to be done.
Yeah, just knows if he gets caught up in that stun, Xiaolanbao can very easily get on top of him. No use giving that one up. Oh, ZDZ. Hate to see it. Not really your fault. You got a little bit played there by your own creeps. Missing out on the cannon. Always it feels bad, man. But yeah, positive start for NIP. And again, we wanted to see more early proactivity. We'll phrase it like that. More fisticuffs. And picking up
any
that
proactivity, right?
Yeah, honestly, any proactivity is a step in the right direction after game number 1. And picking up the Rise Flash, super important because now it means it shouldn't be up for level 6 of Pout. And that means that lockdown should be pretty simple, right? One scout of the week into a full combo and follow up from that Lee Sin should mean that's a dead mid laner, and you try and make a play off the back of that, right? For a Dragon, for a Herald maybe, or setup towards a Herald, either or. NIP definitely have the advantage there now, and we want to see them use it.
Want to see them use it, but definitely won't be holding my breath, to be perfectly honest, from that first game, if there's anything to go by. I do like that Xiaolanbao did look to be a bit more aggressive on that bottom side. Of course, you know, was waiting a little bit behind in terms of the farm right now, but he should be able to pick this one up no problem whatsoever and kind of keep himself relevant. Speaking of keeping himself relevant, Invincible does have enough rage for 2 stacks and has hit level 5. This is dangerous to go for here for Xiaohao. I really don't believe this is something you can make work because the Renekton is hard enough to dive as it is, and yeah, he's going to complete that recall, get himself back on the map with some double longswords, and Bing Z, he wants to try and reset this farm so bad, but it's so difficult. He doesn't know exactly where the Lee Sin is and needs to be so wary of that.
Yep, absolutely does. I think on that top side play, yeah, it just goes sideways, doesn't it? ZDZ can't really offer too much. And not only that, you'd also have the minion wave, which was pretty large, stacking up. A lot of extra damage would have come through. So definitely a nice little bit of discipline just to back away, right? Don't overforce it just because you kind of feel like it. You're the one with the scaling solo laners. You don't need to make a play on this side of the map, realistically. It's more about down here, where so far, Photic and Zhuo have kind of just gone uncontested, unpunished so far. And I want to see NIP try and start to cover this as well, because surely it's going to be on anyone's Legends radar to try and interrupt this bottom side now. Try and get Bay and Sword Art ahead. So hopefully NIP try and cover that play as well. Invincible ticks level 6, not going to go for an all-in. It's Sion, he just wants to farm. More interested in what Invincible build is going to be honest with you. Has a pickaxe.
Gore Drinker?
Gore Drinker, yeah, Gore Drinker is obviously a possibility. I think it's probably just going to be the kind of Resident Sleeper Gore Drinker build. I like me, you know, Blade, Prowlers, just one shot the squishy. You know?
Oh yeah, it's so satisfying when you get it done as well. But then like you realize that if you go into a fight, there is no coming out. Like you get a kill and then it's just like I'm dead. I have no resistances and I have no health bar, so I gotta die.
Exactly. But, you know, high risk, high reward, Ashin. You know, it's all about the memes. It's like, do you remember, I can't remember who he was laning against, but it was just that one clip. Oh, hold on, hold the point. Pinzi.
Yeah, he's in a little bit of trouble here, but does tank up a fair bit of damage. Flash has to be used by XLB because Xiaohao had plenty in the tank to try and go for him there. And you can see that even at this early stages, just having that catalyst, Pinzi is still tanky enough to absorb pretty much an entire combination there from Pao and not have to lose his health, or even honestly, you know, even if he had it, he wouldn't even have to have used his flash.
Yeah. Kind of frustrating there for the side of NIP to not pick up that kill, because that's kind of the only timer they had, right? The flash is going to come back up quite soon, and ultimate won't be available again from Pao. But yeah, AL very happy to just kind of walk that one off. And as you say, yeah, Ryze is just really tanky, and it just gets worse and worse. Don't forget, right? Archangels comes in, Lifeline, Rod of Ages stacks even more HP once it's completed. Pinji's going to be a tanky monster.
See what happens anyway with that mid lane. So far, it is so good for Invincible against ZDZ this time around. Again, another cannon, man. Just unfortunate.
It's just the fact that the observers keep like panning up, and it's just that, you know, it's just that small brief zoom in, you know.
Yeah.
When it gets missed.
It's like it's like they're turning around and saying like something along the lines of like, "Oh, MVP from game 1." I don't think so, you know. It's just kind of like everyone's like, "I could do better than that," but yeah, it's been a quiet start, to be perfectly honest. No team really kind of making too much happen. Pinzi has been honestly the focus of a lot of this, as we expected him to be. But even then, he's stacking up just fine right now. Got himself his tier. He's gonna have the Catalyst of Aeons. Just building up very, very nicely. You can see now that the bot lane's kind of twisted itself a little bit to be a bit better now for the side of AL. Whoa. That is a rough position to be in. And honestly, I actually just noticed there, Photic has himself a heal, not a cleanse. So if he gets caught by any kind of CC, he is in a hell of a lot of trouble.
He's just dead, to be honest with you, right? Ryze, Wukong, Lucian, so much burst damage. He will just go down. So definitely, Photic's gonna have to watch his positioning. Has a lot of faith in Joe to kind of just protect him, right? Play cover always. We'll see how much work the Lulu can get done. They're just gonna die Photic maybe. Get out the ultimate.
That ult did nothing.
But it was the red ult, right? So it heals him up.
True.
So it's more about just getting a little bit of health back, ensuring that you don't, you know, get overburst. Because honestly, Betty, that kind of spot, level 6 as well available. It can almost happen. Oh, Jalambao. Great game sense just to know that someone could be in that bush after watching, but he still checks it anyway.
Yep, still walks forward, has to kick in. Remember, he doesn't have flash like last time. The Scatter of the Week comes in, and they will not get the kill on the Xiaolongbao. It is turned around straight away, and that is the combination of the burst that you expected.
Yeah, that's what we needed to see from Xiaolongbao and Pao. It's just two very powerful R-button presses on a single target. Skill, so it's so hard to get away from all that, and Xiaohao learns the hard way. Forced out, NIP get an advantage there, and with the jungler there, Xiaohao, looks like Xiaolongbao's immediately going to go towards this Rift Herald, pick that one up, fighting the bottom side 2v2, no cleanse to get rid of the bubble. Like we just said not too long ago, honestly, that could have been a really strong angle there to try and run down Betty and Sword Art. Invincible now off the top side, pops Dominus, just going to walk away. Nothing should be going on there. Photic and Joe getting the upper end of that trade there on the bottom side with those good guns. Now, Xiaolongbao, Oshin, look at it. It's a Herald drop. They could actually dive him, maybe. I think he's low enough HP to be though.
Good look for the dive. It is still difficult enough as he is still a Scion. One more auto attack would do it, but they haven't done it just yet. No, he's not dead just yet. The minions are good enough, and ZDZ in a 2v1 gets himself a counter kill.
Oh, he's such a giga champ this series, man. First game, unkillable. Second game, 2v1. Only 1000 HP, no problem. Finds the trade kill. Only reason why he dies is the XLB gets out. It's like an action movie, man. You know, you finally kill the villain, but he just gets one last laugh out. Finds that really lovable side character that you didn't want to die in the show. And we get the replay of it. There's no kick available for Xiaolongbao, otherwise this play is definitely a lot cleaner. They definitely have the execution damage. Then flash away, follows up, but the E doesn't clip Xiaolongbao, otherwise if he gets slowed underneath the tower, he just dies to the second tower shot. And unfortunately, that means that Shalom is able to just throw that Sonic Wave out. It clicks. CDZ does drop, but still gets all the wave and denies the Herald drop, right? So Invincible doesn't even get a bunch of gold off the back of this play. Yeah. It's just kind of an assist, the XP, and I think they took a plate on the way to that play happening. So, you know, it feels nice, but it's not a Herald getting dropped. It's not a tower being broken. And it's not, you know, you as that Renekton getting close to that Gold Drinker to try and be this very, very powerful and scary dive tool.
I mean, this is it now. You're not really in a position to try and contest this Scion anymore. Like, you know, he's got the armor boots. He has himself a Bramble Vest and a Balmy Cinder. You can see there, he's just proxying right now saying, what are you going to do about it? There's literally nothing you can do.
Just take your wave. All right, well, you know, it's...
Oh, okay. It's a little bit more interesting now. W will not be off cooldown, so he should be able to TP himself away as the rest of NIP were coming. So, yeah, not that big, ZDZ, but I think he definitely was expecting to be able to walk away from that fight a little bit more confidently than he was.
Yeah, it's still pretty funny to look at, though, isn't it? ZDZ just doesn't give a damn. He's like, yeah, you're a Renekton. I kind of don't care. And teleports back is going to make it to the wave as well, so it shouldn't really miss too much, but of course does have to blow the teleport. So, you know, resource is still blown. Invincible, however, isn't going to get this plate on the back end of the plate, which would have felt kind of nice after ZDZ kind of teleports out on his face. But Shalombal's been holding on to this Herald for a while. He's had it for 3 minutes now. He's really struggling to look for a place to put it, right? After the play with Invincible, it feels like bottom side has too much priority for anyone's Legend. Betting Sword Art too pushed up too frequently. Not really looking to find a kill. And Pinji has been playing safe enough that no play is going to come out either. So the Herald could just kind of get dropped for now, you know, for
it's
kind
gonna
of
go
the sake of we have to drop it.
Yeah, I think he's recognized it there. He still has it. He's going to look for a reset. Maybe he looks it for top. I'm not quite sure, but
yeah. I think
turret plates are dropping in 30 seconds. I think they've lost the plates drop on this. This is just going to do for damage.
Yeah, it's going to be for damage, if anything.
That's rough.
He's running towards the mid lane now, but it's 15 seconds until the plates drop off, and there's just not enough time. So looks like it's just going to be kind of a pity Herald drop. You know, you see the Herald finally go down, you hear it. Team took it like almost 5 minutes ago at this point, and you're like, oh yeah, they had Herald, and that's going to be the case here. As it could even get cleared out, to be honest with you. There's a very real world where it might not crash.
It will. It looks like it will. But,
it will.
Yeah, it will. It's fine. But not exactly ideal. All you're getting is damage. You could have done that a little bit earlier, gotten yourself the plate. Because he was around mid lane. Like, that's not as if it was out of the realm of possibility. You could have just hard forced it, got the plates. But it goes a-wanting, sadly, for NIP. They are still about 1,000 gold ahead. It really is just kind of in that top lane, and you would imagine right now, possibly in the jungle as well, considering it is a 2-1 Lee Sin. But Pinzi now is getting a lot of trouble. He's going to flash away. Doesn't get executed just yet, but gets himself kicked back as XLB picks up his 3rd kill of the game.
Yeah, there you go. A little bit more of that. A little bit sooner would have been nice, but at least it's happening now, right? And Pout doesn't end up getting the kill credits. All gone on to Jean Bao, actually, which is maybe not ideal. Maybe if we can see a little bit more snowball action, potentially, and Jean Bao gets a little more done. We'll see. But still, positive plays going in the favor of NIP is what we need to see, right? More proactivity, but again, alluding to, you know, what happened in game number 1. You had the scaling solo lanes in NIP's hands. This time it's in AL. And it feels like NIP aren't really pushing the envelope as hard as you would maybe want them to. However, they do have this Aphelios and Lulu on the bottom side, right? It's a much different feel and look to the game. So with this gold lead, they should still feel pretty confident. And anyone's Legend now, it's sort of approaching their spike. Mandate plus the Gale Force, a lot of the first items kind of coming in. Xiao Hao has the Divine Thunderer. This is the window now where if you're AL, you want to fight, right? You've got the powerful Lucian, you've got the Mandate to also buff him up even further. And Wukong skirmishing at this point is super powerful. It's about NIP trying to stave off some of those engages. It has to be said. As we approach this dragon fight, Photic has perfect cuts for a team fight. Sniper plus the Chakram. So range plus DPS. It's going to be difficult for AL to approach. And NIP, they're in the river first, and they're on the dragon first.
I will say not great vision control though for NIP as they move forward onto this, trying to see if they can make something work for themselves. And it's going to be the full-on engage. They're going to catch it out onto the Aphelios, who gets wild growth straight away. Tidal Wave across 4 members. Don't stop anyone from really kind of engaging on top of this fight. Invincible gets bubbled as well. Xiaohao very low. He gets found out in the back of that pit. So despite all the ultimates, despite everything looking so positive for AL at the start of that fight, they just couldn't get the right damage onto the right carries.
Yeah, it was kind of unfortunate. The chain TC was a little bit too disjointed there. CTZ's engage is good, but the follow-up was a little bit too slow. Xiaohao didn't capitalize on Photic being locked down, no cleanse. And NIP just kind of, again, they stave off that pressure, and that's what they need to do in these team fights. Keep Photic alive. There's no summoner spells. And you'll get a look at it here. This is what I was talking about. The engagement CTZ is good. He lands onto Photic, but where's the flash follow-through from the side of Xiaohao? The tidal wave is great as well, lands onto 4 members. Xiao just gets blown up because he goes in a little bit too late, and at that point, it's isolated.
Yeah.
And NIP very happily pick him off and get the dragon. So real nice defense. A little bit disjointed there from AL. Not able to use the powerful tools in unison with one another. And NIP get a bit of a freebie pass there.
They do indeed. They get themselves another kill. They get themselves a dragon, so they've equaled that one up. It's an Infernal to AL and a Mountain to NIP. Ken's Rift. So it's a nice rift, but the soul definitely not to be overvalued, shall we say, as we come into this one here. And again, for NIP, this is good so far. I do think that AL maybe could have just not engaged with the Wukong on the backside. Maybe if he goes straight onto Invincible, they burst him out. All of a sudden, you don't have that threat. Becomes a hell of a lot bigger of an issue for them, as we can see ZDZ just try to see if he can make that cannon go to waste. And he does get the value out of that tower being left up. So good job to him.
Just it's the little things for ZDZ. Isn't it? You know, just denying the cannon.
Isn't it weird how tilting it is to just not hit the cannon? Like genuinely, it affects me mentally, and it shouldn't as badly as it does, but it really does.
It's just so much extra gold. I think it's because you know, back in the day, for anyone who hasn't been playing League, I can't remember when they changed the gold values in the creeps. I might have to get this point out quickly because this collapse could be pretty big. The old cannons used to only give you like 45 gold or something. It's only like double the melee cannon, the melee creeps. Now it's like quadruple now. Engage from ZDZ.
Yeah, Engage coming in. He's got himself a Sunfire and a Bramble, so he's not that tanky just yet. He's taking a lot, but he doesn't flash over the wall.
Oh.
That's a great ultimate as well from the side of Photic to make sure there is absolutely no follow-up. But AL, they're looking for engagements right now, but are really weird timings. Like, that just doesn't feel like the correct play to go for.
Yeah, it just doesn't quite, does it? And it feels like anyone's legend. You know, they're trying to break up this siege, right, on the tower. But again, there's not a big amount of unison in the CC, right? This tidal wave, again from Sword Art, is great. It hits 4 members, I think. Yeah, 4 members. But the Scatter Week stuns up so many people that the engage can't come through. It's too defensive from NIP, and Pout coming in after not being here in game 1, really making the difference in back-to-back team fights here. And NIP standing steadfast. Anyone's Legend just can't get in, right? Imagine if off the back of that tidal wave, Xiaohao comes in, disrupts with the Cyclone. That fight looks so much different for Anyone's Legend, but they can't. And they can't lock down Photic, they can't lock down Pout. And NIP find themselves with a pretty sizable gold lead, 3.5. It's a respectable one. And if they can continue to keep Photic alive, then they're feeling pretty happy about the later stage team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's the big thing that kind of moving in is that it's a very similar setup to what we saw in game number 1 on the opposite side. It just feels like bit by bit, little by little, it is just the team with the harder kind of, you know, mid-game spike is just able to make much more happen. It just feels like it's just far better for them in this mid-game setup. Now, I will say you still have a Scion and a Rise, and look, yes, the Aphelios will scale, but Illusion is definitely no one to be forgetting about come those late game team fights. Can absolutely burst you out, but it is going to be a lot more difficult here for AL. They don't really have an amazing amount of, you know, pick off or really any, you know, to kind of kill off someone. The Rise will do a significant chunk, but won't really commit until he knows he's got support to try and, you know, CC them down a little bit longer, get that damage in, and we'll have to wait and see. They are hovering around this Baron, and 20 minutes Barons used to be an incredible feat of League of Legends. They are now literally the norm, so you always have to be so ready that you're going to lose that particular objective if you do not have vision.
And then Kaiser and Aphelios were introduced into the game, and if they had Chakram or Kaiser had 2 items, the Baron would just die. Now, Rumwalk's going to give a little bit of information that that Baron is going down, but look, half HP already, here's ZDZ.
They're looking for a little bit of a fight. It's a bit separated. Scatterweek is good, and NIP, they've not really got themselves in a position to fight this. There's a great tidal wave. It's going to force Pout to flash himself away. ZDZ still looking very strong right now, and again, this is the problem you have with an early Baron. Yes, you can take it at 21 minutes, but it is incredibly risky, and now you haven't got the inside track in mid lane. They could lose 2 towers off this.
Yeah, 2 towers, very likely the outcome here for Anyone's Legend. Really nice engage again. ZDZ has just been on point with them, and it has to be said too, Sword Art's tidal waves. The entire game, I don't think I've seen him throw a bad one, to be honest with you. It's been monstrous as ZDZ really wants this tower. He's not going to get it.
He might die. Pretty sure he's probably dead here because he has no flash, no ultimate, and no real way. It's going to take a while, don't get me wrong. They're even going to TP, and maybe they're going to try and TP and go straight for the Baron.
Yeah, Baron. Plausible. Dragon was picked up there by Xiaohao on the bottom side. But no ZDZ is a pretty big deal for NIP.
Free. They can't contest it. They're not even looking at it.
Yeah. Do they care? Do they even know? Sure,
they do know.
So I don't even know why I said that. They have to know. I think they've kind of just accepted. Yeah, ZDZ died. There's the Baron. Yeah, a little bit too Giga Chat. Not a good death, as it were. Basically get the mid lane tier 2. So actually, what it was
go, not the best.
You know, Balthus would not be happy with this death, right? That's how I gauge Sion performances. How many deaths are good deaths, right? First 2, pretty good deaths. This death, maybe not the best, right? However, what he did do is set up for bait to get a free 300 gold from that mid lane tier 2. Am I right? So, you know, pros and cons. However, the con is you did just give NIP the big purple worm buff. So, a lot of advantages, a lot of gold passed across the team. And now the potential to siege, take down some of these tier 2s for the next 2 minutes and inject more gold, right? Into the Syndra, into the Aphelios, who have been putting out a lot of damage, a lot of work already. It feels like night and day, some of these team fights with Pout being in the team in game number 2. And Anyone's Legend just haven't been able to answer out too many times, right? I feel like the prospects of the engages have been really good, but, you know, the actual end result, the sum has not been too good for them. Still feel like, you know, Sword Art, ZDZ, the engages have been good. They just need a little bit more follow-up, right? But again, a lot of that comes from NIP dissuading some of those engages.
Oh, I said this, yes, the Aphelios will get big, but that Lucian is not to be forgotten. There is an unholy amount of damage there. They will still get this tower, you would imagine, with a minute and a half left on the Baron buff, or maybe we see a bit of an engage. We are going to see them go in. There's a scatter of the week, doesn't really land onto anyone. Good tidal wave is going to cut off any kind of support. XLP uses the kick, but doesn't really get anyone away, and Pout goes down again and again. We are seeing NIP just slowly, nonchalantly walk up to AL, and then AL are saying, bam, no, absolutely not. You cannot just do this.
Yeah, it's really, really good defense there from NIP. Anyone's Legend as well, however, like you're saying, the engages have been on point. They've been really, really strong, really creative as well. It's just the execution hasn't always been there. It's finally there as they push NIP back. They find Pout. He had no flash, and they blew Photic's flash as well, crucially, so he's not going to have it for the next dragon. And that's going to be huge, because take a look at Anyone's Legend, right? Xiaohao, flash. Pingji, flash. Betty as well, able to reposition, maybe get forward to lock down Photic. This ultimate from ZDZ forces everybody into this Krug pit, and it's flash, it's dash, it's everything that has to come out to ensure that everyone is out there. Shwo as well, no, he's under no threat, just to reposition. And they corner all of NIP up against the wall. And with those Summoner Spell forces, this next fight could be super positive for them.
Yeah.
They just have to keep on looking for these engages the way that they have been. I've been loving how Anyone's Legend have been playing this game so far. It's just not yielded the results that they've necessarily wanted. NIP still in the driver's seat of this game though, right? They have the 2-item Aphelios, it's got the BT as well now. Bloodthirst to just survive up. Lifesteal up. And with the Lulu, it's going to get super oppressive. Chemtech Dragon, don't forget, healing and shielding power. Right? So, the longer this game goes on, you know, you've got to look at
You sound like a car salesman who's like, it's just like, you know, it's like a 1998, like, you know, just like an absolute, like a Toyota or something like that. And you're just like, look, it's still good, it's still good. It's just like, I don't know, man, I'm not buying it, not yet.
Absolutely.
It is definitely something to keep an eye on. I think the big thing for AL right now is that the ZDZ is still stacking up. The Rise is still stacking up. They are actually hoping, I imagine, for this Lucian to get that third item, much like Ping Z just got his Void Staff now before this Chem Soul. They can actually honestly sack this because they've got 2 dragons of their own. And that's the kind of beauty of what AL have built up for themselves. Yes, they are behind by about 3,500 gold, but they haven't really been much further than that. It's kind of been 3,500 gold for about 10 minutes as such, and that includes a Baron power play. So little things like that can just be the difference makers as we come in towards the, you know, 27, 28-minute mark of the game. And yes, this Aphelios is massive and isn't massive yet, will be massive, but the Rise and the Illusion are significant carries in their own right.
Yeah, and you know, again, when you get to these kind of timer breakpoints in the game, 27 minutes, 28 minutes, 22 is also another good one. If the gold lead is sort of like...
Sorry, it just sounds like you're just naming numbers. It's like, no,
I'm not.
22.
No,
22 is a good one. I like 22.
I like 22. 22 is a good number. But like, typically these are kind of points where, you know, second item will be complete, third item as well, right? These are kind of like very common timers where these items will get picked up. So you're looking at right now where, you know, you could very frequently in many games, you're looking at soul point fights already. We're only 4 dragons in. If anyone's legend were to take a fight, look at the inventories, right? A couple items did get completed. They're down several thousand gold, but the only item discrepancy they're suffering is in the jungle. Who cares about that role, man? It's just 2 engagers looking for flanks. That's it. So when you look across the carries,
that's a level 18 Rise.
Oh yeah, that's
a level 18 Rise, dude.
Yeah. Yo, welcome to the House of Rod of Ages. Also,
we hope you enjoy your stay.
Hope you enjoy your stay. PingG was doing a really great job of CSing last game, and he's doing it here again. He's kind of like baby Chovying this game, just constant 12 CS a minute. Yeah, he's 3 items. It's why he's he is technically a little bit of gold ahead. Well, actually, he's
just a tiny bit
of Pout. We did have the gold up a second ago. I'm cheating. I have the stream open as well at the same time. They're actually evening. They're actually evening gold. I know. God.
I think that. Well, the big thing I noticed when we looked at that goal graph was that Photic isn't super far behind, but it does mean that he is behind in terms of the level completion. So you have the Lord Dominic's Regard completed now for Betty versus just components here for NIP's AD carry themselves. So that's the big difference. You can see the shielding on him is huge, and that is going to be significant to try and burst him out, but it is going to still be difficult to see how you're going to be able to get this Aphelios to be able to plant his feet and make the damage work, because already Betty starting to cut through some of these tankier members.
Yeah, that is a pretty big shield to get through. We'll see how anyone's legend deal. Like you said, they can cut through the sort of tankier members, air quote. Has to be said, Invincible, not really rocking with too many tank stats, right? Just tabbies and Guardian Angel's 40 armor, I think, or something. It might be 50. It's not a whole amount, and when you're looking at Lord Doms on the opposite side for Illusion, yeah, you're gonna get cut through quite quickly. As Invincible eating more poke. It's just a bit of an ARAM right now. Xiaolin Bao's not really in a position to get a flank, and neither is Xiaohao because it's being guarded off by the Lee Sin. Engage now, maybe. Photic, like you call out.
Close. You can see a little bit of sustain coming out here from Sword Art just to make sure that his carries aren't taking too much damage. Invincible looking for a flank, but does skirt around the vision very nicely. There's a 4v5 for the moment. He's looking to try and get in on this. Does drop a ward and immediately get spotted out. You can tell that they're very aware now that this Renekton is off to the side. I will confirm for you that it is 40 armor for the Guardian's Angel, as we can see.
Oh, thank you.
Not quite able to get the recall delayed or stopped, as we can see that the bot lane is being pushed back now by the side of AL. And top lane, they need to be sorted out here by NIP. So we're getting now to that territory, Jamada, where we're no longer looking at a straight, you know, kind of macro kind of setup. It is going to come down to what I imagine to be these team fights, specifically around that Baron. If you can get this Baron here for the side of AL or NIP, adding that extra range to your composition can be massive, and it can be very significant coming into the, you know, to finishing off this game.
Yeah, it can. NIP have definitely struggled to sort of cross the T's, dot the I's, right? Get those final touches on some of these fights and sieges, especially off the back of that first Baron, just because, again, anyone's legend, their engages have been so consistent It's just about what happens after them. You know, that's been falling short. But still, just that alone has been enough to dissuade a lot of the NIP aggression so far. And yeah, I feel like a lot of damage is still able to be returned from the side of Anyone's Legend, even though that Aphelios is massive now, 3 items, even though Pout's team fighting has been really strong, really consistent. Scatter the Weeks to stop follow-up on some of these creative engages has been good. It's just the fact that Betty and Pinji can return so much damage and still stand up to the carries of NIP. It's made closing out this game really tough. And it means that we get a lot of these ARAM situations where everyone's just fighting over one wave. Side lanes don't matter. Invincible was maybe eyeing up a flank, but he's going to return to the rest of his team. And we just get a bit of a staring contest.
A little bit of a staring contest. I will say Rapid Fire Cannon was finished up there by Betty, so he is a full item now ahead of his opposite number. Xiaohao still looking for a bit of a flank at the moment. It's important to note that he might find it. They do get on the Photic. Immediately he has to try and get himself away. Xiaohao is dead, but they burned down the GA on Invincible. Look at the rise. Photic moving forward. Needs to be careful though. He hasn't got a lot of health. He flashes away. It's another flash forward. Good Zhonya's for Pinzi, but can they survive after this? That's the real question. Zhou trying to push in to make sure he can finish off the kill onto Betty. They need to kill off this AD carry. That's going to be the big killer for the side of AL, but NIP, they come out now with 2 kills to the good. No rise means very little wave clear.
3 versus 5. No almost available from Betty or ZDZ to clear out the wave. NIP could just look to try and close this one out. They've got enough health bars to work with, but will they play it safe and turn around? They're going to go towards the Baron. They don't want to risk it. There's 30 seconds left on PingG. I would have flipped this game so hard. That was NIP. But great discipline to just turn around and go towards the Baron. Dragon could get picked up in response by Anyone's Legend here. It seems like that's going to be the call. This Baron will go to the side of NIP. So that means the re-siege here, off the back of the resets, is going to be good. And they will be able to take down, you know, these side lane towers now, work with the mid lane inhibitor waves. So NIP do a really good job of just stopping that engage from going too far south. Dragon's going to be picked up. No resets, actually, from Ninjas in Pajamas. They're
looking to try and catch someone out.
Yeah.
Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen, but it was risky.
It was risky. So the engage here from Xiaohao, finally, you know, a strong flank angle comes in. The issue is it just gets a one-shot.
Deleted.
So
Deleted.
It's so unfair, but look at the damage here from PingG. Almost takes out Photic, but it's the heal ultimate as well. That's an extra shield that comes through. And Scatter the Weak to just stop the Rise from going on his rampage. Dropped finally by Invincible, I believe, in the end. Kill Critic does go to Photic. And you can see the rest of Anyone's Legend are just kind of struggling to get through the front line as NIP are dealing with these members diving forward onto their core carries. It has to be mentioned, man. Pout coming in this game number 2. I mean, I guess in contrast, it's night and day, but 2 in contrast, NIP are actually 5v5ing, so it's a bit of a hard, you know, it's a bit of a hard pitch, but definitely it feels like Dream just wasn't able to ever be set up for success, whereas Pout, I mean, you're dealing with flankers and you're playing Syndra. So, kind of, you know, juxtaposition of positions here, both mid laners. But NIP definitely feel a lot more comfortable team fighting here in this game number 2. And now with this Baron, they're definitely going to look to try and take out what remains of Anyone's Legends base. They've got 90 seconds to do it.
And ZDZ saying mythic items are overrated. I do not believe he will be finishing one this game, as definitely just trying to get the more value out of something like the Thornmail, and of course the Force of Nature, giving him that extra tankiness against specifically Pout. But right now it is just 6,000 gold lead in favor of NIP. They finally got themselves a little bit more of a grasp on this game with the mid lane inhibitor down. They should have that one. Bot lane hasn't been pushed in though, so they are not getting pressure on all sides. Not really able to kind of pull Anyone's Legends really around their own base and around the map. So I don't really think that this push is going to lead to much more than just a little bit of chip damage here onto this inhibitor on bot side. And it's interesting as well because you know, you look at their composition, Photic. Ooh, needs to be so careful. I like that. I like that from Betty though, because he recognizes, cool, you have Gravitum and Infernum. There's not really a lot of threat onto me as long as I don't get auto attacked.
Yeah, exactly. Just kind of short range weapons there from Photic, so it gives Betty that space to just kind of step up a little bit. Rapid Fire Cannon, whoa, culling. all these kind of things. A lot of damage can come out from Lucian at this stage of the game. And for the most part, the siege has been dealt with here for AL. They've got one more wave. Now it's not really going to be able to be utilized, cleared out. And one thing I want to also note is Ping-Ji is exceptionally close to a death cap. He's been sat on that broken stopwatch and his larger rod for a while. Pout has his, so Ping-Ji, yeah,
there it is.
Tit for tat, you know, jab for jab. Doesn't want to fall behind his mid lane counterpart. So now with that Rabadon's, I mean, we saw how much damage he was dealing before. It's just a monumental step up now. Several hundred extra AP available to the Rise. NIP have to shut him down, otherwise he will go on a rampage. It is as simple as that. And again, the engagers have been exceptionally strong for AL, so NIP have to watch out for that. But as long as they can keep Photic and Pout alive, they should be looking and sitting pretty good in this game. As that overheal shield when Lulu presses E is crazy.
It's like an entire champion.
Yeah, it's almost an extra whole champ.
Yeah, it is a lot of damage to be working through. As
Photic just picked up an IE from a BF saw.
Yeah. I mean, we're getting there. We're getting to that point now. I actually wouldn't be surprised to see a Betty turning that stopwatch maybe into a GA very soon. So that's where we're at in this game. Still waiting to see what mythic ZDZ will go for. Has got the Randuin's Omen, as does Invincible. So I will say the big thing on my mind right now is the actual difference between the junglers. Xiaohao has been sitting on a Black Cleaver and a Divine Sunderer for what feels like 20 minutes at this point now. It feels like he hasn't really been getting any income into him whatsoever. And normally I'm like, that's fine, he's a jungler, but he's your initiation. He's the guy who's trying to get onto your back line and to deal, you know, to put down the work, the foundations of the work here for AL. So having him be so close to just being one-shot by someone like a Syndra, or even the Aphelios, to be perfectly honest, is just not really ideal here for the side of AL. And already, NIP, they put themselves near this Dragon Pit, but AL, they don't need to fight this if they don't want to. Remember, they're the ones who are on Soul Point. This would be Soul for them, and it would give them another 5 minutes if they wanted to.
Yeah, like you said, because Xiaohao's so far behind, it's so difficult to really do anything. Ideally, they want ZDZ to get in there first, cause enough disruption that Xiaohao can't be immediately one-shot. That Dragon goes over, but they've given over mid lane priority and first move here, to the point where this tower's just gone. They could even lose the inhibitor, right? It's just Pout here for now. Dump the damage in, Realm War Pout. They're getting flanked here by Zhao and Bao.
He looks for it, he gets it, he gets the kick at the Ping-Ji, but he flashes, nobody was ready. Another GA pop, that's going to be the Invincible Renekton going down. Not quite able to land. Oh, I lie, he does land it. There's the Realm Warp, and with the augmented blast codes, I say it! Oh, Betty! What? How does he fall down to that? That's the question. I don't even know how far away that was. He had a stopwatch and everything. He didn't expect it.
What killed him? He already right-clicked him, right? I just don't know how Aphelios worked. Oh, he queued him. He queued him to grab him, of course, because it's the weapon combo. All right, I was so confused by the particle effect. And it just looked so weird. Xiaohao, he's on vision. Nope.
That was probably the most genuine nope I've heard in a very long time. Just nope.
Nope.
Absolutely not.
Oh, boy. Well, that's power for NIP. Betty's dead for another 15 seconds. They're going to break open the base again on the top side.
Can they end?
Yeah.
It's tough.
Yeah,
they can definitely break open the base.
Time. They've got a lot of time, I'll be honest. Base inhibitors at least, right? Like, surely you're trying to end the game here as NIP. You don't want this one going on any longer.
Right?
Yeah.
ZDZ pushing forward. There's a teleport coming in. Nexus turret number 1 falls. So they've gotten half the work done in terms of the last lines of defense. Pinzi is back, as is Betty. They've got a couple more seconds until Xiaohao is back and available. There's a good movement here. Flash in from Invincible to try and take him out. And the carries have been swarmed. They've just been swallowed up here. Photic is just too damn big, and there's just no way you can burn through all that shielding. The Lulu and Aphelios, tale as old as time, and we got a 1-1 in this best of 3.
We are going the distance in this series. A much better look from NIP. It feels like even though generally the level of proactivity was not as high, particularly as game number 1, with AL needing to consistently engage, it was a lot about how the responses actually came through for the side of Anyone's Legend, and it was really, really strong from them. Hello, I'm down here for now. And yeah, honestly, you know, credit to Anyone's Legend for, you know, consistently looking for those engages, but frankly, you know, NIP just had the composition to deal with it, and it was a really, really good look from them. I'm gonna stand up now. Take the point.
Yeah, go for it. I feel like it's like a weird thing in your head where you're just like, I can't speak unless I'm sitting down, or I can't do it. I can't stand up and like in that motion and keep the same thing going. But yeah, honestly, it much better from NIP, and I think that Pout on this Syndra was just far more proactive and far better at just dealing with what AL were throwing at NIP. This has been a lot better comparatively to game one, but I think for AL, they kind of had roughly the same thing. And I do think that like Xiaohao going with such an aggressive build, like, yes, the Black Cleaver is nice, don't get me wrong, but I don't really see the huge amount of value in it when you're going to be the initiation. You're going to be the guy trying to get on top of it. I feel like you need to go a little bit tankier, be a bit more survivable in these skirmishes, because as we saw, every time he went in, he was just popped.
Yeah, you know, the sad fact of the matter is, though, what does he do, right? After the Sundara with such low income, it's like, you might as well just try and get the damage out, try and shred some resistances for Betty, and just die, and hope that it's enough. Yeah, I think, though, from the side of NIP, you know, a lot more of a positive look, right? Because realistically, I feel like AL did everything they could in this game. It just fell short on the execution side of things, and it was about how NIP were consistently, like we've called out so many times throughout the course of that game, responding, and Pout coming in. It's, you know, heaven and earth difference for NIP in those team fights, which they actually got to fight this game. So, you know, I think going back to what makes NIP strong, Photic on a hyper carry, Pout in the mid lane, and in this case, set up really well. Even though we were kind of questioning Invincible not getting an R5 pick, it feels like there was a lot more value in giving that space to Pout to really perform here on this Syndra. And Anyone's Legend couldn't deal with it. After about the 20-minute mark, it felt like almost every single engage never really yielded them the kind of results they needed to try and claw themselves back in.
Yeah, it really did. And look, great bounce back for NIP. I think the Lee Sin worked very well for them as well. And just felt like a little bit more of a return for them comparatively to game number one. But obviously the score is 1-1. We are going to send it to a quick break. And when we return, we'll have game number 3 to see who comes out on top in this best of 3. They're going to use this now as priority to push themselves forward, deal with mid lane. Rookie goes in, maybe seeing if he can catch somebody out. There's the face heal. It's a Fofo. He kills him, assassinated on the back end. Rookie does it all, and Rookie is smurfing on this Yone.
Care's coming up. He's tanking it. This is it. This is a race for the finish. The Doomsday Clock has come back alive. And Care, he's moving in to clean up RNG.
He's stacking.
That's the Gargoyles, though. Fourth shot on the Hacker. Gala's doing some work here. Care can't do it. Care, he's on to Gala. But Angel, he's on the Nexus. Angel, he's on Care. And Bree takes him down. RNG, they might have just pulled back from the brink of extinction. And Royal never give up.
Having that flash available, either cleanse and Konami just consistently pressuring the bottom lane of IG. I'm not too sure if they can reach that late game.
Well, Kanavi's coming through. Explosive cast sends him back in into Ruler's quiver. Kanavi and Ruler.
Yeah, no teleport on bot side, but you got to be so careful with how you want to go for the 6,000, 5,000, 4,000. There's the ultimates coming out from the junglers. Mark taking a significant chunk of his own health bar secured. Got it in there, and JJ wasn't there on time. Good Aqua Prison to try and stop Mark from really re-engaging this fight. Chain of Corruption is decent, and they take down JJ. Here we go! Fofo finds 4 men with the Sharima Shuffle, and this fight is all AEG. Never mind, Jackie Love's still doing work, and Ala takes it out on the backside of it. What a turnaround fight from EDG!
He's overextending now, but still you can see how confident he is to step up like this. And he's gonna
the cocoon. TN wants to get a kill back. Wise Cam. Oh my god! TN is taking a 1v3 and he gets a kill back on a Gideon.
Dude, you just got 1v3 this guy. It's not, it's a 1v3
Bring
again.
them all. Godzilla is in front of you as TN wants to take out on.
No
He's
way!
Hungry Croc, and he's coming for all the blood as Wink chases him down, but he can't get him. The face seal from Dove. He's able to secure it, but it leads to Dove getting locked down and Dove going down to Rookie. It is a snowball from the deepest regions of hell, and IG have no way to fight the fire.
I would fight for the motherland. Be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah. You make something worth fighting for, and nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as a wild bird sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do what we do. As the world clasps tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? Call the shots, bring it back to what it's not.
We're back as we look over some fantastic Shenzhen skyline. And we are coming into game number 3 of our first best of 3 of the day. I'm still Just Oshin, but I am joined by Just Yamada. Just Yamada. Just Oshin, Just Yamada. Or no, Just Oshin because it's J-O, and then only Yamada because it's O-J. There you go. You know, you just got to invert it. You got to keep it going, keep it fresh. But we got XLB as our MVP in game number 2. Honestly, we were just discussing it right there. I don't really agree with it, but it is what it is. You got 100% kill participation.
I get it, but pout. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, you're going to be pouting because you didn't get MVP.
Right? I guess so. I mean, definitely like a strong performance from Xiao Bao, don't get me wrong, right? Set up for a lot of the early plays, and a lot of his sort of creative flanks and a lot of the peel that he was providing was great in the team fights, but I just feel like Pout had a stronger performance to come in and keep NIP alive. Hey, maybe I'm just looking at it a little bit too hard, but still, either way, Xiao Bao had a pretty solid game. And yeah, set up a lot of NIP's early success.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the best way to kind of look at it is that despite a couple of fumbles here, I don't think that one was the greatest of plays to be showing, but it does feel like even though they may not have gotten kills every single time, he was making early plays and having that early proactivity. And it did feel like he was far more comfortable with having someone like Pout in the mid lane, comparatively the Dream. Yes, they were on a completely different set of, champions as, we kind of see Betty there. I can't believe he hits him with that. That's unbelievable in terms of the way things go. But it is what it is, and now we come into game number 3. This is still a very winnable series now for AL, but they need to bounce back from this one here. I feel like they tried to make the exact same, draft, or roughly the same draft work for themselves in game number 2 as they did in game number 1, but they weren't really thinking about what they were going up against. So maybe the Scion is a little bit too predictable. Maybe they need to have a little bit more proactivity from the jungler. And honestly, Xiaohao has been fine on this Wukong, but it really does feel like he's very afraid to look for any kind of really early skirmishes. So maybe something like Elysian for himself might not be out of the realms of possibility.
Yeah, definitely not. I also feel like, Jarvan could have been the other decent pick. It would have definitely been somewhat difficult to pull off because you've got to deal with the scat of the week, right? But I think just having the additional lockdown of a Cataclysm in that game could have just been the difference maker, right? And you can play Jarvan a lot more utility based in terms of the build too. So if you're on that low economy, you have that flexibility to at the very least just go, you know what? I am just a lockdown bot. Radiant Virtue, Gargoyle Stone Plate, whatever, right? Boom, there you go. My job is done. I EQ, I O. We'll see what Xiaohao wants to get his hands on this game compared to the last ones. We finally have NIP on blue side and a lot more target-focused bans compared to what you're seeing with the triple AED bans from Anyone's Legend from the last couple of games. Caitlyn's still going to make the ban board. Zeri's still going to make it as well. Maokai to round out, but things like the Draven's still there. It's going to be a B1 Lee Sin out of all the things. And I think that just goes to show, really, that NIP were so happy with Xiao Bao on this Lee Sin and how it operated that they're willing to give it up over things like the Varus and the Ashe. They have to have a really good answer for it now, though. With the Draven up, it feels like that's what they're going to go towards a full kill lane. Yeah, Nautilus Draven, they're just going to go, you know what? We don't care. We'll just send it full skirmish in the 3v3. We'll see what Anyone's Legend try and respond with here. Wukong is still up. There is no Syndra, and they have the ability to ban it this time. So it seems like they're just going to go to it for a 3rd game in a row.
Yeah, looks like Xiaohao going to pick that one up here. I do love as well when we see the Draven Nautilus, because this lane becomes completely decided at level 1 to 2, and it's so rare that you get a game decided so quickly on. But it does feel like if you're the Ashe and Varus and you get the kill onto the Nautilus or maybe onto the Draven, stop them from stacking early, and they get further and further behind, there's not really coming back from that. On the inverse of that, the Draven and the Nautilus get any kind of kill pressure onto you, you're just useless. There's nothing you can do because you were assuming that if they kill the Ashe or the Varus, you're burning summoners as well. So you have to pay the next 5 minutes or so just so defensively trying to to make sure you just do not die. But we'll have to see how this all kind of works out right now, as NIP gonna see what they want to try and focus out. I wouldn't be surprised to see them maybe focus in towards that top side again, maybe get rid of something like the Scion. The Draven doesn't do exceptionally well into a champion like him, so yep, there it is. And they want to make sure that they don't give over some easy tanks that can disrupt what Photic needs to do on this Draven.
Yeah, not only that, I just feel like CDZ shouldn't have been on Scion last game either. getting his hands on it. But this time around, they will not deal, right? When you've got the Draven's not the best tank buster, unless he's like super far ahead, at which case he just murders everything. So they just want to get that one gone. And I feel like AL probably another assassin ban, potentially. Oh, they get rid of the Syndra. So now, Xiaohao might be able to play the game, Ashin. It could be a, you know, a much happier feel for the side of AL in some of those mid-game skirmishes. Because again, the engages have been on point. It's just everything that chains up after that hasn't been. Speaking of chains, they've got chains of corruption. So maybe that will actually go the distance in finding some of that chain CC to lock down members like Photic this game.
Wait and see. Final bit ban to come in here. Wouldn't mind to see. I was going to say the LeBlanc, but actually LeBlanc was already banned. So the Akali makes perfect sense here. They want to try and make sure that PinZ is not on any kind of comfort for the moment here, as AL look to see how they want to try and round out their comp. Wouldn't be surprised to see them lock in their mid laner here, get that first priority in, and leave that counter pick for ZDZ to make sure he knows what he is going into. Will not be able to play the Scion though.
Yeah, I feel like it's just going to be an Azir Rise handshake between the two teams here. Whichever side gets it, it's kind of up to them. It seems like PinZ is more accustomed and happy to picking up the Rise in this slot, and I feel like for NIP, oh wait, Galio Camille. I like it.
Galio Jax.
Galio Jax, okay.
Interesting,
Right,
okay.
And I actually kind of prefer this more, kind of just because if you go Camille, then ZDZ can go Jax on this side, and then it kind of doesn't matter. But now at least at the very, on that same sort of breath, you've got the engage from Zhuo, Xiaolong Bao, and then you get the additional lockdown of Pout coming in over the top. Jax blind is going to get answered here by a Cannons, which is not something we see too frequently this year. But we all know what it does, and we all know how powerful one slicing Maelstrom ultimate can be. But with, you know, peel tools like the Nautilus, with the Lee Sin as well, it's going to be difficult to navigate some of these team fights. So ZDZ is going to have to be on point with flanks. And again, I feel like that same burden of execution is still there for anyone's Legend, right? The initial engages can be good, but the follow-up has to be better. And NIP have arguably stronger, contextually, tools to deal with some of these engages. And they've got proactivity tools to try and snowball Photic on this Draven. So anyone's Legend, they're going to be on the back foot in terms of playing defense a lot of the time. I really want to see NIP be as proactive as they can be with a skirmishing 2v2 and definitely a winning 3v3 on the bottom side.
Yeah, it does feel like right now it is very different to what we've seen from both these teams pretty much to the point now. They've kind of moved away from what they have won with, and now specifically for NIP, they are recognizing, look, we are a team fighting team. We know how to make this one work for ourselves, and it is exactly what they've been trying to, you know, it's been the even in the game they lost, it was the shining light that came out from that was their 5v5ing. So moving in towards that, getting yourself a Galio that can hard engage, you just try and keep Photic alive. And that's going to be the big kicker right now, is that yes, the Jax will do damage, but in terms of significant work, you're going to be looking towards that Draven a lot of the time. I will say though, with the Galio, you do end up having that Rod of Age change, so he does a little bit more damage than your traditional Galios have done. And on the other side of this, anyone's Legend are definitely feeling like they need to get this bot lane going. If they can get the advantage here with this Ashen Virus, they will have so much power coming into that mid game. And there's a Hail of Blades coming out here for Betty, so going to be a little bit more on hit here for him as he looks to try and, you know, keep in tow with the damage the Draven is putting out.
Yeah, lane phase as well. Double Hail of Blades is just super oppressive. Before we get to the cookie car stuff, you just reminded, do you remember that one patch? I think it was pre-season 11 when Galio's Q was bugged. and he would go full AP and he could one-shot people with it.
Oh, wow. No, I never remember that. I don't remember that one.
It was a bug with how they applied the damage numbers. And basically, each tick of the gust would actually deal the impact damage. If I recall correctly. So you would go full AP, the first initial hit would hit you, and it would deal like, I don't know, like 800 damage. And then every tick after that would also deal 800 damage. So,
oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool, though. I like that idea.
Yeah.
I am a fan.
Everyone else, not so much. It was a little bit broken. Actually.
It's like I remember the bug with Rek'Sai, where she would one shot the Baron, from unburrowing. I can't remember when that was. I think it was when she got a bit of a rework on terms of her damage numbers, and it was just like she came out with one item. I think it was Prowler's Claw, and would like just go underneath the Baron, and because of the way the hitboxes work, the Baron would be dislodged and therefore would be brought to a 0 HP.
Yeah, that was a pretty silly bug. I remember that. Now, bottom side, engage here, level 1, level 2 from Xiao Bao. But getting on to the cookie cutter stuff, this is what I wanted to talk about, right? Double range is super oppressive, and the reason why you see so little engaged supports typically is because these double range lanes are super hard to play against at level 1, and the trading typically leads into a deficit at level 2 and then a deficit at level 3, and it's very hard to recover from. The way you break that up is you flip it at level 1. That's the only time where, in terms of combat, you can find some parity. And right there, NIP showing why it's so powerful. They get Sword Art's Flash, and now they know they're always going to be able to get a free kill out of Sword Art if that Dredge line connects.
That's the big thing, is that you take the barrier here with Sword Art on the Ashe because you know that you are so squishy, but with XLB moving down towards that bot side, it does mean that Xiaohao is in a very strong position to push this forward and kind of put a bit of pressure for the moment. Not going to commit, as Pout did move defensively just to make sure. ZDZ and Invincible trading back and forth. I think I've seen ZDZ getting jumped on like that every single time that Counter-Strike is up and available, so definitely needs to be very aware. Speaking of being aware, Pin Z should just be fine here. Yep, dodges out from the queue, so not going to be losing any of his summoners just yet today. And XLB, he's being proactive, but he's got to be making sure that he's keeping in tow as well, because yes, you are fantastically powerful, as Elise said earlier on in the game, but you are definitely going to be someone who needs to get up to that Gorge Ringer for that survivability later on.
I have a counterpoint for you, Ashin.
Go on.
Rubber Band XP is broken. I don't think he cares. Marang in the LEC lets you know how ridiculous it is. And yeah, I mean, if you look at Twitter, there's always someone complaining, and rightfully so. It's like one jungler has 12 camps, and the other jungler has like 30, and they're just both the same level, casually. And there's very little lane XP that's been soaked as well. Yeah, it's just, you can get away with a lot of this nonsense. Wow, great presence from ZDZ to just know Invincible's there. Now Invincible's like, he's going to stop my base again. How dare him?
Oh, he needs to be careful now, Invincible. He's going to be a little bit more wary of those engages. XLB trying to see if he can make something work now with his level 3 up towards this top side as the wave is pushing against NIP. Level 5 hit for ZDZ does put him in a fairly decent spot. We're going to see a flash immediately, and this is the power of the Lee Sin. You have to be able to respect it, and that means he's gaining summoners across the board.
Yep, absolutely. If that Sonic Wave connects, there's maybe a chance that he dies, right? So just has to respect Flash away from the Counter-Strike before any of the chances he can even come down. Really, really nice stuff. Xiaohao done a full clear. Couldn't find anything. Reset. Now he's just covering for ZDZ as he crashes this wave. Could even look for a dive, but it's a bit risky. Xiaolanbao's here. Smite on Xiaohao. He's going to steal away the camp.
Deal with the camp is a level ahead, and now XLB isn't able to cover for this top side, so you can see already just pushing forward. ZDZ saying, look, you're going to lose a hell of a lot of this wave. This is great, honestly, from the top duo of AL.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised Xiaolanbao isn't just covering for the sake of it. Invincible knows he just has to let his recall go off. If he gets it interrupted, he just 100% gets stove. And anyone's legend, they don't necessarily get the dive off, but the pressure is very much felt from the side of NIP. So really, really nice sequence of plays. Xiaolanbao still looking for all of that early proactivity, trying to prove to us why he got that MVP in game number 2 in the first place. And I mean, this was a first pick, Lee Sin. So,
yeah.
Oh
my god. Why did the observers always do it?
The observers knew as well. That's like they zoomed onto it from so early. I have to mention, because obviously we get our feed from the Chinese side, right? So
yes,
we see exactly, we get the program feed the exact same way that the Chinese casters do. So it really makes me wonder what the Chinese casters are bantering about. Because surely it just has to be a narrative of everyone's just missing cannons today.
There was quite a few cannons missed by plenty of people. It's a bit of an unfortunate one. Speaking of a bit unfortunate, both supports going to be walking into each other there. There's the Q landing. Barrier has been hit, but no flash still onto Sword Art. Means that he is going to die. The flash in, not going to be enough there to try and catch out XLB. Now with the Galio ultimate, everyone's committing in, making sure they do not lose anyone else, and NIP get themselves on the board. But they have to be very careful. Pau is strong, but don't want to be sticking around for too long.
No, don't want to be sticking around for too long at all. One really nice adaptation I like from Pinji's runes. He's gone Conqueror in this game. A lot more standing power, but also you take a look at the side of NIP. Draft, super short ranged. 4 melees. Hell, Draven wants to play like his melee character, so he might.
I was gonna say you're almost there with that. Honestly, look at where he's attacking these minions. Like,
yeah, he doesn't care. He's a melee champ, right? So you know, a lot more sticking power, or not sticking power, rather, a lot more like standing power, a lot more damage that can ramp up with that Conqueror. Healing as well, gonna go the distance in a lot of these short range skirmishes. And Sword Art, just no flash from the earlier play, right? They've still not fixed that spectator bug. We can't see it in the bottom all setup, but he doesn't have it, I promise, from that play from earlier on. Just got it back now, whilst he was in that replay. So really nice timing from an IP to just recognize, yeah, this is a very free and easy pick to go for. And they yield massive results. Now, speaking of potentially yielding massive results, this dive, however, members here.
Not going to be working too well for ZDZ. He's got to hide himself out between his turret, and it's all going to naught. It's all falling apart. Pinzi doesn't have flash, but does have plenty of damage there to try and catch out XLB. Oh! The whirling death! All the way from downtown. That's an insta-kill coming in here for Photic, and that means he gets a cash out as well. Very curious to see how much gold he has right now, but I can almost certainly tell you he's got himself an Essence Reaver.
Oh, yeah, he should do. There's 8 minutes of stacking, 1.8k. Oh, yeah, he's got... Oh, he might be a bit short of an Essence Reaver. I think he can get... Yeah,
you're right. Short. He is just short.
He's just short.
He should have stayed for one more wave.
I think you need 2,000 gold.
2,100, I believe, after
2,100? Yes, 2.8k. Yeah. So ZDZ just gets a bit one-shot by this Jax, doesn't he? And on the top side, Xiaohao's getting completely blown up as well by Pout's burst damage. Whirling Death. Look at Draven. I need to know how much gold he got. I need to know.
I can't really see it there.
I couldn't see it.
He got 70 from hitting, from getting the kill, because he's probably running Treasure Hunter, but couldn't really see it there, to be perfectly honest. That's a bit unfortunate.
Should we just do like some quick maths? He had 75, well, say he had 70 CS at the time of the kill.
Probably like 100, maybe like 300 then? I'm assuming it's about 300.
200 stacks? He would have had about 200 stacks. I reckon.
Maybe it's the stacks times 2. I don't think he had 200 stacks, did he? Would he have had 200?
Yeah, because he's got 70. He had about 70 CS, and then also he's got like he gets it for catching the axes, and then there's also the bonus where you get more stacks if you've caught like 6 axes in a row.
Yeah, maybe he had 200. You know what? Yeah, that's true. That's true. So the maths for the stacks is the stacks times 2.5. Yes. So you do end up getting and plus 40 for some reason. I don't know why they had the 40 in there for guaranteed, but yeah, you know what? It's a lot of gold. That's all you really need to know. That's all you really need to know.
All that matters, it's a lot of gold. Invincible, pop this
Oh, 2 seconds until he get his leap strike, but he doesn't want to commit to it there. Does pop his ultimate, but I think he maybe had a little bit more damage than he was anticipating. No gold goes over to Pout, unfortunately, there, but plenty going over to XLB, and with his Game 2 performance being the MVP, definitely feels good to be him right now, as NIP are starting to slowly just kind of suffocate out this map, and you can see XLB so much more comfortable on this Lee Sin comparatively to anything else. We can see now, do they land the charm, or excuse me, the charm, the taunt? They do. They're going to look for a little bit more. XLB not willing to put himself in harm's way. I feel like he definitely could have flashed behind Pinz there and knocked him back, but didn't want to give away a counter kill just in case. Photic does have to use the cleanse. Does get clipped by the backside of this flash forward, and they're going to try and burst him down. He flashed just a little bit too late, and AL come to life in the bot side.
Yeah, that's all we needed from AL. They've got the double range engage tools. Xiaohao to just get that additional bit of lockdown and damage in, so they finally shut down Photic and draw a little bit in that 2v2. Turn into a 2v3. Numbers advantage wins out. And like you're saying on that mid lane play, I kind of agree. I feel like maybe Xiaolongbao could have angled it, right? No flash on Ping Ji, and it's not like he's running phase rush, there you go, to get out of it. So, kind of interesting to not see the full committal there as Cleanse comes out, Chains of Corruption, but unfortunately, Joe feels like he's going to body block it, but he just doesn't quite get in front of the arrow. Bay picks up the kill after flashing forward, and yeah, Joe's just in no man's land 3v2. Great setup from AL. Nothing else to say about that play. Really, really clean. And they get both the summoners out, Photix, and
all right.
He got it. He got it.
All right.
I know the Chinese casters are just giggling to themselves. This is the only.
Absolutely.
Because if
we're
that was our
giggling.
narrative, we're giggling. Exactly. And I know if that was the narrative that we were doing right now, just like, all right, it's the cannons each time. And it just zooms in slowly. We would have to be. We'd have to be. But
absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, coming back into live, it is only still about 1,000, maybe 1,500 gold lead for NIP. Dragon to the good for them as they picked up the first one of the game. Rift Herald was picked up by NIP as well. So they've gotten a lock at all the objectives so far. Now they're looking to try and make sure that they don't lose more in this bot side. Essence Reaver finally gets finished up, but because Betty was able to pick up that kill and assist, he gets himself a Youmuu's alongside the Ionian Boots of Lucidity, so he's feeling pretty good about where he is right now. XLB moving forward to see if he can just kind of put down a little bit more hurt, because he's actually had a little bit of an item spike himself. Got Gore Drinker to make sure he's doing enough work here in these team fights. And actually, I didn't even notice it, but Pout's got the Predator here onto the Gallios, so he's going to be looking to try and just kind of birth people down with this Predator and get them caught out with the taunt. So now they're looking to see if they can maybe catch out Pinzi now in this mid lane, but he's got his flash this time around, so not really worried about this Rise at the moment.
Yeah, definitely not. But nice to see NIP as a jungle support duo just running around the map, right? Looking for plays. Nautilus, Lee Sin. It's so obnoxious to deal with. Speaking of obnoxious, Photic just stopping the base there of Sword Art. Just to make sure he goes back to base a little bit further. Ultimate's going to be back up by the time Dragon spawns as well, so they'll have that if they want to fight. Some more big exchange going down. Item completion is what we really want to start tracking. Like you said, they're slowly trickling in. Invincible might be a little whiles away from that Divine Sunderer, but it's going to be approaching it kind of soon. Pout quite close as well to the Rod of Ages. Looks like they're eyeing up a top play. Could be a really nice window if they can get ZDZ's flash or ultimate out of this play before the dragon spawns in 60 seconds time. As long as they don't expend too much, it's a really, really solid play for the side of NIP, but ZDZ is playing so cautiously. He just has an idea it could be going on. There's a ward in the tri-bush. And yeah, Invincible just can't sell it well. Unfortunately, ZDZ just playing a little bit too safe. They go back. But definitely like the idea from NIP, right? Such a strong team fighting tool from the side of AL. If you can blow that right before this dragon spawns, the contest gets so easy at that point, right? Just send bodies in, get Pout on top, as long as Photic's able to auto stuff. Teamfight probably looks good more times than it doesn't. But now, AL, they're the ones first in the River Machine, and NIP, they're going to have to check into this. If they want to, of course, where XLB is. Actually, could be a Herald for Dragon trade instead.
Yeah, happy to let that one go. Kind of weighing up their options for the moment, saying, look, we'd rather power now, get that onto Draven, maybe get him up to his Eclipse a little bit quicker. Could go Mortal Shield Bow, but we generally do see the Eclipse being built up as a bit of a kind of more squishy assassination build almost from the Dravens. But right now, it is just looking like it's going to be a trade. Both mid laners picking up their Rod of Ages in the last minute or so. So they're happy for it. And there's actually not going to be a trade for the moment. It's just XLB getting this for free. And now NIP might actually go for a full-on trade. Because again, ZDZ just uses teleport. So they are going to be 4 men here. No real kind of way for this Kennen to join.
Yeah, and NIP know this. They, like, Invincible's already halfway down on their own. Pout can always join just by pressing his R key. It looks like they're just going to give it up for free. They're more interested in getting this mid lane tower, so that'll be the trade. If they can take a fight off the back end.
It's risky. They find themselves a kick and a kill. Photic gets himself the assassination there. Nice little combination. Now Pinzi is just very much by himself. No real way for him to go. They haven't used the taunt yet because they know they can just wait and wait. And Photic picks up another. That came off of literally ZDZ TPing top and not having it available.
Yep, literally. All of that comes from that teleport. Second Herald Charge also went through by the looks of that tower HP. NIP just win out. Sure, they lose the dragon, but they get everything else that's really important here. They're even going to get a tier 1 on the bot side for Invincible as well.
Huge swing
now these
of gold.
guys are on spike. So much gold. Yeah, 4,500 pretty much in the lead. Photic will probably have a second item here as well. it's just massive from the side of NIP. Huge swing of momentum, and now AL, they're on the back foot well and truly. Shield bow and the BF sword. Shao Hao?
Yeah, he forgot it was Hexgate, so unfortunately he puts him in a bad position there to try and defend himself. So
I respect it, and I was like, huh, is this the angle? I looked at the minimap, I was like, okay, yeah, never mind. Goodbye. Tries to flash out. And yeah, at the very least I'll get the Sunder spell. Feels good. Did XLB? I thought XLB got that with the Q, because I saw a bit of gold pop up for himself. Not sure what it came from. Maybe he pinged a ward.
Quite possibly.
Quite possible.
Remember, kids, ping your wards.
Yeah,
Give you
ping
5
the wards,
gold.
Guys. It's free gold. Free real estate.
It's free real estate. Yeah. I feel like I don't even know where that meme comes from. I know of it, obviously, but I don't think it's like it definitely wasn't a UK and Ireland
hell no.
Advertisements.
It was definitely an American ad.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, I don't actually think it was a real estate ad though.
Yeah, was it a sketch?
I think it was a sketch.
Maybe.
Like, it's so goofy in my head. It feels like a sketch, but I'm not sure if it was. That's an Ash Arrow to Pow.
Ash Arrow does land, but that's the Wukong kind of fully committing here to try and take down Pout, who does get the taunt off. Bit of a shield onto him here. ZZ would love to get in on top of this, but Pinzy flashes in, but he gets kicked back straight away. Chain of Corruption is good to make sure they can't follow anymore. ZDZ flashes forward. Photic does get himself cleansed away, so he's not dead just yet. Another taunt is good, and here we go. The Jax found the backside, and Draven's just swinging those axes. The Executioner is here, and your death is sealed, AL. Nothing you can do. It's a full ace for 2, and AL, they needed to go for something, but it was just a bridge too far.
Yeah, AL, they just bite off more than they're really capable of chewing there. NIP, as soon as that Galio comes back down, the re-engage is there, and Jax comes through. Invincible. He felt invincible in that team fight. There was just nothing AL could do to return that level of damage. Pout does get caught out here. Underneath tower, he's tanking tower, he eats a lot, flashes away from this ultimate, but 2 key things, right? This kick buys so much time, a second of lockup, backwards movement as well. It's more about NIP being able to reposition. So XLB dies, but Ulma comes in. There's a knock up there from the ultimate, but then Pout re-engage, 2-man taunt on the side, and no one is looking at Invincible as all of AL just see red for Pout. And no one's hitting Photic. Really strong turnaround from NIP. And now another massive...
Oh my god. Infinity Edge now finish up for Photic. 4-1 and 3 on the Draven. I mean, Betty and Swordart can't walk up to him. Like, you are so squishy right now. Anyone can't, honestly.
Yeah, there you go. I was about to correct you. No one can walk up to Photic right now. If he crits whilst he has the axes spinning, it's a clean 700 damage.
He's on 80%, I think, now. 80% crit
60,
chance?
60. But even still, right? It's so insane how much damage he's got access to right now. No, people are still looking for their second item machine.
Yeah.
He's built 2 items that are worth 3,400 gold, and he's got 3 items. Yeah, Photic's a little fed.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
It's a lot. It's a lot to be dealing with right now.
I'm going to be honest. I'm worried for anyone's legend. Their chances of winning their second series of the year has significantly dwindled in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah. As we see, the shortest little dredge line to move away from or buffer the Ash Hour. It is still buffered. That's the important thing. If there ever is a stat for that in the future. But yeah, this is just so difficult now for the side of AL. And look, you know, they tried their best. So they really did look like they had a composition that they could work with in game number 1. Tried it again in game number 2, and it just feels like slowly but surely NIP have just been building and pushing forward to make sure they just know how to play. They've just been like a steam train. It's slow to get going, but once it goes, you ain't stopping it.
Yeah. There is no brakes on this train. The only way that you can get to stop is by derailing it. And I don't know how AL do that, to be honest with you, at this point. They're not massively far behind on the rest of the map, which I think is, silver lining, right? But Photic is just going to deal so much damage that you just have to worry that,
Woo!
Yeah, woo! What do you do? You know? And it looks like
hope and pray.
Baron even hope and a prayer. Yeah. It's looking like something like that. For now, NIP just gonna walk around the map. They know Photic is so strong that they can kind of do whatever they want. Look for jungle camps, just push back AL. And I think honestly, if you can just drag them into a team fight, just by that where that Raptor camp is, get a nice flank from Invincible, Pout maybe just gets in on the back line, something like that, you're just gonna run them over. You're just gonna run AL over. So we'll see what NIP tried to do. For now though, AL, they just have to do their best to turtle, right? Try and see if PingG can get to a point where you can really, really take over this game. But being several thousand gold down, team to team, it's just going to feel rough, right? And no matter how strong you are on this rise, you're always going to have to deal with a Draven, which is just further ahead than you are. Further ahead of the curve than you are. And if you can't match that damage output, then frankly, NIP should just win the fights.
We'll see. Right now, it is just a little bit of a push and pull. You do have the Seraphs finally finished up here for PingG, so Silver Linings does have a little bit of survivability coming into this here for AL. As XLB and Zhuo are just a duo right now, constantly keeping vision away from this Baron. And honestly, Photic might feel confident enough to really go for this. He is sitting on a ward, so AL know this is happening. They are not to be outdone just yet. They have ways into the pit. This could be risky here for NIP. AL might have a miracle on their hands.
AL might have a miracle in their hands. We'll see. The problem for me is if NIP decide to turn around.
Zhuo's dead. That's going to be a Realm War, bringing in PingG on the backside. What is happening right now? Photic's getting swarmed, but he finally gets a kill. He's still trading it back, but eventually gets taken out by Xiaohao. It is Invincible TPing in a little bit late. Xiaohao is not going to be able to survive this, you would imagine. No, he's dead, absolutely, but ends up being a 2-for-3 trade. And honestly, all things considered, that's not a terrible thing for AL.
Yeah, I mean, the Baron gets stopped, Photic's dead, NIP are gonna return to the Baron. It's definitely doable, it's just gonna take a while. Betty, Sword Art. Can they throw a spanner in the works here?
They can definitely throw some arrows.
They can throw some arrows.
They're
it's actually going down pretty quick. Jax is whacking through this, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Flash taunt! And there's the follow-up. The CC is good.
No.
And Betty cannot react fast enough. Sword Art, however, will be able to get himself flashed away. Baron will go on all 5 members of NIP and AL. They thought maybe there was a push too far from NIP, but they get punished rightfully so. But again, this was risky to say the least.
Yeah, and just all eyes on Photic, right? He's trying to reposition, he's trying to get the damage out, but then this Realm Warp comes down, gets Rune Prisoned, and then immediately ZDZ is on top of him with all the damage and cleanses it away, flashes away, but unfortunately his health bar just takes too much of a beating and Xiaohao's able to finish it off. Invincible, again, namesake play. Pretty hard to take down here in this game, 403. That's a hook onto PingG, and that's a dead rise.
It is. We even saw the ward hop there from XLB, but he didn't even need to use it, to be honest with you. He was looking for a kick, and he just kind of went, I don't actually need to do anything here, and just kept it alive. Yeah, changed his mind right at the end. It's 11,000 gold lead now, Jamada. This game is all but done. And unfortunately for AL, looks like they'll be going 1-8. NIP 3-6, though. Trying to build back what could have been for them as their season is. Only 7 series left from being done. They need to make sure they start picking up more of these games, more of these wins. And honestly, with the way they played this particular composition, I need to see more teamfighting comps out of them. Screw the split push. Screw going for these hard-to-execute compositions just because they're meta. Because you can do stuff like this. You can just run in, kill off everybody, and there's nothing they can do about it. There's the insect right in on top of the virus, who again has no chance to flash. And NIP are going to be putting a nice, pretty little bow here onto this particular play. As we can see, PingG, I like this play. Just trying to cover the minions, make sure he can give his team as much time as possible. And even has to TP back just to make sure he's there on time.
Really, really solid from PingG, but I don't think it's going to be enough. The efforts are going to go unheard for inside of AL. As there's the engage, but it's not onto Photic. Bye-bye. Wukong. Oh, that was a knock-up onto PingG as well. I think they're going to be alright. They might not be able to end the game here.
Will not be able to end the game just yet, as our health bar is being respawned on the side of AL. People are coming back. They will, however, be getting themselves on their soul point, and a Hex Dragon for something like a Draven means he does not need to think about any kind of attack speed whatsoever. He can just keep building for wherever he needs. Let's have a look at the replay here again, because it's just invincible. Zoning off 3 people on his own.
Yeah, Galio comes down on top of him. Knock up lands on Xiao Hao. He's able to escape, but yeah. Betty's not able to escape. Swordart's not able to escape. Too much damage. And you know, you were starting to mention, you know, for NIP, it's been a rough run of a season so far for them, right? 2-6, really been struggling to find themselves. Constant substitutions between Pout, Dream. You know, even had Dream play game number 1 this series. Didn't look good for the side of NIP. They just kind of sat there and lost. Whether that's necessarily the, you know, I don't want to use a word as strong as fault to Dream, but whether that's just like the difference between, you know, maybe Pout is more vocal compared to Dream, right? And then they just kind of lose that direction compared to what they had in, you know, game number 2 and game number 3. It's hard to say without that context, right? But certainly NIP looked like a stronger unit with him in the mid lane. And so late into the season, with only 2 series wins, they're going to need to start racking them up, right? This is going to be the first one. After this, it's OMG FPX for them. There is a good chance that they can come out of those series with wins and be sat in a couple of weeks' time at 5-6. It's not entirely unheard of. They could try and round out, like, just barely making it into playoffs. It'll be a late run, but it's certainly not impossible. As we zoom in, or zoom out, rather, to get a good look at this siege. Invincible takes that inhibitor on the bot side. NIP, they want out of this series. They want done. There's already one Nexus Tower to go on. And AL, it's going to be the kitchen sink play, I think. They just got to throw everything they can at Photic and pray it's enough.
Well, they're going to make an engage right now. They're going to go in there with the Cyclone. Xiao Hao not really able to get the second half of that going for himself with that Chem Sword. And again, they're just losing bits and pieces of their base. It's little by little, bit by bit, death by 1,000 cuts, you feel. As NIP not wanting to end the game outright just yet. They need those minion waves, as Photic also hasn't gone for much lifesteal. You would love to have the Bloodthirster on him realistically right now, but should be sustaining up fairly nice. TP going to be coming in. Stopwatch bot by Invincible to make sure that this is the final fight as he looks to try and get himself a bit of an engage. Oh my god, Xiao Hao just has no health bar right now. And oh, you wanted to try and get that engage from ZDZ, but it's just not going to be enough. They will kill off the jungler as Photic will go down into his GA. But NIP have done the hard work. As I say that, they've got the Jax knocking on it. They lose basically everyone, and it's just Invincible left standing. But nevertheless, the 2-1 secured by NIP in their home stadium in Shenzhen.
A really good look for NIP in game number 2 and game number 3. It is just anyone's legend who are and have been struggling, honestly, as much as NIP have. But to see a clean game come out of NIP when, you know, again, going back to those summer expectations bleeding into spring for this year, no one was really thinking they'll be this low down in the standings at the moment. But still, a win is a win. Series win gets them up to 3-6, and like he was kind of alluding to, they don't have too many tough opponents left. They've got, out of their remaining 6 series, there's 3 that they should arguably, you know, lose on paper, but still can always look to upset. But they've got OMG, FPX, and Team WE in their remaining 7 series, rather. You can take those series wins, get up to 6 wins, and then maybe you can sneak a win against IG, right? Maybe you can sneak a win against RNG, who definitely have their bad days. It's very, very plausible. We'll see in the coming weeks how NIP decide to approach these series, right? Because like you were saying, forget all this split push nonsense. They look really good when they're all, you know, on a draft in a theme where they just move forward with each other and they can just play off of each other's agency. Maybe that is the key here for NIP success. For AL, you know, a little more soul searching to continue to be done here, unfortunately, for them. I still feel like their engages throughout a lot of game 1 and 2 were really solid, so it's not like they're lacking that proactive voice, it seems like. At least demonstrating that here in this series, they're just not able to find the consistency that they require to actually close some of those ones out. And, you know, their schedule, at this point, I don't think they're mathematically locked out of playoffs, but like...
Not yet.
Their schedule, they're 1-7, unless they pull off a miracle and beat teams like Weibo, EDG, and LNG, which... it's going to be an uphill battle, Smile. Yeah. The likelihood of that playoffs run kind of looking a little bit done and dusted. And hopefully for them, the rest of the split can just be about rebuilding now.
Yeah, I mean, look, for AL, I think you are looking towards summer right now. It is just a little too late, to be perfectly honest. You're 1-8, 7 series left to play. It's just, you technically can make it. Obviously, there is always a percentage chance, but their next few series, if you look at kind of who they're due to play, like they don't play anyone else for the rest of this week. Obviously, that's coming into the weekend. But then next week it's RNG, Weibo, OMG, EDG, LNG. Like these are all playoff contenders that just aren't really going to be wanting to give up a game to you because of the way this whole system works, because of the way, you know, the playoffs is set up and tiered. You need to get as high a position as you possibly can to make sure you start as late as possible in the LPL playoffs. But you can see there, Betty, in fairness to him, did a fair bit of damage. The poke was very much coming out, but at that point, you know, Photic's the poke is significant, but it's not as significant as getting just absolutely obliterated by one auto attack from a Draven.
Yeah, you know, it's all well and nice that AO were able to step up in damage, but the fact of the matter is that NIP's damage just kind of matters more, right? Your damage can always be inflated when you're playing poke champs, and frankly, the damage that NIP are showing is more or less all from Engage, right? All from hard Engage, getting on top of the members of AL and removing them from the Rift to win objective fights. For AL, it was a lot more, you know, kind of sit there response, and there wasn't enough, I suppose, sort of, to get them into a position in the early stages. I think off of, you know, Betty engages, Sword Art engages between those two ranged ultimates and trying to shut down Photic in the early stage. They did it once, but after that, it was pretty hard to already do it, and Photic had already cashed in across the map. It's pretty rough, to be honest with you, for the side of AL in terms of what they could have gotten done. And NIP just kind of say, you know what, we're done here. We're just going to throw everything that we have to at AL and ensure that they don't have any breathing room.
Yeah. I mean, you know, it is what it is, you know, kind of AL came out absolutely swinging, but it's again, we've seen this throughout the split so far. If you look at actually the game scores for AL, it feels like it is, you know, them winning a game, losing two, winning a game, losing two. They come out the block swinging, and then slowly but surely they get found out. They don't have as much gas in the tank. And teams in the LPL, look, yes, there are 17 teams. You will just naturally, by the definition of competition, have better teams than others. But it does feel like this is just, it's so brutal right now because there are no easy matchups. There are no, really, apart from maybe JDG and Top Esports punching down, and it does feel like you have to work so hard for every single thing. And look, if we were in the LCS or the LEC, best of one, no problem at all. You got that first victory, well done you. It's a very different story, but it's just not how the LPL functions. You need to have consistency. You need to have that grit to push you forward and get you into that next kind of, you know, game two, get you over that line, because that's what matters in this league.
Yeah, it just kind of proves your mettle, right? It's a bit of a test of, what's the word I'm looking for here? Like sort of mental stamina, stability when you're going through these series, right? Like you say, the best of ones, it's very easy sometimes to cheese a team out of a victory. But you win that first game, you've got to do it again, right? And if you're against the stronger opponent, chances are they're just going to swing back as hard, right? It's like, you know, you're the little brother, you kind of poke a little bit of fun at your big bro, and he just turns around and he just goes, no. and just boxes you back for it. Yeah, you have to be ready for that counterpunch, and unfortunately here today, even though, you know, AL and NIP that, you know, technically very close in the standings, it kind of felt a lot like that, right? AL got their swing in at NIP put Pout back in, and they just looked like a different team, and there wasn't really much of an answer back for them.
No, there really wasn't. But we're not going to go for a break. We're going to go straight into our next series. We got banned picks down the bottom of the lower third as we jump into WE versus RA. And WE, I'm already starting to like this setup right now. You're looking at a lot of late game scaling. You got Azir, you got the Zeri, you've got the Zeds effectively coming in there for the side of WE. But for RA, with that Silas and plenty, we just saw how that Draven going to work. Lots that you can be working in that bot side. So right now, Jamada, first impressions. Let me know what's going on in your mind.
All right, RA, send it. WE. Listen, you're not always going to get the long-winded analysis out of me, all right?
No.
Sometimes I'm just going to say it how I see it. And what I see is an RA team composition. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a weird one. If people got that, well done to you. That's a weird reference.
But RA just want to fight, right? They've got the Draven, they've got the winning 3v3 on the bottom side. It's all about engage, engage, engage. On the opposite side, you've got the Zeri, you've got the Lulu, you've got the Azir. It's a lot more about kiting back. It's a lot more about finding those very brief and small windows to then reposition and push forward from the side of Shanks and Hope. And we'll see. Wow, what a Xiao from the crowd.
That is a loud crowd. That is awesome. You know what? People might not know this. The WE fandom is actually so adamant as well. It's huge fandom. They've been around for so long. Like 2013 obviously was the heyday of WE. They had a brief period in 2020 or 2021 where they almost were able to kind of bring it back. But there is a lot of very adamant fans of WE in the Chinese scene.
Yeah, it's a huge brand. Huge brand. Has been for the longest of times. And yeah, that's why you always hear those loud gyros. I also heard a hype man in the crowd as well, getting it already. I think it's always like that though. I think there's always that one leading voice for the gyros.
I like it though. They have a designated person to do it. You know, they have a designated person to turn around and go, you will start the gyros. I like that though. It's nice. But yeah, just in case you're wondering, obviously we are a little bit delayed. We did not have full picks and bans as they are in two separate cities of Shenzhen and Xi'an, so we are a little bit behind. Hopefully we'll be able to catch up fairly quickly. It is just the nature of such a large league in so many different venues. It has to happen, you know, unfortunately sometimes, and hopefully we'll be catching up as quick as we possibly can. But right now, in this game, we can see a little bit of pressure here, and this is what I'm loving, the adaptation. And again, it's something we've been seeing so much. This is like hard engaged bot lanes kind of saying, look, we go straight kill lane, because against something like a Zeri, you are going to be hard pressed to really get this one going here for Hope and Iwandi. And already, look at those spinning axes. Look at the damage.
My goodness, I think he was juggling 3 there, because I think he already had 2 and he had the cooldown back up, so he's just throwing axe after axe, all spinning, so much damage. And again, you know, sort of leading off that last game, when you've got these ranged, you know, sort of duos into a melee support, a lot of the reason why we've seen these melee supports fall off generally in terms of priority is, you know, the level 1's really rough and it's kind of hard to navigate. And after that level 1, it then, you know, sort of lends into having a losing level 2 and a losing level 3 where you've lost too much HP, you can't really play the game how you want to play it. Send it level 1. Just look for a hook. If you get a good level 1 trade, then all of a sudden the level 2 looks more plausible. So really nice there from Southwind, from Assume, to just get that trade in. And now if the wave starts to bounce back in the next wave after the one they've just killed, then they can start to look for some trades, which could potentially be quite positive for them.
Well, full clears for both junglers as they get into it. That's something interesting as well, is that, like, yes, Lee Sin is fantastic at early skirmishes, but he can clear very quickly as well. That's the funny thing, is that there are plenty of junglers at the meta right now who can just get themselves onto that 4-camp start, or sorry, full clear start without having to get the scuttle spawns. That means they have guaranteed priority. You can see there now Heng using this knowledge of the Lee Sin being on that bot side to say, look, I'm going to move up towards the top side, make sure... Oh, that was cheeky. That was cheeky as hell. Oh, I love it from Southwind. That was so clean.
Yeah, really nice use of the animation cancel there. It's really hard to react to as well, especially because, you know, you kind of think about it like this. 1/4 of a second is the usual human reaction time. Fun fact. If you see Nautilus auto-attacking a minion, you're like, oh yeah, he's going to auto-attack it. And then a dredge line's flying at your face. Hard to react to. So now that flash is gone from Iwandi, Lian, we'll see whether or not he can get down there, try and take advantage of that, and try and get Assume going. We just saw what Fed Draven could do in the hands of Photic. Assume is no slouch as well. Just to make things clear, had a pretty okay year individually, Assume, in 2022, or at the very least summer. So that's when I was
No!
Not
Get
again.
it! Thank you! Yes! Go on, Cube!
It continues the day of cannons. How many have we had? Like, the zoom-ins on the cannons today have been hilarious.
At least 5. At least
5, right? Like, doesn't matter. And I also imagine it could even be separate observers, right? Because it's two
Yeah.
separate
Oh no,
venues.
they're completely separate observers.
Yeah,
There's
so
two different venues.
They're just like, they're all
There's
on
obviously
board.
something
They're all
happening in the Chinese servers where everyone's saying you gotta focus in on these things right now.
Oh, that's hilarious. But we'll see who ends up winning the cannon war. Right now, all right, look at it like this. RA are up, and obviously we're only gonna be able to count what we can see. I'll hold the point. Never mind, that's fine.
Keep going.
Yeah, so you know we'll count what we can see, right? Cube almost lost, right? So do we want to do it team to team or like team against game? You know, like RA versus League of Legends, WE versus League of Legends, or like the cannon miscount of WE versus RA. I think
I kind of like the first one, you know.
You like the first one versus the game?
I like stacking it, you know.
yeah, okay. We'll see who ends up with the worst score. Right now, RA's up 1-0 in the cannon department. RA will also be picking up this first dragon. A lot of pressure on the bottom side from Southwind and Assume. Means that they are a little bit too scary to deal with right now. No level 6s from the side of WE, of course. We're only 6 minutes into the game. Means that it's a little bit too difficult to skirmish for now. Once you have those turnaround tools, then it's a lot, you know, there's a little more room to dance. But until then, skirmishing power of Norless, Draven, Lee Sin, too much to handle. W will just have to concede that dragon.
We'll see what they want to try and work for here. Right now, Hing trying to be a bit of a nuisance as he roams around the map, but not really going to be gaining much there as he just gets spotted out on a ward fairly quickly. Lien might actually get level 6 off of taking that ward. Mightn't be just enough of the experience that he needs, but you having that information now, you can see Heng using it to full advantage to make sure that he goes into it. Like this from Bubu, actually really good trade into Cube. And honestly, someone we don't really get to talk about right now is Bubu, because he, I'll be honest, I'll say Bubu is definitely someone who is a little bit flippy. Definitely feels like some games he's a god, and other games he is in fact a commoner and a bit of a pleb. So really need to see him have a bit of a bigger consistency coming into this. As ooh, no lollipop for you there, Southwind. Don't know if he really wanted that. Level 6 just got hit by Hope, so it could have definitely been a much more difficult situation. But Cannon does go to the wayside as another one shall not be given. And this has to be a meme on Weibo or something like that. This has to be something like that you're just building up, like cannons are worth so much, and yet everyone in the LPL misses them or something like that.
Yeah, it really does. It really does. But yeah, BP, I agree. Like some days, you know, some days he's the shy. Some days he's, I don't know who he is.
I know exactly what you want to say.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
I know what you want to say.
Actually, you know what? The shy on both ends of the spectrum kind of works, because like, it feels like, oh, hello.
Yeah, sometimes you're the shy, but sometimes you're the shy. You know,
yeah,
that's just the setup. Oh, speaking of setup, Asom, he's by himself. They are going to use the Whirling Death here to try and get him away here. He's looking to try and maybe make this one work. That feels very overzealous. Lien, though, looks for a kicks and lands. That's going to be a nice little kill over to Lien. Gets himself the return. And that is a good response here from RA. WE, though, definitely looking to try and put pressure on this bot side.
But still, you have to feel the bigger win is for WE, right? They get both summons out of Assume, and they also kill the stacks, right? The stacking gone. We're almost 8 minutes in, so a lot of stacks are available. That's a great hit here.
Oh, nicely done. He follows him all the way. Lien gets himself another 2 quick kills in less than 2 minutes.
Oh, 2 really well-earned kills as well. Nice mechanics on the bottom side, but also just holds onto the Sonic Wave mark on top of Shanks. After he gets knocked back, just follows it through, just about gets the recast in. And even though the drift comes through on the side of Shanks, that kill comes in. And now they'll turn it into a Herald as well. So RA doing a great job of just finding pick after pick and then also getting neutral objectives. Bubu.
What did I say? What did I say? He is either the shy or he's the shy. Asom picks himself up a stack. Would have been a lot better had he done it before he died, but nevertheless, Bubu loses everything. Top wave as well. This is going to be so much gold now into Asom because they've just taken the Rift Herald. There is literally no way you can contest this here on WE. They might even get a full tower at 10 minutes. That's 10.5 minutes. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah. This Herald, the drop's a little early, but I guess they're going to need it to tank up the tower. They'll still get it. Just talking about efficiency of all things. As there you go, Cube. Covers the bottom side, picks that one up. tower all into Assume and Leon. Leon's already ahead, but getting Draven this gold as well, super pivotal. They could both return to the map here with first items very comfortably, I think.
Leon, for sure.
Leon picked up 2 kills, a Herald, that whole tower has to, right? 10 minutes in. Assume Essence Reaver as well, so really, really massive spike here for RA. WE, what are they going to do about it? There's the gold drinker. And then Assume, I imagine, Essence Reaver, maybe Boots.
Yeah, Boots came in straight afterwards just because he got the kill. Because he has a magical footwork, because he had an assist and a kill, brings it down to, I believe it's 10.5 minutes at that point. Or no, yeah, it's 45 seconds per kill, so we bring it down to 10.5 minutes, so he just gets it after that. So there it is, plenty more for RA to kind of go for it. And honestly, RA have been a little bit of a, you know, a dark horse in my eyes. RA have kind of put themselves in, you know, in this so far, this first half of the split as a very solid playoff team. Yes, they're 4-3, but you look at the teams they've lost to, it's literally been BLG, LNG, and Top Esports, who are all exceptional rosters. And even the BLG series, which they only just lost to recently, they could have won.
Yeah. They have. They've really been on the edge of picking up a lot of series. Just falling short, right? And I feel like that's always the fun thing about these middle-of-the-table teams. They're always, you know, on the cusp of something great. Leon, is he going to get it?
Oh, he gets it! Leon is just not having anything right now. He is not letting anyone away with anything whatsoever. We're going to see Asum moving in onto Hope, but they're going to back themselves away. I say that because they're going to land. Leon isn't done with you. As he moves forward, there's a Nautilus all of a sudden. Leon is a monster, and he's just cleaning WE up.
Who is this guy, Leon, all of a sudden? I mean, he's always been that carry player, right? But my goodness, he is on a tear right now. Q after Q, kill after kill. He is setting up everything, steals away the dragon. WE just in a bit of shambles. And there's more plates going into Assume. This guy is playing out of his mind right now. That was just an insane sequence. I mean, you know, it is simple at the end of the day, but just, exactly, that's what took the words out of my mouth. Just the confidence to just know, yeah, this is never their dragon. And just finding the rest of this skirmish is great. Cube finds the lockdown onto Hope, drops the exhaust on him from the spellbook. Just a little bit of chase down, but just waiting for Leon to get here. Another knock up on the Q. And Leon just isn't done. South window over the wall. Blast cone couldn't be stopped by Iwandi. Hope falls. Really, really great stuff from RA. And this last 5 minutes, it's been so explosive, right? Off the back of the dive from WE, they were the ones looking to shut down Assume. It has been all action, no breaks. There you go, other way around.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think you can have breaks when you've got a Lee Sin moving forward like this. And look,
hey,
you know, it's just insane.
It is insane. You asked me, sorry to cut you. What is the point of RA's composition? Right? You wanted some analysis. I said send it.
You said send it, and they are doing just that. Hope gets donated to the Adoration Fund as Leanne wants another little piece of the action. 4-0-2 on this Lee Sin. I don't care about bot lane anymore. I'm just glad the jungle's getting shaken up and Leanne's not done. Leanne wants more. Leanne's gonna look for Shanks in the mid lane. He doesn't have flash yet, and Leanne finds them again. This guy is ridiculous.
He's just smurfing. He's in low elo right now. He doesn't give a damn about anything. He's going lane to lane to lane and murdering everything in his sights. And RA is just setting him up beautifully across the board. WE are just, they're just baffled by what's going on right now. They're just having plays happen in front of them. No reaction at all. They need to find some composure. Though I say it, they're already 6,000 gold down. It's 14 minutes into the game. I don't want to say it's too late, but the way RA are playing, the level of execution is just...
Look, I'm not saying that, like, if this was my game and I'm WE, that I'm saying /FF, but sometimes, like, Leanne goes from this bot lane play where Heng is there. Heng is covering this play and has to back away because he knows that there's just nothing they can do.
It's so crazy. WE, like you say, they've read the play, they know what's going on, it still happens to them. They can't do anything about it. Numbers advantage is just in RA's favor. They've just been running around, finding kill after kill. We'll see if they can continue to snowball this, right? Another dragon. It's just Cloud, but maybe you get an early Elder. I don't even know if this game's going to go to Elder at this pace, but things like that, just pick up the soul. It just becomes more oppressive, right? All of this roaming around. all that out of combat movement speed, the flat movement speed in general, it's going to gauge places a lot faster. You end up with, you know, almost Moby boots, right? Once you have 2 Cloud Dragons and a Soul picked up. Bye-bye, huh? Nice knowing you. Catch it. And it becomes just even more oppressive with, what, running around with an extra 100 MS almost? I think numbers kind of average at like 80 or whatever. But you get the point. And WE, even if we get to that Soul point, not sure they're going to be able to defend now, let alone then. And the Herald should be on the cards here for RA.
And what a statement game right now. Look, it's best of 3. Obviously, things can happen. You take the Draven. If it snowballs, that's unfortunate, you know? But it's how they're doing it. This isn't just because they have a Draven. This is because of the way they're playing. This wasn't because, you know, fair enough, the bot lane played, they're ahead, that's fine. But the fact that Lei Yan goes from bot lane, immediately back to mid, finds a kill because they are timing everything. They went for that bot lane play because they knew Awandi didn't have the cooldown on his ultimate. So they knew they could burst someone out before that wild growth came in. He goes immediately back mid because he knows Shank's flash isn't available. These are the small little details that are just being trickled across the map here for RA. And that's the sign of a very scary team. A team that can go, cool, you're only 10 seconds away from your flash. You're probably thinking you're pretty safe. No, guess what? You're not. You've got 10 seconds to kill you and we're going to do just that. And it just feels so good for RA. It feels like this team that has been building for so long, back when they were Vici, back when they tried to, you know, bring in iBoy, didn't really work out. They've been piecing together what works for them, and it's just beautiful to watch.
Yeah, it is. It is indeed. You know, they've always been kind of middling for a while, but for the first time in, I'm not really sure how long. I'm not really the historian here. Feels like they can kind of try and make a breach into, you know, that sort of top 7-6 region, right? It could be a potential finish for them at 4 wins already. They have quite a few teams they could very plausibly still take down in their remaining matchups. TT, FPX, Ultra Prime. They have a lot of strong teams left, but those 3, including the series here today, bring them up to 8 wins. It's not impossible.
Here we go.
Here's a play.
They're looking for a play. They can't kill him. They just can't kill Strife. Finally, they get a little bit more damage down. TP going to be used. Whirling dead. Oh, if he had a couple more stacks, I think Asim kills him there. But yeah, you can see Bubu looking maybe for a flash, trying to get onto Lei Yan, but it's going to be very difficult to really make that stick. He's too far ahead. He's got too many items, to be perfectly honest, too many levels. We talked about catch-up XP, but I don't think it matters because he's just rich.
Yeah, he is just wealthy. And you know, one thing I was having a conversation about, I'm going to derail because I feel like this game is whatever RA wants it to be.
You bring this wherever you want to go.
One thing, you know, I feel like when teams get ahead, if you remember the old stat back in the day where a level used to be worth like 600 gold in stats.
Yeah.
I can't remember, I don't know what it is now, but because champions get more health and like general stats per level, it's just more than 1,000 gold. So levels are actually super important in League of Legends now. Even more so than before, just because of how many base stats you get. So when you start pulling ahead in XP, like you said, all right, yeah, cool, rubber banding the XP. I mean, hell, that was actually my original point, so thank you for bringing it back there. It can keep you in the game, but the point is, if you're snowballing a lead like this, where level leads can start to accrue across the board, it just becomes, you know, even more impossible, because now it's not like, oh, this person's 2 levels ahead of me, they're like 1,100 gold ahead of me. All of a sudden, they're like almost 2,000 gold in base stats ahead. And that just starts to become even more insurmountable than it used to be before, just off the levels alone, let alone the items, which have, by the way, come in. Assume has his Infinity Edge. Didn't go towards the Mythic, of course, being on 13-3 now, because I think we skipped the hotfix patch.
Yeah, we did.
13-1B. We were just on 13-1B for a while. Of course, the crit item changes have come in. They will try and pick on Q,
flash.
But yeah. And I'm going to be honest, Sheen, would have taken him a while to die anyway. So.
I mean, I was going to say, it's like, look, I like an idea from WE to try and catch somebody out, but it does feel like if you were to choose anyone, that's not my top choice. But I mean, who do you go to right now? Because yes, you know, going for Cube isn't maybe the most ideal, as the turret does end up falling. Cube doesn't have ultimate now available. There will be Bubu going mega very, very soon. I don't think Cube's going to be dying here, but will take a fair chunk of his own health bar as Lei Yan and the rest of RA kind of pressure now on the bot side. But they can destroy this Baron very quickly. Juve, a lot of shred here considering how far the Draven is. If he gets a couple more crits, you know, he's only on 40%, so he's still waiting to try and get really up to that. But look how fast it's going.
Yeah, teleport's coming in here for Cube as well, just to play bodyguard. Half HP already. Weighing in the wings, Hung.
He's looking for it. Not quite able to get a flash there by Hope is good, but already you can see the Whirling Death coming in. They're trying to burn off the jungler so they can guarantee themselves, but with Hang not going down, they take the next best thing, which is going to be that Azir. Shanks dies for, I believe, the third time in this game. 0-3 and 0. You've only had one kill. It's a minute 30 until the Soul. That's going to be a 23-minute Soul now for RA, and I just don't see how you can contest this.
No. RA are on a roll right here. They are in Zen mode. And WE not able to keep up with the monks in this one. Tier 2 goes, they'll reset. They've still got 2 minutes, plenty of time on that Baron. But yeah, turnaround is just good. Strive just waiting for the first member to step up to him. And unfortunately for WE, it's their jungler. Too much damage just in the combo alone. Half HP. Doesn't actually use the ult on him, uses it on Shanks for the
Good
knockdown.
flash.
Yeah, great flash, but unfortunately it means that with the repositioning, he's not able to get any more damage in. Pullback, doesn't quite have enough damage to take down Hung, but Shanks just caught in the middle of it at that point after the Viol goes into him. Now R8 back out on the map, Baron for another 90 seconds. Towers on either side of the map still take. Base to crack as well. Dragon to get. The list just goes on for whatever they want to just continue to grow this gold lead.
Yeah, and I love this itemization coming out right now from Leanne. He's got himself a phage. That's going to be building into a Sterx gauge, which gives him, again, just more playmaking ability. He doesn't need necessarily resistances. He just needs health bar. He just needs time to be able to put himself in a good position, because once he gets the kick off onto a key carry, he's done his job. And done his job very well, might I say. Also, we're just not going to see Asum go towards the Mythic right now. He's just saying, screw it. I need the Bloodthirster, the Infinity Edge, the Essence Reaver. We talked about it in the last game where the Bloodthirster would have been key for the Draven of NIP for Photic, but Asum's just saying, cool, look, the Immortal Shield Bow is actually just a worse version of this if I don't need attack speed.
Yep. Just wants the flat damage and heal up. Of course, the overheal shield as well is just going to give him that little bit of extra survivability. And WE, frankly, I mean, they barely have the damage to kill one member. Getting through that health bar and the potential regen of the Bloodthirster, almost definitely not, unless they are dumping every tick in. There's the Cloud Soul. You're going to see people are just going to zoom around the map now. Blood Rush as well from Asum 24/7 just to get around the map. And yeah, the oppressive rotation is just going to continue to get more oppressive. R8 just going to get to places first. I mean, look how fast Strive is moving. Is that 488 movement speed? It's a little bit small on my
85,
feet, so
I think,
is it
yeah.
85, yeah. Either way, 3 movement speed off. It's still
You were
pretty
close.
fast.
You're close.
You're practically at Mobies, right? With that movement speed.
Minimum
it's pretty
Swifties.
Yeah, like Swifties, Mobies, really, really close.
Here we go.
Really go forward.
You're going to try and get a last-ditch effort. They're going to get the kick in. Oh, the stolen Gnar as well. There's just nothing you can do. There's a double coming in straight away for Asum. We'll see Shanks getting one more down, but a triple comes in. Maybe even a quadra. They're looking for it, but he shall not be given it. Remember, pentakills are earned, not given. And this is going to be RA just decimating WE. And look, we could have an endgame call, but I'm going to start the endgame analysis before even the Nexus explodes. What does WD do in the game number 2? Because I feel like right now they just got outclassed in every single way.
Yeah. And this is a rough one because, I mean, I'll try and look at it from the perspective of like coaching staff, right? You have not too many proactivity tools in the early game, but you've got a lot of scaling. This really feels like, what a great kick, by the way, in the Gnar ult. What do you really... Everything just layers in. Sorry, I just can't get over how clean that play was. Like, where do you go from the side of WE, right? Do you just look for more agency to try and match what Ari just put on the table? Because I feel like draft doesn't really inherently matter in this game when you just get outclassed, right? Like, if you just get run over, what do you do in terms of analysis to look back at this game and go like, yeah, I think we should do this and this differently? I would say maybe you just try and bring it to RA. If you go towards another draft like this, there's nothing inherently stopping RA from just doing this again. So
yeah,
it's a really hard call.
It's a desperate call because it really is just like, how do you stop this? Like, sure, you know, you can maybe get rid of the Draven. That doesn't snowball as hard, but I don't really feel like that was really the issue. I feel like the Lee Sin was a big issue, but if you're giving over another priority jungler, Biu will be able to trade back fairly effectively here into Strife. He needs to get his auto attacks off if he really wants to try and take this combination. I don't know if he wanted to go for that fight straight away, but with Liang coming straight back in, he now has the support of his 507 buddy. Asum says, I want better KDA, and takes that with the Whirling Death. And also, it looks like I don't even think... Oh, okay, he's got a Serena Dirk. I was just about to say, I don't think Asum's going to finish off with a Mythic.
Yeah, he might not. Unless he's building Eclipse now. But
Eclipse wouldn't be a bad, actually.
Yeah. I mean,
well, no, not Eclipse, sorry. Edge of Night. I would prefer Edge of Night. Just so you don't die. Never die.
Yeah, Banshee Shield, that's pretty smart, Ashin. Yeah, pretty smart. I like it.
Yeah, I like to game. I'm a gamer, you know.
Are you sure?
I like how you just had the voice of like, I never doubted that.
Now, okay, Ashin. Sorry, I don't like with you, Ashin. Cue the Mission Impossible music.
It's very hard to sync that up over thing, but yeah, no, you ain't getting it in. Oh! Never mind, he got in, but he died. That was scary. That was a legitimate jump scare.
I love the
Lord.
Hey,
so God loves a trier. That's all that matters. But yeah, this game is all but done. But gave us a nice little moment right at the end there. But yeah, RA gonna take this game one, and on WE they got to figure out what they're doing next. You know, next game is it's gonna be tough. Not an enviable position for sure.
No, not at all. RH playing with their food here before they inevitably finish this one off. Maybe a little bit of an overstep from Southwind. Will go down, but Nexus is bare. Zoom is hitting it. He's kind of wondering what the rest of his team is doing. He wants to go to game number 2. And I think W have probably been looking forward to game number 2 for about 15 minutes now.
I mean,
excellent game from
And this
RA.
is why you need to play those scrims where it all goes wrong in the first 10 minutes. Because if you don't, you're not going to know what to do. And that being said, it's very hard either way. I don't think you gain much out of it either way. I don't know why. I like bringing that up. I just think it's a fun little thing that always kind of happens.
It's an interesting thought. I'm going to derail the post game here because honestly, all the analysis that needs to be said was RH played out of their minds. W got snowballed on.
GG go next.
GG go next. There wasn't really much to go through. Yeah, interesting point there on the scrims because I feel like, you know, you play blitz scrims a lot when you're in a team environment. You play out the first sort of 10-15 minutes, then you reset. But if you're a team that falls behind in those first 15 minutes, then you don't really get to experience the whole turtling and coming back and looking to pull resources into core carries. Not saying that this is what W are doing, I'm just saying it's a very interesting topic of conversation. Anyway, post-game breakdown. RA had a 14k gold lead by the end of that game. Not too shabby. And Assume did 20k damage. So, yeah, I think we know from the perspective of WE where they need to try and shut down, and they definitely did try. The issue was that the response was so heavy-handed that they could never come back into it.
Yeah, I mean, like look at the scores across the board there. They picked up what, 4 kills by the end of it. Leyen, in my opinion, looks like, and I know this is completely off of one game and is 100% not correct, but I love saying these kind of things. He looks like the greatest jungler on 13.3. That was that was insane amounts of play. Like the activity, the proactiveness, the fact that he was going from bot to top to mid to back to bot, you know, get the dragon, quickly getting objectives, because it wasn't just kills, he was getting objectives as well, and it really felt like this meta or this particular team comp just synergizes so well with RA.
He just channeled his inner 2015 Bengi, didn't he? Just like full on lane to lane to lane to lane. Win, 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 Leon. MVP more than well earned. There's no contesting that from my end. We had a bit of a booky one in the previous series of Pout not picking up in game number 2, but this certainly.
This one, no question. No question whatsoever. But yeah, we're not taking a break. Because guess what? We're going to keep the breakneck speed going. It's violent speed and momentum right now as we come into game number 2 of this best of 3. We are going to be seeing the picks and bans hopefully very, very shortly. But what did you want to see before we obviously get everything up on the bottom of our screen? What did you want to see from WE in terms of like, because I feel like they're relying so heavily on these late game scalers that as the old, kind of thing goes, you got to get to the late game.
Yeah, I think for me, with Team WE, they have very reliable carries, specifically obviously in Hope, but even Shanks, I think did a lot in the cases of like sort of surprising us despite WE's very, very rough summer performance last year. He's been the player that they've built around moving into this year, and he can step up. I think unfortunately when you go that heavy-handedly into the scaling side of things, it's kind of rough to ever come back. So more agency, right? Even if it means maybe picking up an early Silas, I think the Vi pick is all right. It's fine. It's Vi, right, in this meta. But I think just looking more keenly for plays as duos, as buddies, right, as 3-mans, and keeping it going. I just feel like RA just ran over WE lane to lane to lane to objective, that there was no real counter answer. But I feel like you can always try and find the counter answer by just having a little more agency in the champions, a couple more go buttons, right? That's how you can always just try and counter punch. So I'm looking more at that for WE and just seeing if they can actually match what RH put on the table.
Yeah, well, we'll bring up the pick and ban right now. Raise the lower third, as we can see where everybody kind of ends up coming in. Thank you. That was almost... Ooh, okay. All right, going with Lissandra into that mid lane to deal with the block. A little bit of an old school counter matchup into that mid lane. And Jace versus Renekton. Plenty of volatility. But again, I'm looking towards that bot lane. The Draven was banned away. They went with the Lucian Nami this time. And it's just as snowbally, Jamada.
Yeah, it's just the snowbally, right? Lee Sin Liss, Nami, Lucian, Renekton, it's just full red, it's full go. And WE, contrary to what we just asked from them, have effectively just done close to the same thing. However, no Azir, banned away by RA this time, locked. So, in that same facet, they do have a little more agency, but it comes from the skirmishing, right? So, we'll see whether or not they can actually unlock the map through this mid-jungle duo. The issue is, it's a 2v2 in the mid-jungle where getting that first punch matters more. So, after watching game 1, I would anticipate it's Lian that is getting that one done. But Hong, we'll see whether or not he can make it as we're into game number 2.
I always love hearing a chance, but I always love as well when the camera zooms in on someone and they just really don't want to look at it. It's like, oh, please, no. Go like away.
It's kind of the culture. I think it happens in the LCK as well. Both, like, whenever a camera ends up on an audience member, they do get quite giddy and shy, don't they? They're like, no, not me, I don't want to.
It's very different to what we're used to here in the UK and Ireland, where it's just right, make an ass of yourself quick.
It is whatever you can do to embarrass yourself or the cameraman for even daring to put the screen on you.
Yeah, it's like, you're approaching me, you're challenging me. Not gonna be happening, but yeah, and to those who know, who don't know, we are trying to get as close to live as possible. I do believe we are still a couple of minutes behind, so not quite at the live just yet, but we are bearing down their necks. Of course, they have multiple different casting teams across multiple different cities. We only have the one team set across multiple different continents, so I suppose similar kind of setup, but only one stream for us as we see where the advantages can really come from. And like you said, I'm going to be seeing what can happen from the early skirmishing of WE. You've got the Vi with the Jace and the solo lanes, honestly, to do so much with you, really, at this point. We can see Bew just going toe-to-toe with the Renekton. And this is the lane I'm going to be most curious about. We very rarely see, honestly, any of the LPL teams, many of the junglers giving early priority to things in the top side. But with Renekton and a Jace, it feels like whoever can, as you mentioned, get that first kill, that can mean a hell of a lot in the grand scheme of things. And it looks like Lian already starting to move forward, but there is a ward here, so he should be spotted out.
Yeah, you say that. I feel like it depends on the matchup. If you get a volatile matchup like this, though, I mean, he can flash W.
Yeah, he can flash in, he can land the Q, and he can get himself a kill. Lian picks up where he left off, 1-0 to RA.
All go, no breaks. Really, really good. And, I actually wanted to counter your point. Whilst I typically agree, and it's kind of the meta right now, top lane island, bot side is king. I feel like when you get these volatile matchups, you see a lot of aggression thrown towards the top side just for the sake of getting it ahead. And then it's an island, right? That's when it becomes an island. And especially in the opening weeks of the LPL when it was, you know, kind of Jax, Fiora, Cassante meta, you know, 3 very, very powerful skirmishing bruisers. You'd see it a lot of the time, volatile lanes indeed, as flash forward.
Nicely done. Heng gets himself a kill, and that's a better response from WE. We wanted to see them skirmishing a lot more, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. We need this from WE, and, you know, I was focusing a lot on this mid-jungle, just looking at the draft, right? I think 2 very, very interesting matchups. One where Vi, on paper, should be winning the matchup against Lee Sin, and then in the mid lane where, you know, Lissandra kind of is a quote-unquote counter to LeBlanc because she's got so much lockdown to counter the mobility. So it's all about the first punch in that 2v2 as we get a look at this play again. And unfortunately, Cube's flash, a little bit too late. He recognizes he's in a touch of danger. He has to flash so early that Cube can't get into range to stun him, but as soon as the stun comes down, that's it. It's just dead for Bew and gets punished for crashing that wave. That's what you want to do as Jace. You always want to try and crash wave 2 as soon as possible. He just wanted to make sure Cube didn't actually try and freeze it. Unfortunately, just that step up means that he gets punished for it now. They are striving for a pick, and they'll get some little chickens for their adventure, but nothing more.
Couple of little chicken nuggets. Never gonna say no to a couple of chicken nuggets.
What's your favorite form of nugget? My chicken nugget.
What's my favorite form? As in like dino nuggets?
So like, you know, dino nuggets, you like chicken popcorn.
Oh,
like,
okay.
What's your
you know what?
like,
I'm gonna say something very
in that kind of category. What are you gonna say?
I'm gonna say something quite controversial. I am a huge fan of boneless chicken wings, which I regard as just chicken nuggets.
You know what? So, when I was out in Texas last year, I had boneless wings for the first time. Now, you know, I'm Caribbean. I'm a meat man.
Yeah.
I love me some protein. That's just how it works. And if it's got meat, I'm in, right? Boneless wings, pretty damn good. It's just, you know, you pick them up and you just get to munch into them like they're wings, but there's no bone.
It's just like a bigger, more like better chicken nugget.
Now,
it's the best.
Now, don't get me wrong. I love wings. Wings are amazing.
Of course.
Boneless wings, however, it depends on what kind of wing, you know. Is it barbecued? Is it fried? You know, chicken comes in many forms. But yeah, I like your pick. That's niche.
Yeah.
I think
I'm a buffalo sauce man myself. I like me some buffalo sauce. I like coming out. Oh, Southwind. Oh, Southwind. He should be fine.
Okay.
Yeah, should be fine. But get themselves a dragon. They got themselves a big old chicken. They bought a full roast.
Oh yeah. Do you reckon
if they can make something work?
If dragon meat was real, it would taste like chicken?
I doubt it. Different constitutions. Well, might see a little bit of engage in the spot side. Liana snuck himself in. Bow. Bubble does not land. It is a barrier here for Hope. Still very difficult to walk into someone like a Lulu who does flash away immediately, and this is Lian kind of keeping down that pressure, saying, look, I'm going to keep getting those summoners, keep pushing forward as a team, and RA, again, getting exactly what they want out of this first few minutes of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Very happy. Still for R8, has to be said. WE, definitely scale a little bit better, but I feel like with the sheer amount of burst and, you know, sort of all-in lockdown and pick potential that RA have, scaling is never really going to matter in this game. It's still going to be about who makes the first pick or who gets the most out of, you know, champion uses here. So, like, you know, if Bew hits 2 shock blasts onto Assume and he just can't play the game, then, you know, great, fantastic. W can get that big advantage. But if they can also, you know, get that first move onto Hung, onto Shanks, lock down any core target, really, they're going to feel really, really happy. So, I feel like more than anything, even if you want to argue that the scaling's in the favor of WE, it's really going to be about who gets the picks first, in my mind. I feel like scaling's never really going to come into factor here. I think it's all execution machine.
Well, execution. Well, Cube might be executed, but there is an early rotation here from Leyen to make sure that they're all good. Here we go. He's going to get the dominance off. He's going to try and make this one work for his team. Oh, I love the buffering. And they're not quite done just yet. Leyen looking for it, but now Iwandi is here, and they can't get the kill. You play on the edge of greatness, and you are going to fall off once or twice. That's just how it works. And WE get themselves a counter kill over the aggression of Leyen.
Yeah, RA. They're just looking for the counterplay, right? I guess they were both looking for the practice play at the same time. Unfortunately, WE or RA just have more numbers there first. Iwandi opens the map on the top side and is able to actually impact the skirmish. And even though Southwind was on his way, he was simply just slower. And now WE will pick up this Herald on the backside of the skirmish. That's going to be huge for injecting some gold into the bottom side. Specifically, I imagine they're going to try and give it over to Cope. Try and get him very close to that shield bow ASAP, getting Zeri online. Trying to just kite back, right, on so many diving members. It's going to be crucial for the damage output of WE as dash forward. A little bit unfortunate Hung doesn't connect on the Vault Breaker, but the Empowered Stun comes through. And just before, unfortunately, Leon can get the Sonic Wave to connect onto Bubu, because the minions are in the way, Ultimate comes in, locks him down, and then here you go, Iwandi just breaks the play apart. Nice sidestep from Bubu. Probably would have died anyway on the way in, but still presence of mind to get away from that skill shot. Now WE have temporary advantage with that Herald to be able to drop it down somewhere.
Well, man, not quite done with this top side. Still has a ward very conveniently posted right behind Bubu, so maybe looking for a Dragon's Rage kick. But Bubu recognizing, yeah, I don't have priority right now. The Lysandra has gone missing. I don't want to do this. Backs himself away accordingly. So will they look for the dive? That's the big question. Strive puts himself in, flashes forward, really aggressive right now. They want to put down the hurt onto this Jace. They will do just that, equaling back up the kill score to 2 apiece. With 10 minutes on the clock, they are going to get a little bit more gold back into them as well. But bot lane, you don't have ult for Southwind right now, and you have Shanks rolling in as well. They're going to TP in. That's going to be the Lysandra. Good response here from RA, but that play topside does cost some summoners.
Yeah, it does cost them summoners, but I like this from RA because they get a very early suspicion that this Herald is just going to be dropped to Hope, right? It's the only realistic place you're going to ever drop it from the perspective of WE. Make a cross-map play on the top side before a punch can come through, teleport to defend the bottom side, rotate back to the mid lane. Really, really good chain of play, and now, you know, the Herald Shaw goes into the mid lane, right? It's going to get some plates here for Shank. But at the end of the day, you stop Assume and Southwind from one-to-one falling further behind. I think you can live a lot happier having that Herald actually charge into the mid lane as opposed to it going into the bottom side and advancing Hope towards a Mythic.
And it's so far so good, I will say. A lot better of a start, in my opinion, to WE than it is for RA comparatively to game one. Obviously, RA ran away with game number 1, but this one is feeling a little bit more even, shall we say. Also, good respect coming out from Shanks. He picks up the Mercury Treads very, very early on, but still got to see what they can kind of do. If they can pick up the second dragon, they'll be stacking up very, very nicely, and that's where the game starts to be a bit weird here for RA, because you're not really in a position to try and fight for these at the moment. You would love to get those first items picked up before you really go for it. Here we go. They're going to fully engage, and they're going to go on top of Leyen. He's not going to be able to get out, or will he? No, he won't. Iwandi picked up his second. It's a bloodthirsty support, but they got their man. Yes, they invested a lot into it, but they get away the jungler. There's going to be no steal. That's second Drake to WE.
Yeah, Cantech Soul off the map. So Infernal, Cloud, Mountain, Ocean.
I want a mountain.
You want a mountain?
Give me a mountain.
We're getting
Yay!
Cloud.
Mountain!
Oh, you want mountain? All right. There you go.
Mountain! Yay!
Mountain,
See, I love
yay.
mountain because it means that fights last longer.
Base.
That's why I like mountain drakes. But it's good so far from WE. You know, they're going to be able to get themselves moving forward. They got themselves 2 dragons, a little bit of a kill lead and gold lead as well. So definitely not doing too badly. And it looks like they've taken the learnings from game 1 of not just flipping on a random engagement, and they are focusing Leyen more than not.
Yeah, I think after Leon's game number 1, it makes perfect sense. And WE playing a lot better with the conditions in the game, right? Trying to get Hope to a point where he can be very, very powerful, survive the burst. I'm kind of surprised that Hope hasn't gone cleanse this game. Perhaps just feeling like stacking all of the extra healing and the barrier is just about going to get him over the finish line anyway, but I feel like if you get locked down, it's so scary, right? Playing through all of that first. We'll see how RA navigate it, though. And they'll know without cleanse, he is always going to be a very viable target.
Oh,
this is awkward, isn't it?
Danced around the vision cube, recognizes he's probably in a bad position. He should be able to dash himself over the wall. Does lose a Dominus, though. That's a fairly significant cooldown here at level 10, so not ideal if you're a RA fan, but you don't lose anything just yet. Bot lane has really been a little bit of an island now. They look like they want to go for a 1v1. Asum, you don't win this, even with the Ignite and all the summoners in the world. Oh, I say that. They're trading it back. He just needs to dodge the auto attacks. He's trying so hard. Oh, there it is. And in mid lane, now we're going to actually have a Dragon Pit as another kill goes over to the side of WE. They pick up 2 free from this entire skirmish. And at the end of it all, 3 quick kills. WE are rolling in money.
Oh my goodness me. WE, this is a much better look for game number 2. R8, it seems like they're still trying to look to be, proactive across the board. Unfortunately, it just isn't working out. Plain and simple, WE are executing targets faster. Now, Hope, not only does he get a solo kill, he gets a couple of plates just before they drop off, and then will probably return back onto the map with a shield bow. Now, 1D already as well has the Shurelliers. We'll get a replay here of the 1v1. So, a couple of key things to note. Ultimate from Hope doesn't actually interrupt the culling. So the culling damage still comes through. And Asum just, he dodges a lot of Qs, but like you kind of call out, Ashin, he just doesn't have the damage.
He almost does.
And I think other thing, he's also a level down whilst this play is going on. It's Hope that's level 9, and himself that's level 8. I think if they're both level 9, then he wins, but without it, just falls short. Engage from Hung, double Q, all on the Southwind. Execute him, and they can't find.
That was his kill and his ticket out. We come back into live, and it's again WE pushing forward, getting aggressive. They're the ones that are going to get everything from this, and Liang gets caught again from an unkillable Demon King in game number 1, too. Literally a level 1 slime who's just getting himself killed every single time. Pew Pew almost falls down there. Very late tidal wave coming out here from Southwind means he won't have it potentially for this Rift Herald fight. And honestly, I don't even think you want to fight it. You don't have a jungler. Just back away, push in mid. You could be getting damage on that turret right now as Hope. Not going to be caught out because guess what? He's a Zeri.
Me Zeri, me Electric, me Zoom Zoom.
I think they made Zeri because Zoomers are a thing. I wanted to appeal to a Zoomer demographic, so they made someone who makes Zoom, and Yumi as well.
Yeah, I mean, the funniest thing to me about Zeri is that they also, Riot as a company, well, it's 2 separate game devs, right? But it's kind of funny that Zeri and then obviously in Valorant, it's Neon, I think is the character. Neon. They both came out at the same time, and they're like same theme, Borderlands, same-ish. Like, definitely very inspired of one another, design as well.
I think if they're the same games company, I think inspired is... I think it's definitely just, they just wanted to have the same kind of style, I suppose. But yeah, I agree. It's an interesting kind of dynamic to build up. And Zeri has been very powerful. I believe she's pretty common in Valorant as well. I've been watching a little bit of VCT lock-in right now in Sao Paulo. Okay. It's been a fun one. And
Brazilian crowds.
Well, here's the funny thing. Brazilian crowds are great when there's a Brazilian team. Because if you actually watch when there's not a Brazilian team in, there's nobody in the audience. It's a little bit sad sometimes.
It's one of those things where, I feel like the sporting culture in general has bled into, like, esports out in Brazil. So, if a Brazilian team's playing, they'll show up in numbers.
Oh, yeah. They are a legion. They are a legion.
Yeah. Absolutely. But like you say, no Brazilian teams, me asleep. Now, Dragon is actually going to be secured here by RA. WE are going to take their foot off the gas in terms of Dragon Snowball in favor of 2 towers. So, flat gold for this trade, I suppose is all right.
It delays it, and it gives you resistances as well, which should help you if you're able to stack. But yeah, it's definitely an interesting call from WE. Maybe they want to try and get that Phantom Dancer finished up for Hope as soon as possible. There's plenty to be thinking about.
So, Ashin.
Yeah.
Something just caught my eye.
Go on.
And I really hope the observers bring it back up.
Is it the items?
And it's that, Bew Bew's Gongor Drinker. Now, I've actually not seen it in pro play. I've not seen it in pro play. I know that a couple of people were theorizing when Jace had his melee resist buff and his like base damages buff, that we could actually see a sort of tankier version of
more
Jace
bruiser
come out,
than
where
poke.
Yeah, and I kind of like the idea here because, in theory, you're getting jumped on by multiple members. You've got more health to work with. You've got that burst of healing. You know, as far as survivability is concerned, it's definitely spec'd into the right idea. Curious to see what the damage output's going to be.
I mean, we'll keep an eye on the post game, but yeah, definitely curious because you could argue obviously the Eclipse with the shielding does help you as well, but obviously doesn't give you as much.
Especially short cooldown.
Yeah,
short
that's what I was
cooldown as well.
thinking.
It's only 6 seconds.
So we'll see. No dragon for the next 3.5 minutes, so we don't expect us to see much of a fight here. But WE controlling the pace with a near 5,000 gold lead to their good. They are just pushing RA around the map, and this is a much better showing, in my opinion, than what we saw from game one. I mean, obviously, but even just in general, like WE have been a team that have had definite faults throughout this split. This is feeling like a much more cohesive unit now coming into game number 2.
Yeah, to be frank with you, it just feels like Hung has just taken a page out of Leon's book from game number 1 and just said, oh, I'm playing an engaged champ. I just need to go, and hopefully my team will follow up. And they've been following up excellently. And so far, like we kind of said, right, with team comps like this, it's always going to be about who finds the first member, who finds the pick first, and it's always been WE this game, and a lot of that has just come off the back of Hung, who was very much silenced in game number 1, not to be silenced 2 games in a row. And with that in mind, Leon, on the opposite side, Leanne rather, sorry, had just not been able to follow through on a lot of his engages that he has tried to look for. 4 deaths definitely reflect that. And also the focus from WE has definitely been on his back to ensure that he's shut down.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see now with the Mountain Soul on the table. If you get that stacking up for RA, there's definitely a world where they're able to deal with the burst of LeBlanc and the Jace and really only have the Zeri to kind of worry about coming into this, as WE are doing well, but they're not out of the woods just yet. Coming out past 20 minutes. 2 items finished up here for Hope, so nicely done for him. Keeping in line, a little bit behind, but definitely in line with Assum. And more vision control coming down here means that might see a potential bait into the Baron coming out right now. WE are definitely toying with the idea, but wow, with the shielding, looks like Assum didn't really do a lot. Pulling goes the wrong way. Doesn't really mean a lot. It's only a cooldown. He was going to use it anyway, but definitely not the coordination you want to be seeing coming out there, especially as you're on the back foot already.
Yeah. It just looks funny, doesn't it?
It does.
Comment on it. It just looks funny. Ultimate's traded amongst AD carries. Nothing else comes out, so not much to say about that one. Dragons in a minute's time. I imagine WE are going to be a lot more forthright in trying to contest that one. They've got the IM completions. Stopwatch is also available for Hung if he goes for an engage, which could see him die. You can always find that stasis button as long as he presses it quick enough. So RA, what are you going to do about this? Because take a look at the items. You are at parity enough to fight, right? You've got Stopwatch on Strive, so even though the Zhonya's is completed on Shanks' end, you still get, you know, the use of that, and the stats are kind of there. And across the board everywhere else, it's only really the top side where there's a bit of a difference, where Cube just doesn't have the DD ready yet. Death Stance is what's being built there. So you can fight, but if you don't fight now, you'll find yourself in the next couple of fights being further behind.
Yeah, I think that's the key indicator right now, is that you got to look for something, because the further and further you go in this, especially if the Soul gets stacked up and against the Zeri, there's not really a lot of hope for you here. Speaking of which, Hope is going to start off this Dragon. This will put WE on Soul Point, so they are delayed. They are not stopped. And that's where we can kind of bring ourselves back into this game. And RA are happy enough for the moment, but you can see that it's difficult for them to really make their composition work. They need to catch the CC onto Hope. They need him to be the first one to really die. Even here, you can see looking for the glacial path, but Heng is just not your target. It has to be Hope.
Absolutely, it does. There's still no cleanse, remember. Strive and Leon, they're looking for it. They're on the flank. But the Pinter doesn't quite connect. They're actually going to find a Pinter on the Cube.
He's fine. But definitely difficult times here for for RA as WE just dance with them around these lanes. And there hasn't really been a solid vision control here for RA. They're really struggling to know where and when people are going to be. And that right there is just showing you they didn't feel comfortable going into that jungle. They didn't know exactly what way the WE team were set up. And right now you're looking at WE and you're kind of saying, cool, we got 2 items on our Jace, on our Zeri. We're feeling pretty good right now. This Lissandra instinctively is a defensive pick. And looking at your engage options, it's Strife who has to be the engage. It's Strife who has to try and maybe find a flank and look to try and catch out this Zeri.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, you say defensive pick. It's kind of a shame because honestly, I feel like LeBlanc, which is we're looking at LeBlanc, Lissandra, I feel like actually operates so much better when it gets to be that offensive pick, right? When it gets to set up the plays, that's when it's most threatening, in my mind. But just hasn't been able to do it this game. WE, again, they've just been first to the punch every time, so it's been used defensively, and frankly, the defense just hasn't been good enough for RA as a whole. Steps forward, eats a bunch of damage, not going to matter though. And again, I still feel like you take a look at the items, right? You're just about there still. You're not really, you know, it's within arm's reach. You can still get clinched. So W still have to play this out carefully. Crucial thing to note, Hope has a QSS. It's not an item you see built very frequently, because normally ADs go cleanse, but here's the engage.
They're looking for, but again, it's not the target. It's Bew with that Gore Drinker, a little bit tankier than you would expect. Flash forward from Heng as he wants to try and get this one done and dusted. They kill off one. They're looking for some more. Shanks finishes off Asum. WE in the team fight's looking so much cleaner. It's a double-double. They won't get the ace, but it doesn't matter because they're going to get the big purple worm.
When Team W actually get the team fight, they don't look too bad, but you get run over like you do in game number 1. There is just no space for it. And you asked me, what were the things that we could maybe see from WE to just change up how game number 1 went? Answer was agency. And the play out in the game is agency. RA, it's a key word really, isn't it? RA, they look for the pick, but it's all onto Bew. Gore Drinker build just gives him enough HP to not really give RA the inclination to go forward, and the Southwood just gets deleted. Assume caught up in the chains, dies to Shanks, and the return damage just isn't really there. The kick doesn't find the angle to maybe knock up multiple members, buy more time for Strive. Just doesn't click like it does in game number 1, and WE, massive advantage, 10,000 gold. The gold lead was 3,000 just a second ago.
Now it's
more like 8,500, but now Bloons almost 5,000. Now the hole is what RA is in. And they just have to try and look for a pick and break up the
yeah.
Continue to look for a pick, and they just have to try and break up the momentum here for WE. If they don't, they just get run over, and we're going to a game 3.
I mean, you got to look for a pick, but you also got to make sure you don't just die. Because here we go. They've already lost the flash up of Liang. They're going to immediately commit to this. It's a good tidal wave to try and stop the entourage from coming in. Liang does kick back Shanks, who's not really able to make it work. Now Heng taking a hell of a bit of damage. It looks like they might be able to turn this around, and WE respecting a Cube should be able to get himself over this wall with a flash, but oh no! Oh, I had a quick look at his summoners, and I was like, nah, he'll be fine, but that's just no good right now. And WE getting more advantages, getting more summoners, more things that are going to be missing now from RA in 50 seconds when this dragon gets taken.
Not like that. And WE, like you say, could just pick up the soul if they want to. Yeah, RA, this just feels like an insurmountable lead right now. Zeri's too far ahead. It's always WE finding engages. Leon, he got MVP in game number 1. I have a feeling that Hung took that a little personally in game number 2. I think he's definitely eyeing up MVP performance here. Be surprised if he doesn't get it, but again, team fight split apart. Hung, Bew, just a little bit too separated. Give us the slow-mo of the face plant. Why not? Not much they can do.
We're coming back into it. You gotta fight this. You gotta fight this. You cannot let a mountain soul go over to the side of WE.
but already you look at the poke coming out. LeBlanc is known as an assassin. And oh, Zeri is a hyper-scaling AD carry, but with that Infinity Edge picked up, she is just burning through health bars.
You mean a poke mage, right?
Yeah, honestly. I thought we got rid of this, Jamada.
Yeah, I mean,
thought we
they
nerfed
made it
this.
physical damage. They made it physical damage, but they still gave it pretty good scalings. It's not as bad as it was before, but man, it's still pretty obnoxious. At least it's physical damage now, so you can just... Oh no. Rest in peace. Leon doesn't even get that. But at least you can try to build resistances against it. Before, it's like, do I build for the physical damage? Do I build for the magic damage?
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm doing. At least now you can try it, but WE, Mountain Soul, I mean, it feels like this game's been done for a little while. It's just about getting the finishing touches done, putting the cherry on top, getting to a game 3 for WE. And for RA, reassessing what went right in game number 1 and trying to apply it to game number 3 and trying to avoid what happened in game number 2 here.
And for WE, they use that Baron buff to great effect. They've taken away all the outer towers. They have themselves a 10,000 gold lead. Mountain Soul, it does feel like you're just crossing your T's, dotting your I's, making sure you're getting the advantages you need. And don't forget, with the TP, I was just about to say, BB could just come in straight on top of this. Has got the Shirelda's Grudge. Cube is in no way positioned to defend this. And that's going to be a free inhibitor. No way you can contest this. Asum trying to be aggressive, but it's just not really going to be enough to try and stop him. Mid lane turret taking a bit of a battering as well, but this is great from WE. And honestly, it's such a departure as well from RA. It feels like when they were allowed to, I'll stop myself, but bring myself back in. When they were allowed in game 1 to just, as you say, be aggressive, push in, getting all these different movements in without really any response from WE, it worked great. But when WE were prepared for it, now that they've seen it and they're coming into game number 2, they're just prepared for that at all times. They're kind of saying, cool, all we need to do is play defensively rather than play aggressively, and we should be able to call all your bluffs. I mean, Leyen went from unkillable to 2-5. Like, he is, and in fairness, 2-5 sounds like a horrible scoreline, but the rest of his team are 0-2, 0-1.
Right, like, no one's really been able to get anything done. There's only 2 kills across the board for RA, and he is all 2 of them. Yeah, so...
Oh, here we go. They're looking to find an assassination. That's one thing there. Now Hope in a lot of trouble. Does have the QSS and the barrier lane goes in.
You got it.
I call Worth on it though, because it's a massive shutdown. Shank's not really able to make it work here. That's a huge shutdown. He knew he was dead either way. He needed to get that Zeri dead.
Yeah, absolutely. When the collapse comes through from WE and he sees that Bios on him, he just has to send it. Throw everything you can into Hope's health bar and hope it sticks, and it does. 1,000 gold. Sure, it's not going into Assume, it's not going into Strive, it's just going into a mid to late game Lee Sin. But, I mean, better to take it than to not, right? At the end of the day. And
yep.
Now they can just go back, farm up. It's not like he's died at a time where Baron's on the map either, so there's a threat of losing that. They can live happy for now. See if they can return to a fight. But again, you know, just more of that, right? We haven't really seen that from RA. Basically the entire game long, just trying to sit in fog, dash out of the mobility, and then find a lockdown. Great flash forward from Strive. And they just find this Lulu. Tidal Wave connects, and they just say, all right, send it. Look at this. Connect, just immediately just takes it. Just knows he has to kill. Yeah, he has to kill Hope. Otherwise, he's just not going to die. And he will die for nothing.
Oh, he's not looking for team. He's looking for Asum. He's looking for Asum. Asum, you got to check this.
Oh, he's got
no! He's got him, but he's got killed, and that's it. He was still moving forward when he threw out the W, and Shanks finds that could be it. You don't have the damage. You've nothing.
Yeah.
You're not going to be able to defend this.
Shanks with the amazing flat. I don't even know how he managed to get behind everyone there. But like you say, he found Assume, and even though Assume, he throws the W in, he has an idea that LeBlanc could be still around and snooping.
But he
just moves forward. He doesn't take a step back.
Yeah. It's half-assed. He kind of throws it out more out of obligation than actually checking. And now all the inhibitors they wanted down. Southwind almost taken out himself. You got to try find something. You got to throw out something here to try and defend your base. But Nexus Turret 1 dead. Nexus Turret number 2 survives for a little bit longer. Strive trying to see if he can make this one work for his team. They flash forward, but the wild growth is just too much. QSS as well makes it so much more difficult. You finally get Asum back. He does get a shutdown there onto Bew. But these health bars are so low, and Southwind, yeah, you're dead, my friend. There's going to be the Zeri doing Zeri things, and WE will send us to a full plate of 6 games as Hope tops off the game with a quadra kill.
Excellent stuff from Team WE. and they find themselves returning the favor to RA in pretty similar fashion, to be honest with you. Just a little slower on the clock at worst, but so much better looking compared to game number 1, where it just felt like they had to just roll over and accept that they were going to lose that game. Here in game number 2, though, a lot more proactivity. I think just swapping up the Azir for the LeBlanc, right, and keeping a majority the same team composition, just having that level of agency really helped them out. Because I think having that Azir in the mid lane in a game like that, where RA were looking so aptly for picks, it's so hard to respond because Azir just isn't really ready to do that until the second item comes in, right? That's when he really gets to play the game. The first item is a nice spike, but it's really with the second item where Azir comes online, and they couldn't afford to wait that long in game number 1. Swap up for the LeBlanc here, and consistently, Hung is just finding engage after engage after engage with Shanks, and constantly just bursting down the first target. They can see really, really good look from Team WE, and RA not as sharp as they were in game number 1, but still very much showing us that they were willing in the first 10 minutes or so to look for those plays. It was just a little bit too slow in the mid game once WE had that lead for them.
Yeah, and it does feel like that was just a much better adaptation coming out from WE. Like you mentioned, having that little bit of engagement, having that little bit of a initiative to start something going for themselves really paid dividends. And honestly, I do want to shout out Iwandi as well. I feel like Iwandi was just fantastic at what he was able to provide for his team, just building on that Lulu, moving himself around. It is Hang who picks himself up the MVP. So both junglers getting them back-to-back games. And it was, of course, the side of oh my god, I've forgotten his name. I've forgotten the name. What's Leanne? Jeez, oh my god.
I was letting you sink there.
You were letting me sit there. You're like, nah, watch him burn. Watch him burn. But yeah, look, we're going to take a quick break. I believe when we come back, we should be fully caught up to the live broadcast. So guys, we'll see you on the flip side. See you very, very soon.
Well, there's arrows. What? What? That was an assumption. That was just blind. Dub's going to get away. No, he's not.
The LPL are kings again.
Oh, yeah. Finally, it's the match we've been waiting for. The super team built to do one thing versus the top tier, top esports at the very top of the league. The producers wanted me to hype up the match, to promote the series, and to make sure you tune in this weekend. But when it's a match like this, all I need to say is play the damn footage.
Kanavi just consistently pressuring the bottom lane of IG. I'm not too sure if they can reach that late game.
Well, Kanavi's coming through. Explosive cast sends him back in. Into Ruler's quiver! Kanavi and Ruler get sniped down by Ruler. He walked forward into a Gragas, and he feels the might of the belly. As Dub now 1 versus 9, level 6, remember, has been picked up, and the ulti gives him a benefit of a solo kill for Knight.
They're going to use this now as priority to push themselves forward, deal with mid lane. Rookie goes in. Maybe seeing if he can catch somebody out. There's the face seal. He kills him. Assassinated on the back end. TP coming in. It's going to be Rookie coming in. His face seal's going to be back very, very shortly. Has the Randuin's open for a little bit of extra survivability. There's the curtain call. And now Leave is in trouble. He gets himself out just for the moment, only to be killed off again. Rookie.
And 8 times in a row will Top Esports fell EDG in the regular season. They're going for the end. They haven't won since 2019 summer over Top Esports have EDG, and they will not today either.
What a series and what a landmark here for Top Esports, really solidifying themselves as top contenders atop the LPL. They will take down EDG in 2-1 fashion, but they were made to work for it in this series.
It may be the match of the week, but to some of you, this again might just be a preview of our grand finals.
Someone like you, I don't know why they
下一场对战 W 有在看他们的比赛，也研究了一下，我们会在团队上更去那种注重一点。他最近的表现还挺好的，因为也经常看他们的比赛，然后跟他对位要小心一点吧。
We've got to be very careful as we come back into this best of 3. I believe we are going to be able to go straight into live to get ourselves back into the picks and bans. We have caught up, we always do. And whenever I'm casting, it's always 6 games. But Jamada, I'm going to let you take the field. Actually, you know what? I'm going to give you a moment to look at the field right now as we go into the final few bans. We've already see the Karma, the Varus. The Karma could be a bit of a flex. Lee Sin going to be over to Heng this time round. Lien taking over the Vi. And an Ari locked in here for Strive.
Yeah, alright. Ari on Strive. So the Blanc Lissandra bans likely to come through from the side of RA. And for WE, I suppose just AD carries that pair up really well with Jin and the composition they... well, Jin's banned away, which pairs up really well with what RA have right now. Just because Vi can often dive quite far forward and the curtain call follow-up is really, really potent and strong. And when you have things like Ash Arrow to follow up and already there with, of course, the Ari too, it just feels a little bit too oppressive. Even in a double lane, I suspect they could even remove away another AD carry, which could potentially go with this Ashe. Though thinking about it, I don't actually know if there's anything left. So they could just look towards Assume's champion pool as a whole. And just, chip away even more. Which is pretty much just going to leave Ezreal. I can't actually think of any other AD carries which could viably be played in this slot for now. RA... Are they going to try and hold on to the flex? Do they feel like this Karma could still end up in the mid lane in the hands of Shanks? I feel like it's definitely a potential. And with the hoppers here from RA, it feels like that's going to be the case. They see Varus, they see Karma, they see Lee Sin, and they think, okay, we don't really believe that you guys have a tank buster and are going to be able to find one. So we're just going to press the tank button in Sion and have an unkillable frontline. I quite like this move here from RA. We saw it in series number 1 as well. From the side of anyone's legend. WE, what will the response be? You can kind of go anything into the side of this Sion. Choga? Really? This late? Okay.
Oh, right. I love it. I love it.
So interesting that we get this here. Cho'Gath on live just got buffed, but we're not on live.
13.4.
Yeah, that's on 13.4. So Cho'Gath, what he does really well is actually shut down dive comps because silence, super oppressive. Of course, the knock-up as well. Not only does it last a second, but you then get slowed when you're on the floor. And I feel like WE's last rotation here, if it does end up being a Cassio, is such a nice... Not only is it a curveball, but it just thematically makes sense, right? Ari want to move forward with the Ari and the Vi. What do? You pick up 2 champions which absolutely dominate dive compositions. I love that from WE. So now RA have to think a lot more meticulously about how their engage setup goes, because I'm not gonna lie, you run into a Cassiopeia that's, 2 items, you're gonna get eaten, right? And I mean, that's actually Cho'Gath's role, but you get the idea. You're just gonna get absolutely destroyed. So RA, you're gonna have to think very carefully about those engages.
I mean, looking at right now is that it's very much go forward from the side of RA, but for WE, they've built a fantastic composition of slowing you down, disengaging, stopping you from using everything exactly when you want to use it. You mentioned the silences, the miasma, the knockups, there's the Lee Sin Dragon's Rage kick. There are so many things that will just be annoying to you if you are on the side of RA. And for WE, I really do love the composition they've built in reaction to RA. They got themselves the Varus. They said, cool, we're happy with that. We have the Karma as a flex, and they just kept pushing forward. They got pretty much all the information out of RA apart from that bot lane, but even then, regardless of the information, all the AD carries were banned, so it didn't matter really what was left on the table. Like, you just weren't able to really kind of combo something up with this Ashe that was going to be potent enough for you to really justify the first pick.
Yeah, I really love this from WE. Especially in a meta like this where admittedly, the general sentiment is it's quite stale. It is quite, samey a lot of the time. Seeing WE get very creative here with these 2 picks is really cool, and I really hope that we actually end up seeing more Cho'Gath in the future. Same thing with Cassiopeia. She has her slots, especially her Rise being in the meta too.
But a charm. They may be looking for it. There's a knock-up. It's going on the Southwind. He flashes away. The Q has landed from the Lee Sin. The heal comes down and keeps Southwind alive. And he doesn't go down just yet. He flashes away. That's Heng, making sure he does not fall. Couple of summoners burnt on either side, but at the end of it all, everyone just kind of takes a nice bow, shakes their hand, and said, all right, good level 1.
Yeah, everyone just says, okay, we'll take stock. Flash blur burned from Southwind. That means that, you know, bottom side of the map, a little bit more volatility there. All it takes is, you know, one bad trade. All of a sudden, Hung is there, and he's ready to punish. Nothing crazy going on in the runes, just taking a gander at everything. So no shenanigans. Again, very, very curious to see how WE are going to handle RA's team composition, just because they are so geared into, you know, dealing with all of this dive. WE. RA, they're gonna have to, you know, they're gonna have to react to the creativeness and get creative on the gameplay side of things.
All right, many different games, but we are going to see exactly where both these teams want to go. And again, this is a very important series. We are at the halfway point and beyond right now. WE have already played 8 series. This would be their 9th. They would love to be 4 and 5. That would be a very, very good way to kind of bring them back into contention for that playoffs. And for RA to end the first half of the you know, single round robin at a 5 and 3 scoreline is huge for them. They need to make sure they're getting as many wins as possible, because as much as the season feels like it only just started, Jamada, it is going to be ending very quickly if you're not picking up wins.
Yeah, around the month's time. I actually think the final day of games is my birthday. I think it's 26th of March, 27th. Might be. So yeah, you've got to get your stuff together like quite quickly. WE, I'll talk about it in a second, as this play could come through. Shanks gonna lose his flash.
Oh, that was clean though. Nicely done, but Leanne gets himself the summoner improvement, so nicely done by them.
Makes him a target though,
yeah,
at level 6, and we'll say that even with the petrifying gaze, Vi can still just kind of go through it. So definitely have to be kind of careful. And going back to that point for WE, right? Already halfway through the season, they've got a couple of games which are fairly winnable. Assume, yeah.
He's fine. He's fine.
All right. Always very interesting to track when it's best of 1 on the round robin side of things. Because IG, LGD, Ultra Prime, definitely within arm's reach. IG, you know, they've had a very, very tough run of schedule. It's 2 weeks away, that match for WE. But definitely proving that, sure, whilst they are a very crazy and creative team, perhaps not at the caliber yet of some of those top tier teams. Definitely had the win knocked out of them a little bit. So very winnable games in the very foreseeable future, but they still got a couple of the big hitters, WE, to play. Top Esports is their series after this, and JDG as well. So WE, they really want to go into those series. Being at 4 wins kind of just escalates the urgency there for them. And after last game, and honestly, what I'd call a very, very creative and fun-looking draft and approach to this game number 2, or 3 rather, have definitely set the tone right.
Don't worry, Jamada. It's just I'm letting the air go. Letting open air have a bit of moment.
No, you've been doing a lot today now, so I'm used to it. So I don't get worried as much.
It's when it hits like 10 seconds that you're like, okay, we haven't said something in a very long time.
You know, I'm just wondering, because, you know, obviously we have a bit of delay over how we hear each other. It's not big, but it's not like we're right next to each other, so we can just very easily catch and react to each other. I can't remember what the delay is off the top of my head. It's like a 10th of a second, basically.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
It's not
for us. We're relatively close to each other in geography. It's more so that, you know, when it's like yourself and Lennon Mazel.
Oh yeah.
Like, you know, there's about a fifth, maybe even a little bit more, maybe like a quarter of a second, where it's like, oh, okay, doesn't feel great.
Yeah. It can get a little bit hefty sometimes, but yeah, I always feel, you know, a little bit anxious. Just leave it there. Don't want to talk over you. Wait, it's been 10 seconds. Why is no one talking? Am I alone? Have I DC'd? Yeah. Is it a she? Wait, no, my feed's still going.
Was I ever a caster? Has this all been a lie? was I just being made the joke of for so many years? But we will see. All right, trying to make something happen now on this bot side, moving Strife down with his Spirit Rush available to him, and with a dragon there on the priority they've garnered, they should be able to pick up that first dragon. And I'm seeing a trend right now between the two teams that whoever's able to get the kind of priority around this first dragon definitely seems to have a bit more of a finger on the pulse, shall we say. Not going to be confirmed just yet, as Southwind has flashback, but just going to use the heal to keep himself alive. And no one takes the dragon just yet, so pushing and pulling right now. Both teams looking forward, and honestly, with the Lee Sin and the Vi, it's kind of becoming the new Wukong and Vi combination. The Wukong's definitely fallen out of priority so far for LPL teams, and I will say they will take any opportunity they can get to bring back the Lee Sin. They love this champ.
Yeah, and of course, we did have the changes. I think they're upcoming changes to Lee Sin. I don't think it's 13.3 that it's live, but of course
I believe it's 13.4.
It's a 13.4, so I think it's a live patch now, where Lee Sin's E damage scales into the game a lot better than it did in the past. So you're definitely going to see a little bit more Lee Sin in the coming weeks once we move off 13.3. That's a flash from Hung. So really nice attempt there from Strive, and great reactions from the Team WE jungler as they pick up the dragon. And you said, it feels like the team that picks up the dragon is kind of, sort of pulling out ahead in the games generally. I feel like it's just a symptom of how the games have been going, though. As we had two pretty snowbally games where it was all about the pick. It was all about who was first to the play. This time we actually have a little bit of a different interaction between two team compositions, where one wants to go forward quite clearly, or kind of play space and pick its time to go forward. And WE, they're either looking at picks or they're always going backwards. So we'll see a lot different of an interaction, which again, I'll be very, very happy and curious to track as the game progresses.
I'm actually curious myself as well. Assam has gone with the tier, so it isn't going towards that relatively new Essence Reaver Kraken Slayer build that I have been seeing quite a bit. So he's not going to have the same kind of level of tank killing capabilities. Will do a fair bit of damage in terms of the poke, but definitely not building towards that particular set of things. Or maybe he still will, but it's not ideal to go tier and Essence Reaver. Feels unnecessary at best. And we'll wait to see where they want to try and bring these builds right now, but everyone just happy to take the game at its steady pace. No one wants to be giving over to something too egregious too early. With this priority you now have in the top side, you can see Heng going to use that immediately and say, look, we know we're on vision, we don't care, they're on a bad rotation, but we're going to have to give up our bot side of the jungle.
Yeah, Heng very happy to just go for this, pick it up. Has a good idea of where RA are likely putting their eggs. They're even going to spot him out as he goes onto the Krugs. That should just be enough also to force Hope back, as Hope doesn't like the fact that he's missing the CS, so he's going to just quickly pause and be a little bit frustrated that he's missing the wave. I don't actually know.
Yeah,
what
I was going to say, I was like, I don't believe it's him, but we'll find out.
Just for clarity, I don't actually know who's paused the game. But just a funny little quip. As I suppose take stock of the game, where we're at. I think both sides pretty happy for now, but RA definitely want to try and start to find some momentum in this one, as again the W team composition, I think if they're all stacked on top of each other and they're very ready and dealing with members that do try to move forward, they're going to maul them and they're going to be very happy to deal with those moving forward members. So I think RA want to try and break up that tempo and potential sort of like gameplay pattern before it even starts to get going. Otherwise I feel like that momentum is going to be very hard to break.
Yeah, it looks like RA are the ones with the issue right now. We do see refs kind of just confirming things, and never mind, maybe it's WE. They're just maybe confirming that there's something going on. Once we get an update, we will update you guys, but hopefully it is just a quick issue. Nothing was happening on screen. Nobody was engaging. There wasn't a big team fight, so it doesn't look like it's going to be of any major consequence as of the moment, but still good to make sure that these players are 100% at their absolute utmost. And there we are. We jump back straight into live. So decent pressure being put in the bot side, and Aston picks himself up plenty of plates.
Yeah, and also Leanne actually got chunked out whilst we weren't looking. Yeah, Hope was so frustrated that he missed the wave that he at least wanted to take Leanne's health bar. So
I mean, I respect it. I respect it
too. My CS for your health bar. Decent trade. But yeah, going back and focusing a little bit more on the game as a whole. Hung has the Rift Herald, right? Picked that one up a minute ago. I'm curious to see what he wants to do with it, right? When you've got Cassiopeia in the game, you always want to try and get her into a comfortable spot. And she will be the vocal point of all of the DPS from Team WE because Hope is going with Hope build. So getting into a comfortable spot on that front is super important, especially when Burst is what is RA's sort of game plan here. If Shanks can survive the burst and then get that DPS out, it's crucial. So getting into those iron breakpoints sooner is going to be key for WE's success.
So it looks like Asum is going to go Essence Reaver and Tier. See how it ends up kind of building up for himself. Could be something slightly different, but that generally with the Caulfield's Warhammer and of course the Sheen, you would be going towards the Essence Reaver. But now, Iwandi and Hope trying to make something work here in the spot side. They need to be very aware that they have no idea where this mid laner is. You can see them pinging. They have no idea in the jungle what.
How much of the tower are they getting in the mid lane? That's the question. I'm going to bring it down quite low, below 500 HP. They'll get the whole thing, yeah, very happily, very comfortably. So even though it's slow, they still get that. And you know, we are speaking about it's burst. That is the name of the game for RA. And how do you deal with that? Survive the burst, deal out the DPS in response, right? That's how you get it done. All of that comes from Shanks. So I feel like WE, even though they lose two, they lose a lot. A really well executed dive. Damage comes through onto Hope, even though the charm is blocked by Iwandi. He's then eating all the damage. Sure, you lose Strive, but do you care when the play goes in your favor like that much? I don't think so. So WE trade out on the gold, lose out on the bottom side. I think it's a win for the overall game state. I think they're happy with it.
Well, next dragon spawns, and it's RA who are first on the scene. But the pressure in bot is in favor of WE, and now using Heng on that movement there. He walks right back into it. And Lian's going to be able to help his team clean that one up. No bother whatsoever. You did see Bubu maybe looking for a rotation down, but it's just not to be. And that is unfortunate there from Hope. And even burned the flash. That's the worst part about it.
Yeah, can still maybe play 4v3 here. Shanks has row up. Full mana bar pretty much. Oh,
they're not going to go for the dragon. They're going to go for it. There's a petrifying gaze, though. And immediately you can see Iwandi with this Cassiopeia doing so much. Strife goes golden to stop him from going down. Gets over the wall just about. And the dragon is still live, though. This time around, Hope should be respawning. And you do not have a jungler on RA. So WE already kind of fighting back in this early game.
By the skin of their teeth, really. And really nice stun comes out to stop Lian from following up. That's the thing. Even though the ultimate comes through, he gets grounded. He can't cast the Q. He can't knock back Cassio. Stop Shanks from dealing out the DPS. And assume Southwind, you'll see in the replay, they're just not able to get in the damage that's necessary off the back of this. So you'll see Petrifying Gaze still stuns the Vi so that Miasma can stop the ground. The kick isn't found here. Actually, I think it went into the health bar of the Vi, and yeah, Strive, really well timed stopwatch, would have died otherwise. Gets out this sliver of HP. But WE, they get the dragon, so they're 2 up now, and it's Hextech Soul, which, you know, I think is arguably, I mean, it's the strongest soul in the game anyway, right? I think that no one's doubting that. But contextually, an AoE slow onto multiple members that you're trying to kite back on is huge. So W want to continue to try and snowball this and get a very early soul. Speaking of snowball, saw how the trades are going up here on the top side. It actually drew a fair amount of attention, but of course the Herald is also spawning in 45 seconds time, so priority is going to start to lean to this side of the map.
I was going to say, when you were having your explanation that, you know, top lane's why are we looking at it? It's a wet noodle fight, but then slowly but surely Bubu was really hurting really hurting the Scions. So you're going to see the Jack Show being brought out here. There's the Petrifying Gaze and the Miasma. The kick is good. And that's going to be brought back into this one here. And Cube lands on the side, but a good charm into the Ash Arrow means that Shanks has to go into a stasis nice and early. He doesn't have a stopwatch anymore, but now Hung is using the power of the Lee Sin, pushing in, constantly getting himself into massive places of advantage. And WE are just running into RA, not a fear in the world, and they're it's starting to look very similar to game number 2.
Honestly, it just feels like a comp diff, man. Like, what do you do into this team comp, right? Like, how do you ever move forward into Casio Cho'Gath? It feels impossible, and the chase down just ends up coming through. Yes, the Sion ult was a little bit wonky, but even if it connects, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know how much it changes the fight. I feel like the answer is not so much, and you see here Lian checks the bush. Petrified, Miasma can't move for so long. Too much damage comes through. Kick, Sonic Wave, dies. Sion ult, if it connects, maybe the Chaser can come down onto Shanks, but I feel like he might just find the window to stop watch anyway. And at this point, RA, they're out of gas. WE, the chase down is so simple.
Yep, it is just too easy. Once you used everything to go forward, you don't have a lot to go backwards. So only 1,000 gold. It's going to be about 1,500 now that that tower's gone down. But WE firmly in control, you have to imagine. I will say that with Shanks not having that stopwatch, it does give an opportunity or two to RA to maybe get that Cassiopeia caught out in some way, shape, or form, but she will burn through health bars, and you haven't got a huge amount of magic resistance here. You can see Shanks just kind of pushing forward, but that Defiant Roar will stop him from getting anything else off of it. You're going to be waiting for a little bit longer before you really see any kind of slowdown or CC, as now Bubu, you're playing weak side. It's the sound of the police as they come in and try and arrest you. They're throwing down everybody. They are not burning him very quickly, but they are going to be able to kill him off eventually. And they will get their man. So RA, not to be outdone, do get themselves a movement, but you've moved everyone bot side. How do you defend mid?
Oh boy. The resets are coming in, but Herald
they lose
charge
an inhibitor
number 1. They'll lose the inhib tower. Hopefully WE don't try and break the inhib. I think losing a minion wave of XP is bad. You know what? If I'm RA, I let that inhibitor drop, but hey.
I don't think it does drop though, that's the thing. I think the thing is the Herald does get the charge. But the minions are already dead.
I think he would die. There's a couple of casters there.
You know what? We can agree to disagree.
I'm not an argumentative guy. You know, I
love conflicts. Give me the conflicts.
Unless something really stupid gets said, then sometimes stuff needs to be corrected. But I feel like RA could have honestly let that inhib drop, get a lot of XP. I think what they could be concerned about is like losing a fight here at this dragon, and then you know the base is open, the wave is always going to be WE favored. Maybe that's the thought process. Just don't let it go down.
Yeah, possibly.
So, either way, inhib's up. Stop talking about it now. Hextech Dragon is available. RA are in the river first, but WE can happily kind of check into it, and as long as the committal isn't too hard, they'll be right. But this dragon's dropping quick, yeah.
Not quick enough though. They aren't really in a position to go for it. They need to try and get it. Stolen! Taken away from Leanne. It was on top of him. And then it was gone, stolen away by WE, and they can't re-engage. You can't walk into this.
It's too powerful. Oh my goodness me.
Look at this.
WE have routed RA with 2 picks. Man, I wish teams will. At the very least, he's going to be put up to level 13. And of course, don't forget, it works percentage-wise. So if you're 60% of the way to level 12, you will be 60% of the way to level 14 as...
Good spellbook cleanse.
Yeah. Not really too fussed about that at all.
I was gonna say, like you're pushing forward, looking for that. You gain effectively nothing. You don't lose anything either, except this tower on bot side, because WE had their solo laners in the side lanes. They were the ones getting themselves the advantages. They're the ones gaining off of this rather than you. So I like the concept from RA, but you can see that they are getting a little bit more desperate as each moment goes, because they need to make sure that they're getting everything out they possibly can, because they can't take a 5v5.
Nope, absolutely they can't. It's just too much. What
was that? Oh, I think it was the Varus Arctic Ops skin. Yeah.
that
was terrifying.
I was like, whoa, did my monitor just die? Like, what's going
It's like the one thing about League of Legends is like League of Legends is a X and Y axis game with a sometimes Z axis, so it's very weird.
The Z axis is very strange. It's applied to like the river and recalls and sometimes some dashes, and that's it.
Yeah.
It's all.
And every now and again, someone gets to go into orbit. As the game decides they need to go 1,000,000 miles up in the air.
I don't know about this.
They're going to fully commit to it, but there's the cleanse. Petrifying Gaze doesn't really land, but you've lost your jungler because you can't follow up.
Like, the engage is so deep, and not only that, again, you know, Shanks, cleanse, Roa, he gets the lifeline shield. The rest of the team can get to him first. Yeah, it's just too difficult. It's just so hard, man. R8, they have no jungler, so this Baron's kind of a foregone conclusion. It's just about what R8 can do,
Or
maybe,
is it?
to try
They need
and
to get
persuade it.
They're going to try and put the Scion in first. The Charm isn't really going to land on anyone too important. Never mind, it lands on the Shanks right there. His drive almost goes down. He's ticking, ticking, ticking. Not quite dead just yet. But with the Cho'Gath, they're going to throw in an Orb of Deception. The Cho'Gath gets the nom nom. It was close, I got to admit there from WE. They were a little bit complacent with how they set that one up. There is an Ash Arrow.
Yeah.
But I think that's just to delay resets because they know that the dragon is in a minute's time, but I don't really think it's going to do a lot for you, to be perfectly honest. These are Baron recalls.
Yeah, doesn't matter. They're still going to get back onto the map in time. The only silver lining is that if RA won it, they will be first in the river. They could have a little bit of setup. The only issue is Southwind doesn't have any wards. He's got to go reset. So all the useful information is going to be...
Leanne!
No.
It's just not where you need to be. He's already flashed away, so he doesn't die, but he loses his ult, he loses his flash, and he loses all presence in the river.
Yeah, there you go. The one potential positive thing about that reset is gone. And, you know, we haven't really seen a team fight where WE are in the river first, but we've seen what happens when RA try and get on top of them. And so far, it's not been great. It's not been fantastic. And if W are in the river first, that just gets worse. And I feel like they're just going to have to give up this dragon. If they try and fight for it, I mean, the game, I don't want to say it's over and be super cynical, because, you know, glass half full sometimes. However, game state's not looking great. And WE are going to be able to pick up the soul unless RA pull off a complete heist, which I just can't see happen.
Nope, and no one's going to be able to get near it either. So while this is happening, 2 towers will go down, a dragon will be secured. That is Hex Soul for the side of WE. And they're just still pushing with this because, again, they have the Baron minions. They have so much power and presence around this wave that it's just impossible for someone like a Scion to walk up and clear. So, yeah, I just see this as WE very heavily favored coming into this 25-minute game. And it's going to take, honestly, a little bit of a miracle coming out here from RA. If, and there's always an if, buts, and maybes. If you can burst down hope, get Shanks off before, you know, his Zhonya's comes off, maybe there's an opportunity.
When the pop-up comes down, there you go. What's that little item there that Hope happens to have as his second item completion?
It's a very smart item. That's what that item is. That's a very smart pickup. Again, I mean, I'm saying maybe because we always have to give a caveat. Otherwise, you know, when the big comebacks do happen, we look like fools. Fools, Jamada. But yeah, I just don't know who's gonna kill Bew Bew. Like, I don't know how you burn through this guy's health bar quick enough to actually make it relevant because the Cassiopeia can deal with the Scion. No one really built to kind of deal with this Cho'Gath, but while it's all happening, we are seeing the Pope be very relevant.
Yeah, and the Hextech Soul comes through for a little bit of extra hurt as well. It's just so... It's so perfect, the Soul, for this game. Alright, Mountain would have been great, but Hextech, it kind of emphasizes all the issues with RA's comp specifically into WE's. And all I can really do is sit here and praise the fact that W are willing to pull out these champions in this spot, because as you can see, it just breaks the game entirely, right? Imagine if this game just ended up being another, you know, Rise is here handshake or Oh, hello, Shanks. I mean, he has cleanse if he needs it. There you go.
Oh, there's
But,
one summoner down.
There's one summoner down. But like, imagine if this game just turns into a handshake of those mid laners and it's like Jace top or something like that.
Yep.
RA can play the game. But
again, it's one of the beautiful things about the LPL is that, like, while a lot of other regions, Chain of Corruption does go down, a lot of other regions kind of stick to the bog standard. This is the way it goes. It does feel like sometimes the LPL is a trailblazer in terms of how to change things, how to move away from particular metas, and say yes, these are technically the better things that you can run. There's no one denying that, but it's not the only option. You know, you got to be creative. You got to be able to work out what is good, what is bad. And also just going back to old school picks, Cho'Gath's been in the game since day one. He has been around and he hasn't been changed really at all. I believe he's a day one champ. You know what? I'm gonna triple check that, but I believe.
I know he's very, like, you know, close to the beginning. But day one I never knew. Oh, force flash from Hung onto Lian. Really nice there. Isn't going to get picked off because there's Mikhail.
Close.
Was
you know what?
Very close to being a captain.
I lied to you. He is not a day one champion. He is not. He's a very old champion, but he's not a day one champion. I could name off the day one champions here. There are how many are there?
I think there was 20.
There are 17.
Oh, wow. Is he within the first 20 though?
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
He was very early, but he was not day one. I lied to everyone. I apologize. Public apology on my Twitter. At Justoshin _. Go to Justoshin _.
Tears apology video now. Holding a kid.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
Well, there might be an apology soon because Lian is dead. I'm sorry, Lian. You will no longer be allowed to live in this fight. And again, no one can kill Bew. And already Cube using that... ultimate just to try and get away. Oh, flash for flash! Not quite able to get it. It almost looked like it lagged a little bit, but Heng is going to fall down here. Was 3-0-3, is now going to be 3-1-3, but he can have a little bit of fun. He is 5,000 gold ahead. This game's not over just yet. Bew TP'd in and didn't really do a lot, so this is getting a little bit wild and loose.
Yeah, wild and loose. W having a little bit of fun. But, again, Hex Soul, a bunch of champions, which kind of just counter the RA comp. WE really have to agree that, like, I'm just like, this isn't even Jamada anymore speaking. This is Adrian. If WE throw this lead, it's just like, it's just bad. Like, okay, oh no.
Oh, it's still Shanks on 3 items.
Okay.
Misses a hell of a lot of CC, but they front-loaded this fight right now as he tries to move in. There's a petrifying gaze, and Iwandi tries to come in. He's not dead. He's not dead. He's not dead. Shanks is unkillable. He denies everything. RA threw all of they had, everything at him, and it wasn't enough. He will survive, and he'll even take out the zombie. Heng wants round 2. He said it's not fair. Now when either of us have summoners, I'm going to kill you off. I'm going to get my revenge. And it is going to be the ace clean in from WE, and they're going to be able to finish the game.
Oh my god. They tried to go for Shanks, and it's just too difficult. He's so tanky. The rest of the brigade shows up, and he pretty much finishes the fight with as much HP as he started it with.
Yeah, doesn't even have boots.
Yep, doesn't even have boots. That's crazy, isn't it? WE, they're going to close out this series. It looked very sketchy from their perspective in game number 1. But RA, it felt like they used all their juice in that first game of the series, and WE have just demolished them. Game 2, Game 3. This Game 3, a much more creative draft. Game number 2, more about returning the favor of game number 1. But what an excellent turnaround. And such a creative way to close out that series.
I mean, I really, really do love the adaptation that we saw from WE right now coming in with that draft. And it really does feel like Warhorse coming in onto this team, of course, you know, famously was on some of the best teams within the league. And it feels like he is working with this squad to be proactive in draft, not just go into the motions like you mentioned. It could have been an Azir, you know, an Azir Rise handshake. It could have been a Jace Renekton in the top lane with the Wukong and the Vi, because you know what, they're the safe options. No, let's be different. Let's now that Lee Sin's come back into priority, let's utilize that. What can we use with that? Okay, they've gone for full dive. They basically can't get out of this. Well, let's go for the choke. we are now moving towards like the second half of the split. They will have some pretty difficult games, but that's a big win with for their playoff hopes. Beating someone ahead of you in the standings is always so nice.
Yeah, absolutely it is, right? And you know, for WE now being able to sit at 4-4 going into their next run of games, it's huge for them, right? You know, let's be realistic. Team WE, Top Esports, JDG, the likelihood of them taking them down, not impossible. We've seen Top Esports and JDG be felled, but you know, when they're on their game, they are very immovable, and it feels like only each other will be what takes them down when they are on form. But after that, Ultra Prime, IG, LGD, even, you know, potentially NIP, depending on the day you get them, very doable games to get them over the line. So picking up this win here against RA, a team who they're going to be competing with for one of these spots, is so critical moving into the final couple of weeks as we cross over the halfway line of the LPL season.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And look, it is a bit of a weird one now for RA. Game 1, they came out and looked like, honestly, such an incredible team. It looked like they were just playing with their food. You said it, Leanne was smurfing. He was in low elo, just absolutely smashing kids to make himself feel better. But it just didn't translate after that. It felt like they didn't adapt. It felt like they were very much not looking to what was the next series and stuff. But now, like, speaking of looking at the next series, like, next week they have just as difficult a time as WE. WE facing JDG and Top Esports in week number 7. RA have got EDG and IG, and these are, again, 2 games that if you drop, all of a sudden you're 4 and 6. This is where we start to see a couple more teams bring themselves back up. Maybe Ultra Prime are back in the mix. Maybe the likes of Ninjas and Pajamas are starting to look at you a little bit more, you know, greedily at your position. These kind of games can be a massive issue for yourself if you're not able to kind of push forward and get the results.
Yeah, because this is the thing, right? And you know, we'll get the standings as we close out the day, so I'll talk about it then. It's going to be really difficult to secure some of these spots. WE, look at the PGB. Yeah, I mean, everyone just dealing, you know, a pretty relevant amount of damage, and it was only really assumed that could get damage out because, you know, Strive, a lot of his damage is really going to be based on how the engages fall. Cube is just the frontliner. What can you do in this game, right? RA, they're out damaged, they're out ranged to a degree, and they're even, you know, just kind of out comped. You want to move forward? Our comp's about moving backwards, and you can't lock down any of our targets. They only managed to find 5 kills throughout that game, and a lot of them were just major missteps from WE or just committals to team fights so that they could win those team fights from the perspective of WE. So yeah, excellent side to see from them with these more creative picks to actually just completely route the team composition of RA.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a very smart draft coming out here from WE. Really cool to see. Really great to see them kind of adapting and kind of showing a little bit more side to them. And honestly, any day I get to see Shanks on Cassiopeia is a good day. This guy is like proving that this is becoming one of his pocket picks right now. And it works in so many ways. Like, we're actually seeing, like, I think it's Yamada Cannon and stuff saying, like, you know, why are we letting these tank players just play tanks? You know, there are answers to it. Things like the Trundle, the Cassio, things you can bring up that can punish these types of picks. So Cassio works exceptionally well on that. And even just obviously in the grand scheme of this game and this series, it really did kind of, you know, set up the stage, if you will, for the side of for WE to just, you know, take their time, build what they could build, and RA just never really got a look at in that game.
Yeah, no, I can't praise Team WE enough. I'm going to start sounding like a broken record, so I won't. For RA, I think it's just about trying to look forward now, right? EDG is going to be a rough series, and you mentioned IG. I feel like IG might actually be a little bit easier than you would think. I think at the moment, this is probably the best time to play IG, right? Because they've played a couple of the strong teams, right? They've gone through that gauntlet. They've lost a lot. They're probably going to be feeling, I don't want to say like completely demotivated, but, you know, losing that many games back to back in the fashions that they have it's going to sort of put maybe a damper on the environment a little bit, right? I'm mostly speculating here. But in terms of, you know, the kind of context that you can go into that series with, that's going to be huge for them. So hopefully for RA, they can come in with that same level of proactivity that they came into game number 1 with and try and catch IG a little bit off guard because, you know, you're going to need it against a team like that who are, you know, on their day, pretty damn good, can take games off of the best teams in the league, but then also can show that they can be weak and they can be exposed. On occasion, of course, it was Weibo and JDG that did it, so we'll see whether they can try and match some of those heights.
Yeah, and look, you know, for WE, it is about figuring out how high can they go? They're looking for playoffs. Of course, they're still trying to relive the magic of 2021 summer, where they just missed out on a world seed. So a little bit unfortunate there. And then the roster kind of went. That was the roster with Breathe. You know, that was a roster that went on and kind of, you know, Net Breathe obviously in RNG. Not quite sure how he feels about that right now. We'll see how that team kind of really figures itself out. But, you know, it is definitely a team that has been working towards kind of putting the pieces together. And they're not afraid to kind of say, look, yes, you can go to other teams. We're not going to limit you to, you know, staying on this one and stuff like that. So they're happy to kind of keep the players in. And that's what I love about Shanks as well, because Shanks is probably the only player that kept when he was like, no, I want to stay. I don't want to go when this, you know, this whole thing implodes. I want to stay on this team because I believe in this roster and this roster can work out. So really showing why they wanted to keep him as well as the catalyst for this team.
Yeah, it takes a lot of devotion, I suppose, to stay stuck to a project, right? Especially in League of Legends, where careers can be short. They can be very short-lived, right? You see it a lot, specifically also in Europe, right? You have one outing on the LEC, you have a bad split or a bad year, that's it. You never see the light of day again. So for Shanks, you know, to go through the motions and stick with the roster, it shows how important, you know, WE is to him, but also WE keeping him on. It shows how important he is to WE and just the project as a whole as they've rebuilt this year.
Yeah, well, it's Heng who's the MVP. I was going to say, can't hear my producer right now in my ears, so I was wondering whether or not all this Shanks talk was going to lead towards an MVP or not. But honestly, the junglers were so pivotal to both these teams' successes in every single game that they won. And I do think that Heng on this Lee Sin, I believe that Lee Sin in general being back is so good for this league because it shows that proactiveness that can come back into the league.
Yeah, you know, look, we've all seen the Chinese Lee Sin TikToks, is all I'm going to say. The Chinese player base is just really, really good at Lee Sin. I don't know what else to say to you. That's a really unfortunate thing for Cube to have himself be found on in these highlights. But yeah, time and time again, Hung was just on top of everyone, and he had the composition to just continually move forward, right? Everyone was very happy to capitalize on his damage, and he didn't really have to do anything. This kind of game and comp, it plays itself, right? So yeah. Massive congratulations to pick up 2 MVPs in the same series, especially after game number 2 where, you know, he came off the back of a really bang performance. Very happy that he was able to keep up that same level of pace.
Yeah, absolutely. And for RA, it's tough. This is a squad that's been kind of ramping up for a while. They brought in Strife and Leyen. They said, right, this can work. Of course, Southwind being brought in as well, kind of like working with Leyen back in 2018 IG. So these guys were hoping to kind of make that one work. And it sometimes works. It feels like they have the pieces to put together. It just never really seems like it always stays together. It feels like you got it, and then like magnets, they just kind of pull apart. You know, it's just that kind of thing. You know, it just doesn't seem to be coming together. And honestly, the longer this split goes on, the less and less faith I have in this roster because it doesn't feel like they have that pop-off player that's going to be able to kind of bring them forward. Yes, Leyen had a great game 1, but you need consistency in this league.
Yeah, you do. And like you said, we don't have producers in our ear, but this is normally the time where we start to wrap up. I'm not sure if standings are ready. I don't want to call it out, but I feel like standings are.
Go on, say it. Say it. Say results for the day. Say results for the day.
Results for the day, standings. I don't know if it's there yet.
Well, hopefully they'll come up whenever they're ready. There it is! Make your point. Make your point.
Yeah, so, you know, talking about RA, we'll get to it in a second, 2 3-game series today. Both went the distance, both pretty exciting, honestly. I think WE, RA definitely kind of, you know, gave us a little bit more than potentially we were expecting. Definitely AL versus NIP, and seeing NIP step up and show that, you know, let's be real, in the second games of the day, they didn't look like a team that was, what, in 14th, 13th place, right? Sure, they're playing AL, but they had a fair amount of conciseness there. And what I really wanted to highlight is, look at the middle of the pack right now, because EDG are in 4th place with 5 wins, and it's not until 11th where WE sit at 4. It's a tight race right now. Right? All it takes is 2 wins to technically be in the top 3 from 4 wins. So right now, every win matters. And like we said for RA, you know, if they picked up this win, all of a sudden they're technically tied in the top 4, right? Though they
OMG aren't out there yet either.
OMG with 3 wins. Like, as the race goes at the moment, everything that you can pick up matters so much to you. And even the teams that are sat, you know, you think about the teams that are sat with 3 wins right now, teams like Ultra Prime, who will be playing tomorrow, anything you can get to get yourself closer and closer to that sort of like 7. It looks like this might be one of the splits where the what am I looking for here? The hurdle to get into playoffs is actually quite low because everyone is beating everyone.
The barrier.
The barrier, there you go, is quite low. But yeah, here are tomorrow's matches, a couple of bangers, and of course the match of the week to round it off. Top Esports versus JDG, the one that everyone is looking forward to.
I mean, yeah, Top Esports JDG is just such a monumentous match. I will say that first match, RNG TT, that's actually got a huge amount of implications right there. If RNG win that and kind of bring TT down, then we start to have a little bit more faith in RNG. TT, however, with UCal have been looking fantastic, to be perfectly honest, as one of our mid-table teams. And of course, Ultra Prime trying to kind of make this one work with themselves there. A little bit hot, a little bit cold, not really quite, making it work. But against EDG, that's going to be a tough task. But I think EDG are really looking for blood after their loss last week to Top Esports. But yeah, this is going to be such a fun split, and it is really, as you say, like it's going to come down to millimeters. It might come down to game difference at the end of the day.
Yeah, like it's really starting to look like that. And, I think it just lends to how competitive the LPL always is towards the top end, but the middle of the pack is starting to catch up, right? So, we're going from a league which has, 6 super competitive teams at the top, maybe, with, definitely teams scrambling for playoffs, to all of a sudden it's like anyone could beat anyone in the top 10. Close enough, it feels like. So,
circle of suck.
It's a circle of suck, you may end up saying. But hey, level of play, super high. And yeah, those tomorrow's matches, they have so many implications. Like you said, even the TT series at the start of the day, if TT win, they're at 6 wins. That puts them categorically, technically, in the top 3. So super exciting for them. And of course, middle game, final game for the match of the week. Looking forward to it.
Really, really looking forward to it. But I'm assuming that our producer has said ready for end in our ear, even though we do not have sound. But thank you, Jamada, for bringing me through the weird and wonderful world that is the LPL. Thank you all for watching us, and a thank you to all of our back-end staff. Without them, none of this would be possible. We'll be back tomorrow at a slightly earlier time, but on the same channel. Be good to others, but most importantly, be good to yourselves, and we'll see you guys then.
you